anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my,
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh punch, man. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite to my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก
What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh you push me.
All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch One day one life one dream one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world short You just catfish Capital said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best bruh
What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh you push me.
You keep me up all night, all night. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up. Oh my God. Giving it feeling. Oh my God. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night, all night. Oh my God. Giving it feeling. Oh my God. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, giving it feeling. Oh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I Spalding, Rollins. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes, sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes veines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir, lueur d'espoir. La douleur est de
Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. It's
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. We've got day number 4 here live at the Riot Games Arena. And whilst we've had that celebration of having 2 teams go all the way to London, we also had yesterday where we had to say goodbye to 2 teams, and that continues. Today we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 more teams. But teams aside, I get to welcome Kukuka back to the show, Billy joining as well. And every time we're a trio, it feels like we have extremely long days of Valorant. So everyone out there, make sure you're comfortable and cozy, because it's going to be at least 6 maps and 8 hours.
At least?
At least.
Yeah, at least. And a tech pause. Yeah, I was bored at home. You guys were having all the fun here, so I'm very happy to be back.
It's kind of crazy because I feel like that second series yesterday, I felt very uninspired after the first 2 maps. I was like, this is okay. This doesn't really feel like EMEA though. And then that third map from Gentlemates, hello?
Well, just in case,
shut me up, man.
Yeah, they definitely had a point to prove, right? And maybe you guys weren't watching at home, so let's have a look at our bracket so that we can refresh your memory, or at least maybe surprise you if you thought that it was going to be over earlier. But we did have Heretics knocking out a BBL in a 2-0, and Mates coming back to 2-1 Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We heard Yalcin actually on Twitter saying that after the loss against Vitality, they just simply could not recover. Like, it was too much for Team Liquid. And I think that they were the heavy favorites, right? Like Maze, like changing the coach and whatnot, seeing all the new things they were bringing. But man, they brought it back. And also we cannot forget that we also have our 2 qualified teams. I think that the craziest thing about the lower bracket, throughout the stage where we always try and highlight how important it is to be that first seed, because it is good to be better than the rest, but also because it puts you in such a good position. We are kind of like in the middle of playoffs and we already have 1 spot left.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And I think that that is when the teams really start to feel the pressure, right? Obviously, being in that lower bracket, we kind of introduced it yesterday as kind of being Team Liquid's comfort spot, not quite working out for them. And then I think as we go throughout the competition, we have some really hard-hitting teams coming into today.
Sorry, I'm dropping my pen. I feel like hopefully no one else is dropping anything, all right? I want the teams on their best performance. I want to be the only one fumbling the bag right now, and that was my pen. I picked it up, all right? And we're going to look at what is going to be our matchup, because both of these teams are going to have to be on point. What we're looking at is that lower bracket, and you've talked about it, Kukuka, 1 spot left, and for Fnatic and Heretics, it's a bit sad because we have 2 UK players that are on the opposite teams, and only one of them are going to get to have that chance at going to London, getting to play in front of what feels like essentially a home crowd.
On the side of Team Heretics, Benji, and of course on the side of Fnatic, Boaster. We also have Neil and Weber. We do not forget about you. I don't forget about you. So that's also important. We know that playing against your home crowd, it's a different kind of buff, and it's kind of an experience that you want to have if you're a player and if you have the opportunity. But it's also incredibly crazy to think that these are the 2 teams that are going to be facing off for elimination today, especially with the different faces that we have seen from both of them. We have a Fnatic that had a clean stage, even with all the hurdles that they had to overcome through it. And we had a Team Heretics that actually found themselves throughout that stage.
I think it's crazy as well because these 2 teams historically have always met in that final of stage 1. And now for today, one of them is going to eliminate the other from contention from London, like you mentioned that.
Well, the thing that we had to factor in is when we look at history, yes, this stage Fnatic have done so well for themselves. I mean, they went undefeated, right? But when we look specifically at them qualifying to global events, well, it hasn't been so great this year for themselves. Yes, they lost that one against Vitality a couple of days ago, but in kickoffs, they lost against Liquid, and they also lost against Gentlemates.
Yeah, it was a difficult start of the year for them. They got so close in so many occasions, but at the end, that tiredness, I think, got the most out of them. And on the other side, we had teams that were incredibly hungry to go to those first global events and whatnot. But I think that even if we look even further back, last year for Fnatic, it was all about the almost and never about actually getting the win.
Yeah, the what is it? The bridesmaid, never the
bride.
I'm hoping that's not the history that's repeated for Fnatic today or tomorrow or whenever we see them play. But before we get to see them play today, we're going to head on down with Ginny and Kayak.
Kayak, a very important game today against Heretics, and there's a bit of a race to London between Boaster and Benji. So I'd like to hear from your individual perspective if there's maybe a little bit more pressure on your shoulders to perform well, to give your teammate that opportunity.
No, I think it's there is no pressure at all, because last time we played Vitality and we had pressure because like we made the game too big for like how it was, because it was a qualification game and we got stress, pressure and everything, and we just didn't play our game at all. So I think for this game we're just gonna do like our staff focus on ourselves and no stress at all, no pressure. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. But it's like, yeah, we just go with no expectations.
How do you, as the duelist, make sure that when it comes to not having any pressure on yourself, like, is there any ritual you do before the game? Is it just a conversation that you have with the rest of your team?
I think it was about like the mindset that I had, because for the Vitality game I had different mindset, and after that I had some like reflection and just talking to people in the team. And for this game I just wanna bring like myself from the group stage, that I was just going to every game with no expectations, and I was playing good, so I wanna do it again today.
And is there anything you focused on outside of these conversations to make sure that your individual performance keeps staying consistent? Because we've seen you, even in the series against Vitality, you were able to put up the numbers, you were able to put up that performance.
I mean, it's just doing the routines like before the game, and doing like the stuff that I usually do, which is like just aim routine, a little run or something, and yeah, just playing.
Do you enjoy running?
Yeah, I started like at the start of this year, and I think it's quite fun, yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Staying active, healthy mind, healthy body to perform in the game. Thank you so much. Good luck with your game later today. Desk, back to you.
I think it's almost conflicting to say that you try not to feel the pressure coming into this match when we consider the interview answers that they kind of gave in that game against Vitality. It was the same approach, that we don't really feel the pressure. And now we're hearing that from Kayak today, that they want to come in and continue to have that narrative. I almost feel like it's a doubtful mind to come in, and I think the expectation is there for them. When we think of the whole time in franchising, the only time that Fnatic have missed a grand finals in EMEA was Stage 2 last year. So I do feel like the expectation to get to London is there.
I kind of see it from a different angle. I think that what he really means, and Boaster also spoke about it in an interview, I believe it was with the Spike, saying that we needed to lose at some point. Funny enough, this is something that we talked about when we talked about Foot and how they lost that last game, and actually that gave them the rampage to push and secure that spot for themselves. It is a necessary thing. They felt like the pressure was not there because they had other options, but now reality is haunting them, and they need to know how to deal with it properly. I do think it's important, though, that Kayak thinks that bringing himself as he has been for this team is the most important thing, because last year he over-delivered time and time again. We were singing his praises, and I think that that is what he's looking for.
They always say that you learn so much more from a loss than a win. There's things to break apart. There's just learning lessons there. And that's what we're hoping.
I love Meet the Robinsons.
Yeah.
I know you're thinking of that.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know
the same person.
We have found it out recently. But then there's just so much more that we can expect, whether they're going to place it on themselves or not for Fnatic. We're at least going to place it there, because it feels very justified with how veteran this team is. But then you look at Heretics on the other side. We don't know what to expect when they come up against each other with these rosters. This is the first time they're playing against each other this year.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that can be said for each team, is that Fnatic, they usually scale into the year. For Team Heretics, they are usually masters of that group stage, and then coming into this stage, that completely went out the window for a change, and then they've had to kind of find their form coming into this playoffs, which I think they have in a way, but yeah, I think for this being the first time that they face off, that's really going to be tested today.
Yeah, I think also like the last 3 times that these two teams have played against each other have been incredible high stakes. Like we had the EWC finals, which was a reverse sweep that went absolutely crazy. And also back in the region when Fnatic won against that, like they had a very, very good playoffs in that run. So I really want to see how things are today.
Who's scaling up? What's going to happen when they meet each other? If there's also going to be that pressure on the side of Heretics, because whilst we placed it on Fnatic for wanting to get Boaster to play in front of a home crowd, similar things can be said with Benji wanting to play there too. And so we'll see if Ginny got to the bottom of that one.
The race to London is here, Benji. It's between you and Boaster. Unfortunately, only one of you can make it at least one step further. How does that make things today?
You know, obviously it's a little sad. You know, I think for me and Boaster, obviously we both really want to go to London, but you know, I'm hoping it's going to be me, obviously.
Of course.
I'm just treating it like a normal game, you know, not trying to think too far in the future. So yeah, today it's just, we got to be Fnatic.
There's been a bit of a history between you two, although you haven't faced each other this year. The last time it was an international stage, and that was a reverse sweep in your favor. Do you think you'll be able to carry that momentum into today?
I mean, it's been a long time since we played against Fnatic, but I think we always enjoy it. They're a really good team, but you know, we're coming off a win, they're coming off a loss. I think that's more momentum than us beating them, you know, ages ago. So yeah, you know, I think they've changed a lot, we've changed a lot, and it's just whoever's prepared best for the game, I think.
Talking about the changes, actually, when we're looking at Heretics and the performances that you guys have been putting forward, it has been quite impressive. How have you been able to make such a quick turnaround when it comes to implementing these changes?
Well, I think Kosh Maris has done a really good job in fitting in with our team. I think he's a very talented player. He's very calm, which is what we need. I think, you know, we've got 4 very experienced players on the team, and we all want to give ideas. So having someone that is able to listen very well is like super important for us, and he's a very good listener. And I think that's why it makes it a lot easy, very easy for us.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in your game today.
Thank you.
Who knows, we might see you one step closer to London. You got to do it, and we'll see you around.
Thank you.
That was a nice little insight towards the end about what is going right for Heretics.
This is the UK version of the baguettes.
It's really sad because they look as though they're guarding London, and I feel as though that asset was maybe made in the hopes that both of them would have made it by now when they were guarding the last spot. But unfortunately, yeah, they find themselves in a position where one of them will have to eliminate the other.
Benji also brings up a very important factor into that interview. He's saying, we are coming off of a win, they're coming off of a loss. And last day, so yesterday, when we saw them playing, we saw a Heretics that was super, super hungry. Benji had an amazing performance yesterday. I can say the same about Woods. I love that Breeze, them playing the Sage. It literally brought me back. I was thinking when I saw that Sage, I was like, okay, for Team Heretics, it's just going back into them. But I couldn't think about how PaperX versus Global Esports. And Alex, after losing Lotus, he was saying, listen, we didn't know what to do against the Sage. And if PaperX, out of all the teams, with how aggressive and crazy they are, couldn't deal with the Sage, if you put on top of that, the performance that Boo had on that map, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Boo has been really well, like
scary,
this past
some would
stage.
say.
Yeah. But yeah, I think to touch on Benji, and you mentioned the Sentinel there, they had to go up against a double Sentinel on that ascent yesterday against BBL, and they had said to us that, yeah, they found it challenging. I think that Breeze composition, they played it in kickoff, right? They bring it back again today. It looked great for them.
I think you're
Benji
underselling
doing
it,
Benji
by the way. They say, yeah, we found it challenging, but if we had just won that pistol round, overtime wouldn't have been needed. They were still so confident in themselves as to what they were putting up, how they were delivering, and how they were playing as a 5-man.
I mean, I was watching from home, sadly, and I was thinking, when I was seeing them attack, I was like, it's frankly impossible. It's just impossible to get onto sides. It was just too much. But also, Wood has some incredible double kills. Like, there's one on mid across the cage. There's a moment where he's pushing A from the defense and they grab at him and he gets 2, and I'm like, what is going on here?
He was getting kills through smokes and everything.
Yes,
like, it was just ridiculous.
crazy.
And the one thing that I have a concern for when I think about Fnatic going up against that today is that they found Derka relentless in the game against Vitality. So if Heretics are going to have a duelist performing at that kind of top level again today, that was the kind of main struggle, I think, for Vitality.
For some ascent.
Fnatic, yeah.
Yeah, between these two, I would really, really like to see that map.
So you're thinking that there is a similar sort of kryptonite happening for Fnatic right now, what was present in Vitality, if there's a run back for Heretics?
I think that Fnatic is the kind of team that can, and I expect to bounce back. There were so many uncharacteristic mistakes that I feel we saw, especially on Haven.
Well, we're going to see if those mistakes are fixed for themselves, if that loss shook them as much as we're anticipating it might. But either way, we want to catch up and see what the energies are like as we're going to head on down to Ginny and Crashies.
Crashies, this is a super important game in the lower bracket. I mean, the run to London starts here. So my question really is, for the Fnatic fans that are watching, do they need to have a cardiologist on speed dial, or is it going to be a little cleaner?
I think the Fnatic fans should already know to have one on board. But yeah, it should be a pretty clean game today. I think we fixed a lot in the short amount of time that we were able to. And we're just super confident going today. So.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. We're ready to head into the first game of today. Heretics going up against Fnatic.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
for either Fnatic or Heretics. That is the last time they'll get to walk out onto this stage in Stage 1. A lot is riding on the line in this best of 3, and whilst Fnatic coming off a loss, they've had a little bit more time to prep for their opponent, whereas Heretics, they played just yesterday. It's a quick turnaround time, and maybe that's the momentum they need to be able to get an advantage with this map veto. Fracture, Lotus, and our decider of Ascent.
I think something interesting happened here that is not showing in the graphing is that because Fnatic have just lost, they come in with a higher seed. And surprisingly, they decided to go for Team B, something that they don't do that often. And it is because it is a question for Team Heretics, what map were they going to ban? Maybe they were going to be the ones removing the Pearl, trying to play a little bit with their heads. But no, Team Heretics has decided that Haven, it's a no-go.
Yeah, and rightfully so. And obviously Fnatic sticking with the usual insta-ban of Pearl there. We are going to see Fracture up first. Now, Team Heretics did look great on this map against Eternal Fire. They almost convinced us that that could have been a tool because of how well that map went initially. And then Fnatic, we saw that the very last week of the group stage against BBL. I'm intrigued to see if they go down a different route since we last saw it.
Two things interesting. First, for Fracture, I love the fact that Fnatic is going to start on the attack because that also gives us Team Heretics defense that has been absolutely stellar all throughout the stage. But more so, when we jump onto Lotus, Team Heretics has decided to start on the attack. Now, Fnatic is very well known for such a strong defense that they have on Lotus, how strong their retakes have always been, and in general, the entire reads that they have in the map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decider for them against Vitality the other day. They didn't quite manage to get there. And for Team Heretics, that looked pretty poor against Eternal Fire.
Wait, they play Lotus. Didn't Vekash play Viper in Lotus?
Yeah, so it's
I don't think Cyberf has ever played Viper.
Yeah.
So that is another layer because I do not expect a change in a composition that has made Fnatic so comfortable all throughout, and then it has to be a debut for him.
Well, there's a lot of layers going on there, and whilst the players are on the stage and whilst all that prep has been put to the side before, they're also sitting down in their Razer gaming chairs there, and so they're going to have to look towards what's going to come up on screen for themselves. We know that Fracture is going to be that first map, and can I just say, by the way, Kukuka, every time I see Fracture now, I just think of you because you were so hard done by in the first 2 weeks of this stage.
Oh, and this one's going to deliver, girl.
I was going to say, and finally teams are bringing it out more often and putting up some good showings on it too.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to see Fnatic until that last week. It was kind of field testing, it felt like, right? For them to play on that map. And I think that it is a map that it is very well prepared. I think that Boaster's calling on the attack is essential. For me, knowing what size they're going to start and whatnot, I'm looking at two players specifically. Crashies on one side, because I don't think that against Vitality, he didn't have a good day. And I expect him to change things because of the aggression that I do expect and the reactions that I do expect to see from the side of Heretics. So the same thing goes for Alpha. Many of the Sentinels have been suffering through the consequences, but let me tell you, Alpha will shoot back.
I think the kind of two people that I'm looking at coming into this is the duelists on each side, right? Fnatic opting to go for that Phoenix the last time that we saw the Fracture. How's Sivov going to sit into that? We've seen that he's been great on that duelist so far throughout this stage. And then on the opposite side, we have Woot jumping onto that Raze. How do these two duelists interact with one another when you have that primary Neon on other sides and then the Raze and the Phoenix in between?
Sorry, but I realized that we're a little bit delayed with the agent select. One of the players, unfortunately, unable to keep the liquid into their cup there.
Oh, I remember this time G2 had, when we were online, we had to have that happen and had to change a PC. The real ones remember that day. It was a long day pass. Anyway, going back into it, Fracture, very, very exciting. I think that the possibility of Ascent being the closing map for this series is absolutely stellar. I think that whatever happens, we have been blessed with this map veto.
Yeah, when I think about Ascent as well, like obviously we kind of mentioned already how Team Heretics had moments of struggling against that double Sentinel composition. Let's not forget the last time that Fnatic were playing this, it was a double Sentinel composition. They were running the Vise and the Sage on Ascent, but we don't need to talk about Ascent right now because we are obviously going to Fracture first of all.
Yeah, and we got our agent select popping up for Fracture there, and a little bit of what you guys are talking about. And I mean, could you talk about that Fracture's going to deliver? Is it because of the agents that we're expected to see, or is it more just so how they play?
I think that especially the first half, I expect it to be so evened out. I expect it to be absolutely cerebral because of the reactions that we have seen from Team Heretics. The call from Boo here on the defense has been stellar, but historically, Boaster's calling on this map has been on another level. So for them coming into today, and as you said, having a little bit more time to prep, Fracture is very likely to happen. Cyber Sivov was incredibly comfortable in this Phoenix. So I'm just looking forward to this first half to start.
Yeah, I agree. I think that when we're looking at Team Heretics starting on this defense here, look at how they're utilizing not only the Fade and the Raze to fight for that A main space, but then also when the buy rounds start to get into play, Koshmaris with the Operator as well, using that as a threat towards for Fnatic being able to take into that space.
And it's important to mention that because we're singing the praises of Team Heretics yesterday, but Koshmaris was a little bit out of the picture. Yes, we were saying about Boo, about Benji, and how it would. And then Koshmaris goes into a second spot, which is not been the usual case, and especially here on Fracture. We need to see him deliver from the very first moment.
Yeah, well, almost identical compositions. Well, comps, yes, right, but agents, right?
It's the duelists, right?
Yes,
that kinda...
the Raze and the Phoenix. And so whilst you have outlined that they are different, which one do you favor a little bit more? Which one's going to give you that slight advantage on Fracture?
Ooh, I think the Raze, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix is good. Many kind of mentioned it yesterday, the way that in which Fnatic were prioritizing those orbs so that Sivov could constantly have his ultimate online to be able to take that space. Great in that aspect, but for me personally, I like the utility of the Raze.
Okay, so the Raze maybe just giving a slight edge. We'll see, though, as we're heading on into Fracture, our first map with Mitch and Tom.
Well, this matchup usually is a final, so it makes sense that today is the final opportunity for one of these teams to keep pressing forward, not to lock in a playoff spot, but to avoid being locked out.
Yeah, no, they've missed out on their opportunity for a slightly quicker route, and now, unfortunately for me, a couple of the Brits are now going to have to eliminate each other. One of them will be sent home, and the other might just have to stay in Berlin because for once, they actually want to be going home. It's a bit of a weird scenario here, but
it is an Irishman's dream, Tom. To see a game as good as this. That's what I'm talking about. Heretics and Fnatic facing off. And listen, last time we got to cast these boys, Tom, it was a fun cast. I had a good time, and I'm expecting no different here today.
Yeah, although if Fnatic do as well in the first two maps, the series ends.
It will be done.
So it's not a best of 5 this time, but we'll have to see. I think both teams coming in with their own strengths. I was definitely intrigued by what we get out of the map veto, where each side would go, whether Lotus would make it through, even though it's looked decent at times for Heretics. We know the level that Fnatic brings, and for Fracture, well, in the past, this would be a dream veto for Fnatic, but as of recently, this maps look very good for Heretics. That, though, not the best start.
No, that's a player we're going to highlight throughout this series. Koshmaris has had an incredible uptick. You heard it in the interview with Benji earlier on as well, how quickly he adapted to the team. But to start out this map, he'll be put to bed. Deleted as the old guard of Team Heretics realize the B site is wide open, and they'll rotate into position, but not in time. Smoke's already down, and it looks like Heretics will be locked out into a post plant.
Yeah, the Molly's going to hold them back. Won't be available for the post, but Fnatic clearly a little bit more wary about the retake. Beginning before Sivov's aggression, though, immediately punished. He was meant to be this sort of distractor instead. Turning back to a 4v4.
Benji's watching their back, waiting for Alpha to round that corner, and he's made steps now. They know right where he is. They'll just smoke off and move to the site where Boaster now stands alone, not even on the site, in fact. So a bit of a problem when it comes to that defuse, because they're tucked in the corner. They've planted for main, but failed to hold control. And as a result, Fnatic will lose the pistol round. The defuse puts Heretics 1-0 up.
Yeah, great start from Rians as well. And I think we've spoken about this a lot in the recent few weeks, is that Rians has had some incredible games. The joke was that every time he plays against Foot, he just becomes a god, but we've been seeing it more and more. His individual confidence, that prime coming back.
No, last. Nice! Guys, nice!
And then a round where, realistically, you go a man down and you have to play a full retake in a pistol round. I'll be honest, I thought it would be a little bit more difficult than that. They made it look quite easy.
It certainly should have been, yeah. I think Fnatic laid the foundations for a very strong round, but Rian's really lengthening the lists of teams that he's going to have those big performances up against. And that trip not caught. The Prowler went right past it. It's up a little bit higher. And if Crashy's left, that's information for free. And also less indication for them as to, where that trip's going to be in the buy rounds. Tries to sneak his way past, won't make it, and all the while, it's a massacre in main. When Crashies eventually makes it here, they know all about him thanks to that trip, and it looks like just dotting the I's and crossing the T's here for Heretics. An almost flawless round. Alpha able to throw in a bit of a wrench into the works, but no love lost and no weapon lost really for Heretics as well. That pistol on Rienz who's rotating through. Alpha's going to need to do a little bit more if he wants to make this costly.
I think they want Rienz to get the kill. I think that's why, other than the risk of Alpha, he stopped fighting. Just because when he only has a pistol, but also Rienz is the closest in terms of orbs to actually getting his ultimate online. Now for Alpha, it's getting to the point where death might be the point of call. And well, I guess both players end up getting the orb that they wanted. They'll even retrieve the extra weaponry, but maybe not quite.
Yeah, last second call to pick it up was quite fortunate, or the Bulldog would go as well. Indeed, a judge and a pistol, I think, is all that's going to be lost. Certainly not the end of the world, nothing to cry about. Venya, Alpha, solid individual. Of course, he can show up for a bit of damage towards the end, but the key thing is how dominant it was before that, how clean it was. That's what we like to see. Heretics playing a tight game. Now the challenge is they come in with a pistol and an SMG, but still, those rifles, they won't be pulling any punches. Fnatic approaching it with numbers. Look at this north side push 3 about to round the corner. And Koshmaris, that's 3 rounds in a row that he has put in the dirt.
Oh, Benji just about got out of there. Good usage of the cage meant he couldn't really do too much, and Kayak has dealt with Benji as well immediately. Oh, I was going to say they deal with this, but yeah, Rien's just cool. Yeah, just a little bit of spam. He is the only player earning orbs other than via deaths. He's one away from his ult, but he'll get it online. I don't think he's going to use it in this scenario unless there are some crazy mistakes out of the Fnatic post plant.
You got loads of players with rifles there. Koshmaris getting a 0-3 on the board after that initial fight. I think he was the only real rifle. I'm not including the Bulldogs. Bulldog 1v1's on site. Nothing works. Everything goes the way of Fnatic. And then the Ghost just pops a few shots through the smoke, of course. Rienz is having quite a game. It's quite a series of games indeed. We'll see if that keeps up. Because, of course, they couldn't continue in this round. Fnatic out-armed and outplayed their opposition for 2-1.
Yeah. Good response. I think these are the sort of rounds as well where, especially with the lower weaponry, you can get caught out by a little bit of the aggression. It still had to be perfect, even with the reveals from Rienz. And then Alpha there to keep it.
Nice, boys. Come on, boys.
Fairly
6
clean.
shots. Oh my god, my foot is itching.
It's also worth noting as well, we saw a moment ago that this map is only 58% attack sided, but for Heretics, it hasn't been. They have been dominating on their defensive side, and Fnatic, the one map they played it was a 9-3 attack. So it seems we have both teams starting on their favored side from what we've seen so far this stage. And for Alpha, too many targets.
Yeah, you say that, there's a world where he gets them both. I feel like that's the world we live in most of the time.
Yeah, there's many worlds. There's most of the time he gets both.
This time punished, and Fnatic forced to readjust. No control over the south side of the map. And so again, the death ball, the numbers comes into play. Worked phenomenally last time. It was Koshmaris to lose his life early on Dish. But this time they moved to the B side, and that means the challenge is Wood. And I was gonna say, you know, it's tough to catch him lacking, but they've caught him off guard. Benji's now surrounded and soon to be dealt with. Somehow deals with Seavoff, even blinded up, but pressure from all sides, and finally he will fall, but the damage is well and truly done.
Yeah, fair play. Just bear in mind, you weren't muted just because of something on the broadcast. That was purely because he was hit by that Nightfall. He was guessing where they were going to push from and got it right on both occasions. I thought especially the slide out from Kayak would have caught him. Instead, though, it's going to be Crashies in a clutch. Now, Boo is close enough. He should very quickly be able to make the call for his teammates to rotate in. I like the fact that Crashies has actually been able to get an open plant. Gives him way more opportunities, but he's walking into the cross. As a player watching this angle, Boo just sat there waiting. Koshmaris almost sacrificed to the Wolves again. And a nice attempt on the reaction shot from Crashies. But Boo, I think maybe a little bit further out than he expected.
Yeah, it was a really nice attempt indeed. You could see the idea behind it. But in the end, not to be. Kosh getting on the board. Again, he's had 3 tough rounds, 2 where he was picked off right at barrier up. But the story wasn't just about him, because his rotation played a big role, right? Getting back into position to cover off that push through to the site. Gave Benji that little bit of security to play with, a little bit of trade-ups. Stacked the numbers heavily against their opponent, but yeah, Benji was definitely the one drawing your eye. What a phenomenal hold from him up top. How he got the first, because that blind hit, he had an adjustment to make there, alongside, as you said, before that, being hit by the Nightfall, having no sound, and yet still playing like he knew everything.
Yeah, even shooting the Prowler in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
It's like, it's all just reactions, but it's nicely played. Of course, 4 players survived in the round before for Fnatic, so financially still in a pretty good position. 1 off getting the overdrive as well for Kayak. His role will just be to try and get the entry off the back of Sivov's ult. The first, though, relatively easy to clear. That Judge has got rid of 1, and actually, Boast has gone down just off the back of the nade.
Yeah, it was the stun from Koshmaris as well. It just kept them in position. That's so nicely done. As you said, the last round from Benji, it was all reactions, and this was the same. There's no way that you can calm that quickly. Everybody's singing from the same hymn sheet. That's what you like to see. Fnatic, a man down, and no control. They at least move towards the north side of B, but Benji has slipped through underneath, and they have no idea of the snake slithering in the grass right behind them. Benji! He won't get 3, but the round, it's already theirs. Clean as can be from Heretics, and we might see a pause from Fnatic soon. This is not going according to plan.
No, I think just seeing some of the individual reactions that are coming out from Heretics, like they get that early fight, they delay, they slow things down, but on the other side, it's not like players are just sitting there pretty. They take additional space, ready for that backstab. In fact, you can see him piece everything together the second they tap that orb. That's when Benji knows he's got them locked in. Rest of the players are already waiting on the site. And well, for Heretics, again, like around the, when you go in with that run it back, you go in with the overdrive being picked up, you kind of expected it to go Fnatic's way, and they barely even made a dent.
Hey, you think about Alpha in those first couple of rounds, putting up some big plays, even when the numbers were against him, and you think, okay, well, what happens when the rifles come out? Well, nothing much different, really. It's been solid from Team Heretics so far, and as you can see within VCT, the record, although swings to them in some of the smaller games, when it comes to the big ones, that Stage 1 Grand Final especially, it's Fnatic who come out on top.
Yeah, it's a storied past, and it's a fun one as well, because obviously, I think you look at these two teams, 2025, other than obviously Kickoff, I don't think you can argue there was any better team in EMEA than Fnatic, making it to back-to-back international grand finals. And then for Heretics, 2024 the same. Like even playing with a stand-in, I think when they went to Shanghai and being able to make it to the final, always being that cursed second place team, but if you're second place worldwide, that probably means you're the best team in your region.
Yeah, I think that's a
unless maybe you're from
guess.
Pacific, and then sometimes that will mean that you're like top 3.
Yeah. Well, a 4-1 scoreline for Heretics, and we've just had a pause from Fnatic. This is where they need the winds of change to blow in their favor. With 1:20 on the clock, it seems like some of that early fighting will be given up on a group towards B main, but Heretics having a similar idea. And it looked for a second like Rian's wanted to push up, and it's a good job he didn't. Wu just found out the hard way that Fnatic's coming.
They have still got, well, I was going to say 3 players, but never mind. Sivov has woken up, and now it's going to have to be some risky plays from Boo and Rians, and, well, the risks did not pay off. It leaves Koshmaris left. Of course, he's going to be willing to throw this sniper in. Just an attempt to do as much damage as possible. Of course, this was a hefty investment from the side of Fnatic. If he can even take a couple away, that will hold value, but a huge round seemingly locked in from them already.
I think a big part of this is that early game, acknowledging that Heretics have had so much control over the map early. You think about the round before when Benji was down below. Fnatic rotated back from the A site, moved towards B main, and Benji managed to stab them in the back because they gave that space up so early. So this time Alpha is putting his utility across the map. Playing that north side to start, seeing if there's aggression, seeing if someone from Heretics gets curious, and when they don't, just group up and hit the site together. It's simple, but it's effective.
I think as well with like commonly aggression in the early stages of the round, something Heretics like to do, be it on that south or north side. So just maybe thinking, okay, we haven't seen much of that towards B. That's a freer spot that we're not going to find immediate resistance, especially with the double duelist on the defense. You kind of have to be getting aggressive somewhere. I think it's also one where it's harder for the defense to fight. Like you might do the same towards the north side of B, but the south side of B, it's risky if there's a lot of players waiting there.
You can see Alpha's going to break that trip towards A. And this is good information for Fnatic. They've heard the push up in A main. Now they go to A dish, break the trip there. Your opponents still think the hit's coming in. Numbers still on that side, but no overreaction. Heretics still keep 2 players on that B side. Benji, who was so easily dealt with in the previous round. A random shot through the smoke. Well, he stands close to that smoke. In fact, he stands in that smoke himself and Woot. How far will they go? Content with the control they have or wanting a little more? It's been re-smoked, but they've caught Crashies and then swung into Kayak. A beautiful setup from Heretics. A little bit of aggression sprinkled in, and it's given them the upper hand.
Well, that's the thing, they're still worried that this smoke might have some deep control. They can't risk running through it, and they're being pincered in from behind. They're slowly being closed in on, and they've only got 25 seconds. They've got nowhere left to go. Boo's even starting to think like, okay, I could just end this round with my ultimate. I'm going to hold it for a second or two, and they don't clear that back corner. Benji once again. He has been phenomenal on this B site. Be it in the tower, or be it hidden in the corner.
And when you get that first kill in the smoke, when Woot takes Crashies down, that's where there's a decision. Do we run away? And Woot was going to. He put the blast back down. He wanted to get out. But the second Woot dies, Benji says, I've got to strike. I've got to trade. And he gets in there. That's Benji's round. And it's Team Heretics with a 5th on the board. Fnatic, well, they've got 1 timeout left in this map, and it looks like they still need solutions.
Yeah, that was brutal. It's a direct adaptation to their opponents in the last round as well. Literally shutting down the position they had success on. Again, a piece or 2 missing for Fnatic if they lose this round economically in the bin, and a chance for Heretics to run away with this one. And Benji once again sits within this B site. He has been difficult to clear.
He's going to go through the volley as well. He's caught them off, but the shots don't land. Boaster and Crashies able to pull this into an advantage, and now a plant can be found as well. Heretics putting numbers on that south side, but now they split as well. Boo comes north. That's the orbital strike. I don't know the idea, the intention here, but with Nightfall, orbital strike, and indeed the finger gun's already out. It's going to be a lot thrown at Fnatic for now, though. Nothing hits. They're keeping that heaven control, and Kayak will not be pushed out of position on site there. It's looking like an impossible round now. That first wave, that burst of ultimates, finding nothing, it leaves them so far on the back foot that I'm surprised they're even still trying. Weapons being thrown away. They've got the credits, I suppose, but even then, Rienz is starting to second guess it, but doesn't get a choice.
Yeah. A really nice round from Crashies, but also, I'm not sure who it was in that moment where there's an orbital strike going off, a load of other utility, who is spamming through the orbital strike, but whoever did that, I think, helped out Kayak massively, because it just clips Koshmaris enough that he starts to doubt something. He's like, oh, am I still open to this other angle? And just hesitates enough that I feel like that kill comes a lot easier to Kayak, and they're able to hold on to everything. As you said, a massive ult dump for Heretics in a retake where, sure, they had a disadvantage, but again, you use everything. You kind of need to come out with something in this round, and well, for Heretics, that's enough that they feel they need a pause.
Yeah, I think it's the right call, just looking at how that round played out. They're on the back foot. They decide to massively commit utility to it and get nothing on the back of it. It's giving away a lot of advantages. What could be ults that win you rounds in the next, that turn those 50-50s into favored scenarios. And again, you throw it away for that. I do think that that's somewhere that coaches want to get back in and steady the ship here. Because Fnatic felt like they were under pressure just moments ago, but that round win may just have relit the furnace.
Yeah, I think, again, just getting some of those stars online. Of course, it's still been a bit of a slower start for Sivov after what was a blitz in the first week. His first joining of the team, he looked incredible. Definitely had a tougher second match, and I think getting that confidence back for him is going to be massive. Obviously, on the Phoenix, there's a lot of opportunities, but yet to see it just yet in this match. But already, as said, like for Heretics, The expectation is for them to have a fairly strong defensive half, and the same for Fnatic from what we've seen on this attack. Them going in level wouldn't be the craziest of things, but there is a reinvestment here for Heretics. The judge picks up the pieces of the weak economy, but this is everything on the line.
Molly from Boo's going to delay them, but they've taken caution. Boo has to make a big play and slip it into the wall. Unfortunately, as a slip up, the Seavoff was waiting on the side. It's success across the board for Fnatic. Even losing one, they've got contingencies with Alpha holding for that second man on the south side. It is going to be Rienz alone again. This time in the 1v4, he'll find the first. It doesn't look like he's given up on it just yet. Knows there's a player close. Has the right idea, but a triple swing is primed and ready. And only the double needed to close. 5-4, Fnatic hot on their opponent's heels.
Yeah, I like him trying to bait out all those fights at the end. Like, he knows where they are, just nothing he can do about it. And very, very good discipline from the side of Fnatic. I'll also say it feels like they've spotted the gap. Like the spot where there's the biggest weakness. Their execution on this B side of the last couple of rounds has been very good. Other than the massively aggressive push through the smoke, they haven't been caught. They've been able to deal with the judge up top, even looking just for a pixel to try and find it, knowing that that's one of the spots at risk. And that is now the reset onto the economy of Heretics. A singular Guardian, some pistols to play with. And well, no doubt they're going to try and take a lot of space in this round.
It's a small thing, but I swear I heard someone take damage, no? I feel like I heard the character noise, but I don't see anyone low on HP. That's throwing me for a loop. But okay. Looking to equalize. Should be the equalizer as well. Orbital Strike's going to even be committed. Better safe than sorry, says Boaster. With Heaven clear, a plant comes through. Still have main control, still have north side control. Really, and especially with the trap, I'm just thinking about this now. You're not even worried about them wrapping underneath, coming behind through Arcade. Fnatic have got everything in their favor, and frankly, that looked like it should have been a kill. Good luck to Heretics.
Oh, even the Nightfall committed. They really are taking this one as safely as possible. Even still, Koshmaras has managed to find a kill. He's trying to bait them out with the tap of the spike. And eventually will. Nice trade from Benji, but once more, there's another layer to this. Another player that they have to deal with up in the tower. And all the more, they've only just figured out that Alfia is back towards the ramp for Boo. Chance of winning the round have just hit absolute zero. Can he make it any more costly? No, he cannot. Few more ults than maybe expected to be expended in this round, but again, for Fnatic, climbing back into things. 5 rounds now on the board after a slow start. I think they'll be pretty happy either way.
Well, yeah, there's only 2 rounds left to play with. So in this round where the danger of a pistol completely upsetting your round, hell, we saw what Benji could do from Heaven a couple rounds ago. So it makes sense. You put the orbital strike through. I'm surprised with the Nightfall as well.
We found the wave.
Like you said.
The wave we're riding. Good job, boys. Good comp.
Or like he said, even better. Riding the wave. Making sure that they don't give any opportunities to fight back in. Now coming into this round as well, it's not like they're without anything. A run it back is just 1 orb away, and there's quite a few orbs to pick from when it comes to this map. Phoenix can get you in. And from that point, you're at least guaranteed, even at the half. They just need this round, but Heretics have invested fully, and somehow Koshmaras avoids 2 fights taking him down in main. He's got the info early.
And here comes the overdrive. Showstopper has been sent out. A chance, and he's gonna get 2! Massive from Woot. A little bit of luck that has gone a long way. Leaves just 3 remaining for the side of Fnatic. Of course, you mentioned the running back. It is online, and the other ult that they used is also now gone. Left to Alfia, and unfortunately again,
Spike down A.
too many targets. Nothing landed. And with the spike down, even a recovery here seems impossible. Of course, credits-wise, they're not in a bad position, so it's no real surprise to see Fnatic try and just throw bodies at this. And Crashies probably is a little bit surprised that there's still someone on the B site.
Yeah, I don't think that would have crossed his mind for even a second. And actually, the time it's going to take this fight is going to win the round.
He just wants to kill him
for Heretics. But yeah,
just for being a rat. He's like, you know what? We don't like rats. Get out of here, Boo. But yeah, 14 HP, probably just going to try and hold on to the gun. And he's not going to.
Mission failed. 1 more to play with now. Fnatic stalled out there. at the 5 mark. Hey, again, finding 3 in a row in the last. I think it was important to keep that momentum going, but what do you do about this?
It's just RNG.
Every setup in the world, every strategy you put into play, just one rocket well placed through a cage, and that's the end of your run. But
nice! Let's go, guys! Come on! Come on!
On the upside, run it back online for Fnatic coming into the final round.
Yeah, again, not really seen much from Seabuff on this Phoenix so far.
Oh, it's been awful.
Those orbs have been collected throughout the game, but unfortunately not a lot of them coming off the kills. Flash is going to give the space. Allow him to go through on the run it back, but especially with the stun, I don't know if he's even going to make it to the side. No, it's just going to be the spam through. Kayak's at least done well on the other side, and then re-aggresses to take down the flanking Benji. Turns it back into an advantageous position, but more importantly, opens up A. However, they're just baiting this. They're baiting the push forward. Incredible. They've pulled out Koshmaras into a fight that he didn't even know he was about to take and given them an even bigger advantage.
Rians has bailed them out of worse situations, you would say, in the past, but not this time. The spike will not be stopped on its rush towards the B site. And now, all alone on the other side of the map is Boo. It looks like we're destined to be neck and neck at halftime. And with Boo having 2 kills on the board so far, this would be a pretty significant departure from the norm, from what we've seen so far. And he will find the first.
Okay.
All right. And look how quickly Fnatic they were all grouping up to push him to hunt him. He got that kill. They're like, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's play this seriously.
It's not going to matter at the end. Kayak, he is going to be able to make this an even half. 13-7 for him, a decent result, but we have to see what's going to happen in the next. For the past weeks, we have been keeping up today with the race to 3,000 kills between Althea and Kankan. Ginny is standing by with the man himself for an update.
The race to 3K has been concluded on the CN side of things. Alpha, I thought I'll play you a little clip first things first, see your reaction to that.
3 player, which I'm doing the flex role, so I think I'm better, but good luck, guys.
刚刚选手是不是也听懂了刚才他大概说了一些什么？
是的，哎呀，其实对于我来说真无所谓，他要觉得他厉害点，他要厉害点就行了，对吧？然后反正我还是那句话，我不在意谁先到达3000杀，我只在意我退休前能不能达到1万杀。
10,000 kills. That's a lot.
I mean, he has a goal for himself. I mean, like he's saying that I don't care who is getting 3K kills and stuff. And he was trying to be humble a little bit. He was saying if he thinks he's better and stuff. But I mean, I don't think I'm better than him. I don't think he thinks he's better than me. I think it's just Valorant. Everyone is good in their role. And I want to say congrats to him that he reached his 3K kills. And he has a goal to get 10K kill. And I hope he's going to be successful on that goal.
That's very diplomatic and very kind of you to say. Do you have an individual goal for yourself as well, by any chance?
Yeah, I do have only one goal left because I won Masters, I won Lock-in. Like, I can't count how many times I win on the EMEA. So I have one goal left to win champions.
Okay.
Last year we missed with 1 step away, and I hope before I'm retired, I will be winning champions.
Okay, I really like that goal. So last question, did you drop to lower bracket then on purpose so they can get some more kills?
Of course.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we're going to head back to you guys.
Well, a tough race to lose, but the road to London has a finish line in sight. But for Fnatic, quite a contender in their way, at least on the first leg of the journey. Team Heretics pushing them to a 6-6 scoreline. Keep in mind, this was Heretics' map pick as well. This is where they wanted to start, Tom.
And they won pistol.
But how are you feeling about their attack sides? Let the people know as we jump in.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the time, they've been so sort of dominant in that first half that we've seen a lot less of their attack. I think both sides, in theory, are going into their weaker half now. But nonetheless, like, do you really care about my opinion, Mitch? Why would we bother with that when we can listen to the comms?
They know it's fake.
Okay, I hear you, Ines.
Yeah. Can I do it now?
Yeah.
Go.
Dash.
Go.
Just keep with him.
City.
One tower, guys. Cypher tower. Tower. Chill, guys. Can we kill tower? Everybody stay in tower. Can we kill tower?
Tower killing me, guys.
Good job. Guys, one behind.
One more.
Fight CT.
Kill CT, kill CT.
Nice.
Last behind.
Main, close.
Pick on me.
Yeah.
Pick on me, guys. Only on me.
Yeah, it's good. Stabilize, guys.
I'm peeking on
If you want,
Boo.
you can pick on me as
Well,
well.
things getting hectic in the Team Heretics comms, but it looks like that's netted them around. Only Kayak left. 4 players in the post plant. And all dangers, bar one, dealt with. This guy's been having a pretty good map so far, but they've spotted him now. It should be a formality.
Ooh, okay.
Well,
that was a nice shot.
Big risk.
The problem now is the time. There's so much that Kayak would have to do. I think this has come down to basically just how many orbs can he farm up in the next few seconds, especially with the deep control of both duelists. And eventually for Boo, he'll get the easiest kill of the day so far. 7-6, both pistols now going the way of Heretics. And it was the reason that they went in even at the half, was the fact that they managed both. But an important one to take nonetheless.
Oh, without a doubt. It's the only thing separating them from their opponent after that first half as well. The pistol that they found, that Heretics found, is being 2 for 2. It's given them the leg up. The late rounds, Fnatic woke up, and that's a conversation that I think is very consistent with Fnatic. Waking up into series, again, the era, the dynasty of comebacks that they've had. But then we've seen it in events as well. We've seen it outside of just the maps. Them getting better as the tournament goes on and as the stakes grow steeper, grow greater. But here with the pistols, there's not a peep from the defensive side. Boo goes down, but to be fair, decent tag on Woot. But it is Alpha left alone again to try to not win the round, really.
Spike
But do damage.
He's
Make it
gonna
costly. Yeah, no doubt he will, but I think it's an unreasonable goal.
Yeah, you know. Alfia does unreasonable things sometimes. I will say, the fact that he was in the race for kills and, you know, Concon gets to play the whole of his playoffs.
Yeah, it's
not really fair.
It's kind of messed up, right?
I would say it was cheating, but, you know.
It should be a per series rate, per round.
But either way, he didn't add another to the tally. And Heretics, a relatively clean conversion, even though it definitely had some danger about it. Also for Wu, earning up a lot of orbs early. Couple away from that showstopper. On most maps, we talk about like, okay, maybe in a round, he'll be able to get that showstopper. On this map, he could very easily get it this round.
More than enough orbs on offer. That's even without firing a shot. You can see presence taken by Heretics north side, already speeding up. Woot is going straight into heaven. He's giving it away though. The boombot's being sent through, but he is following it up at a pace the Fnatic just could not expect.
He got the orbs.
Showstoppers online from Woot, but Siva is fighting back. The rocket not going to land on him, but he sent instead Corral towards the executioner of Benji Fishy. And with Kayak alone this round,
they're going back,
where everything was committed on the side of Fnatic. They took their bruises and lumps in the first 2, but thought this is where we'll swing
He's gonna
back.
get there first.
They've fallen flat on their face. It's on Kayak to pick them right back up.
Now Woot's low. He's got here so quickly that not only will they not have heard him because they were too far away, he could genuinely catch them on the cross. Able to get down to the site, looking to try and clear this, but realistically, he's so far forward that why would anybody expect him to be here? The first, that was the low player. The next 2 definitely going to be a little bit tougher, trying to bait him into a swing, but almost waiting to see where that second player comes from. Boo just stuck within the site. Nowhere to clear, waiting for the cross. There's the swing out from Boo, but he doesn't land the shot. However, a hefty tag onto Kayak leaves this a lot less likely. No reason for them to swing anymore. They've grouped up together, repositioned into one. And Benji's just waiting. They've got a high-low just to make sure it's cleared. Another wonderful round from Benji Fishy. And more importantly, a huge victory for Heretics.
Oh, really quick thinking from Benji and Boo there as well. When the door opens, you see them instantly set up the high-low in a position that Main, if he does go there, it gives no angles. It gives no opportunity to fire back to spot info, and they can take the double peek after. And if he doesn't go to main, well, then he's walking right into your high-low setup. So really, really nice stuff in securing that. And I think There's been a couple moments where Heretics have had the advantage and you see them play loose, but once it gets serious, like goes from a 4v2 to a 3v2, or in this case to a 2v1, they're like, oh, tighten up the ship. Like they have that lock-in mode, which has been very good so far.
Oh,
Kayak.
the flash.
Oh, they're looking the other way. The distraction, it pays off for one, and a stun. But how much more can he get from here? In fact, the smoke has to go down to get him out. And they do manage to extract Kayak, so a man advantage persists.
Yeah, Boast has already retrieved a gun as well. Of course, for Heretics, they were at least able to get out with a spike. That could have been really dangerous if that had been dropped behind the smoke. Instead, they're looking to try and re-clear the same angle. If anything, it's the same trap being set, and this time Kayak's on the other side. A shot through the smoke that clears out Boo. No other additional weaponry has been retrieved just yet, still leaving it with just the one. But that is the risk. That's why Heretics wanted to fight it. If we give this up, it guarantees weaponry into enemy hands. And why I think now with Crashy's clearing, there was temptation to go for it, but as of right now, they're going to go just with that singular gun. It has, however, been handed to Alpha yet.
30 seconds left.
Wood's trying to take space, but Alpha's already here, locking it down. Benji alone, big plays, as we've said. We've seen him deliver, but this one, too hefty a package. Fnatic, they make it up to 7. Very well played in the late stage. And I think the perfect time for it as well. It felt like Heretics were just about to run away with the game.
Well, yeah, you lose your bonus, you win an Emoda Thrifty right off the back of it. And I think that also just not only the initial trap play, as you said, the sort of bait from Seavoff was sublime, but then you have like a change of, okay, we've now swapped Kayak back to the other side, and then we have another player baiting him. Just give your superstar player opportunities for free kills. And hey, it's a crazy thing. He's sometimes going to get free kills. Then you have your other superstar with a rifle he didn't have at the beginning, kill both at the end. Crazy how that works.
Yeah, it was filling back in the space as well. Alpha had the rifle, but he also just had the right timing to get in towards elbow to deny that bit of extra space that Heretics wanted. Of course, they wanted that space just to take a quick fight, get out, equalize the numbers, but, well, they got a quick fight, that's for sure. 120 on the clock. Double digits still evade Heretics, but a buy doesn't. They're able to invest. They don't have that big old gun. They don't have the op. You see it instead in the hands of Kayak, and opponent's about to round that corner. Prowler goes first, and he fires the shot at it instead. Okay, Heretics have bought themselves a second. Leafs of Light, Seavoff up close. Only the one. That op still waiting on the site, and they know it. For Heretics, there'll be time to speed up, to take it down as it rings out up in heaven. Or they could send it to the other side of the map, but they need to make a choice soon. 45 on the clock.
They're going to get the info. I guess Kayak on the other side has it as well, but another shot that goes awry, leaves a somewhat isolated Kayak and then caught up from a different angle. Alfia hoping that maybe he can get some information off his remaining utility. But they are going to be able to cross, and more importantly, Riens, while trying to get the spike down, kills off Boaster.
Spike planted.
Makes it so much more difficult for the remaining 2 players, and they're making that decision. We've got some credits to spare, but maybe not enough for everybody. Because of that, they've just got to hold on to the guns.
Well, it doesn't look like Heretics are going to be hunting them down, but happy to pick up an upgrade of an op. If it's even going to be carried through, I mean, there's a good chance he's just going to take the rifle, leave that op inside the spike drop, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, Heretics move north side, get out with weapons, okay, but double digits, that's the more important thing. Credits with 4 players alive, building up, an op removed from Fnatic's clutches as well. A buy in the next possible, especially with Kayak's ultimate, but it does feel like we're getting close to the line in the sand. It's been a back and forth affair so far, but a trip at this hurdle for Fnatic will probably leave them in the dust.
Yeah, and that's it. The time to take a pause is now. Like another 4-1 deficit, same as the last half. They were able to recover from that position, but we are seeing some sort of glaring issues. I think one of them, obviously, like you look at Seavoff in comparison to the first week, no pressure, versus BBL. They'd already qualified him first. It literally didn't matter what happened in that game. So other than pride and maybe doing some damage to BBL, then you go into the high-pressure game versus Vitality, and he definitely struggled. You could see the difference. Maybe you talk about different caliber of opponent or form, but right now, it's been troublesome. And don't get me wrong, the last round, he gets hit by an orbital strike, still gets one, gets out. That's not so much of an issue. The attack side, him having that Phoenix, having to run it back, and never really having too much impact with it, you're starting to see how Fnatic might be suffering a bit more with that stand-in, which is something that needs to be talked about. I think, obviously, with the first week, him doing so incredibly well, I think it's very easy to just look over the fact that they have a stand-in. Just go like, oh, well, if he does insane, then it's not a stand-in anymore. No, it is. There's still going to be gaps. There's still going to be issues that come through. And as of right now, I think also I would just do the comparison of Boaster's individual performance. When you have your team, you can focus more on you. When you have someone new, you have to focus on them. And you've seen his individual level also take a bit of a dip heading into the playoff stage.
It's understandable. You have much more to do in the round-to-round, much more to draw your focus. Now, we've had the timeout from Fnatic. We've spoken about this. A marathon, not a sprint for sure, but it will turn into a quick burst of energy. If they lose out on this one final leg before the map closes in Heretics' favor. This has to be Fnatic's final stand. Big investment. As we said, the ult there for Kayak. They still get him a rifle, but they've lost the B site, forced into the retake early on.
This seems like the plan, though. Like when you have the run it back, you have the overdrive, you got an ability to run in, get some information, maybe get a kill, have no risk behind it, then you can follow up at pace, and that's not bad already. A trade onto an ultimate puts them with a man advantage. Alfie is looking to try and get them the rest of the information, try and clear those players from the backline. That's exactly what they're doing. Get rid of Riens and leave it onto 2. No ultimate to play with. Boo just needs to swing this, and now they know exactly where Benji is. That is a beautiful retake.
I think it worked out really well that Boaster didn't get his kill until towards the end of the round as well, because if he's the one picking up the opening, they get orbital strike right away, and I have almost no doubt that they would have put it into the round. But instead, they get out of there with orbital strike still intact, because he gets it in like a 4v1, or 5v1, pardon me. It was, of course, an end-zone flawless. So, from this point, Fnatic, we said that the pressure was on. This is a round they have to deliver in, and my God, they did. Playing the retake from the get-go, and it was all according to plan, leaving with still some ammunition locked and loaded. The magazines don't need a touch-up.
Oh, this is going to be fast. Surely. All 5 players grouped up. Overdrive for Cosmaris. They've also got Nightfall. Just look at Fnatic, though. They're not on the site. They've seen this coming. They knew that there's a good opportunity. They're going to send in an ult. They're going to get super pacey with it and go for that post plant. Fnatic very happy to try and play the retake, especially now. You mentioned the ults of the last round. Now they have that orbital strike. They can clear some of those angles. Heretics, though, their response, play in more aggressive positions.
Yeah, stay out of those easy chokes. Like you expect that orbital strike to go towards heaven. So not being caught in the corner up there is key. And there it is, coming down just as expected. This is their moment now to push forward. Take the fight to Fnatic as they go to push in off their ults. And it's Benji fighting 2. The push up from Seavoff is messy. He's got there in the end, but Benji's triple has kept it within the realms of possibility for Heretics. They've heard the steps. They know where Cosmaris is coming from, and Seavoff had so much faith in Boaster. 5 HP, and he sticks the defuse.
Yeah, normally you might consider doing that the other way around, so you can take a tag or 2, depending the angle he comes from, but no. You realize, okay, it doesn't matter if I die. It matters that we win the round. I really like this round actually from both sides. Like, obviously, maybe a whiff or 2 in the mix of it, but it's the adaptations they made. First, one team realizing that, okay, Nightfall into that overdrive is a really good aggressive combo. Let's avoid that. Let's let them get the post plant set up with good ultimates. Then you had the Heretics adaptation of, we know where that orbital strike is going. Let's play aggressive ahead of it. And then just the group up towards the end from Fnatic was more than enough in those retakes. And that's what's been working for them. Look at the board right now. Well, you can't, but I can. It was 3 rounds that went off eliminations, 1 with the spike exploding in between, and then the rest for Fnatic have all been retakes.
Yeah, the retakes have been looking very good, but you have to think back to those rounds where they have a run it back. They have a Nightfall. They have a Orbital Strike in play as well. Like, those ults are helping out a lot in those fights. And I do think that lock-in mode we talked about from Heretics, we're at that point with the scoreline where I don't think we'll see too much more loose play, but it's more on the Fnatic side. I need to see that in play now. I need to see the lock-in moment, because yeah, you did it with ults. Great, 2 retakes that you planned to be retakes, that you had the utility to run it down with, and that you won your fights in. That's fantastic. Can you do it now, when the playing field's a little bit more level? Still have a Neon ult, but...
Yeah, and their opponents don't have guns.
That's always, yeah.
It does help out a little bit. You never know. John, honestly, with Woot, you never really know. Same with Koshmaras. I think I've seen this guy get so many sliding Sheriff kills, which, by the way, don't know why that's a thing.
And I don't think we can doubt Rian's with any weapon in his hand.
Yeah, to be fair. Especially, I think the Turkish players have really been pushing forward the use of the Bandit. It's not that surprising when you have the best first bullet accuracy of anyone.
Bring them down.
A lot of information for Fnatic. They've pushed all the way up on A, we can see that, but towards this B side as well, the Cypher setup a bit more passive. It's keeping a lot of info in their hands. Although they see nobody A, with no noise on B whatsoever, no utility, no presence. They're not falling for a ruse just yet. They're not going running into the attackers who are sat patiently waiting on that south side, expecting the overextension. But luckily the Prowler goes through. Heretics are wary of the space they've given up. But what do they do here? You've already used both of your Prowlers. The reveal now finds nothing. You've only got main for your trouble. Now the site push needs some help.
Oh, there's so many players here from Fnatic. They are so aware of what is going on. 4 players already on this side of the map. Benji's done well, though. The re-swing, it's aggressive, it gives opportunity, but that time is ticking. They've still left at the back of the site. Kayaki is not a man that you want to try and deal with in 8 seconds. And Boaster's there on the cross as well. Superb read from Fnatic to level things up. And Mitch, if the game so far is anything to go by, in both halves, 8 out of the 10 rounds from Heretics have come in those first 5. We're now getting into the last few.
Yeah, that's what I was saying coming in the second half as well, right? Like, Heretics found the pistol. It's even at the half. They find the pistol again. It's like, great, okay, cool, because seems like they need that little early lead up, that little bit of a foundation to build on. And now at double digits, the rifle's out from Heretics, but I like what I saw from Fnatic. Up against a mixed buy. They didn't over-aggress too much, but they didn't get rid of the aggression altogether. They needed their space, they fought for it, and they made their opponents pay with utility on the way back in. This time they'll pay with their lives as Koshmaras falls right off rip. An opening duel for Fnatic right when they wanted it.
Yeah, someone that I think a lot of teams have really struggled to deal with. Fnatic have not. Koshmaras has been going down first, I'd say in the majority of
Both
rounds.
halves, yeah.
Sivov has also managed to just earn up his ult as well. That run it back is already online once again. Of course, only 6 orbs. It's aggressive though from Boaster. Showstopper also utilized. It's going to give them at least space on the site, but they do also have to deal with the player in tower. This is a complete wraparound though. They've seen nothing towards that mid spot of the map and just go, okay, well, there's no one here, so that must mean they're pushing the extremities. I think Crashies has now had that realization, but yeah, one of the weirdest rotations you may ever see.
Oh man, how's Benji so low? Well, round 21.
Joke's over.
One of these teams is set to take the lead. Benji will catch Alpha there. No surprise they didn't expect him to be in that corner. They thought a big old rocket came and cleared it. Sivov takes down Boo though. The ult not offering up a trade. Now they move to the side as Kayak's got the finger guns out, but Crashy's landing too is what secures the round for Fnatic. 11 on the board. The team that needed an answer seems to have found one, with the lead being Fnatic's.
Yeah, even though they kind of fell for what was a very good rotation from Heretics, like making the realization there's no one through the map. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, in the moment I didn't catch that.
That's what I was saying. I wonder how he's so low.
I got it from what you said, but I was like, what? It's like, oh, bro, just straight up showstopping his own teammate.
He went, oh, there's no one here. I'll just fire it over where my teammate is. The man of culture. Yeah, but to be fair, when...
It was actually the ultimate bait.
When he emerges from that corner later, you are so confused as Alpha. Like, what?
Wow.
Oh, what a strange round.
Stinky buy from Heretics. A lot thrown into the last round. The showstopper was used. I won't say utilized.
No.
It was used.
It was fired.
But now, they've been giving up this side a lot. And instead, Alphier is actually sat within it. Maybe a bit of a nasty surprise, but it seems to be something they're well aware of. Boost up well, the swing up to Alpha. There's wonderful trades, and it's not the prettiest final kill, but Sevov will not care. Him starting to come online right towards the end of this map. And even with both pistols, and in one half at least, getting themselves the bonus round, Fnatic now sit on map point. That really shouldn't happen for Heretics.
I always like when a player has that resurgence in the later stage of a game because it means we can be honest about how cheeks the first half was. I mean, Sevov looked garbage, and now he's online. He's taken out the trash, and that's exactly what we want to see. That was a big 3K from him under pressure, and that's not only going to be confidence for the next map, which is the pick of Fnatic, but him coming online, as you said, right in the nick of time at the final hour as the bell tolls. 2 rounds, 2 chances for Fnatic to lock in the lead coming out of their opponent's map pick, and it starts with success, but Boaster goes walking through a smoke, but so do Team Heretics, and they've been smoked by the players on the other side. Woot doesn't even fire a shot in the right direction before Sevov himself puts him to bed. That is a Fnatic bounce back on map number 1, and their pick is up next.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. The fact that they were down in both halves. Nonetheless, let's go down to the sideline, which I believe is with Kayak.
Kayak, an absolute solid performance coming through from you here in a game that is so important. What are you making sure to keep this momentum going? Because only 1 map left.
Honestly, just do the same like we did on this map, and we're gonna win. So.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. Good luck with that. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the next map of the series.
Wingman World, well, what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I count it. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
All right. How does running Phoenix change how you approach the macro on Fracture?
I mean, obviously the ult is really strong, so we're focusing a lot on like funneling orbs into getting Clem his ulti a lot of times. And I also think that just gives you some nice like tools for retaking. So flooding a little bit more and just being a little bit more on the fly rather than static. And yeah, doing that sort of play. Also pretty nice. But yeah, it's also a lot about like individual comfort. The boys feel good, Clem feels good on the agent, so just a nice agent, nice change overall.
A nice change up for the agent, but very impactful, and something that might have been glossed over in that coach confession is them talking about how impactful and nice it is, that utility for retakes. And honestly, jumping straight into it, that was the make or break, I feel, between Heretics and Fnatic, right? Because for Heretics, it's like back and forth, you're doing really great, but at the end of the day, Fnatic just had outstanding retake after retake.
Yeah, we end up the first half on a 6-6, so it was all about how Fnatic was going to present that defense. I was telling you before we jumped into the match that it is something that I expected to see a lot in Lotus, and it's something that we also got to see on Fracture. Time and time again, the most important round that Fnatic was able to close were those retakes, where time and time again, we see a Team Heretics that doesn't really know where to position themselves and are just flooded with all of this utility that Milan was talking about.
Yeah, I think I had mentioned that I preferred the Raze coming into this, and I think
You're
that's
wrong. No.
because of, I think that's not. We can be wrong in some instances, but I think that's because of the kind of meta that we're shifting into, expecting to see more Sentinels. But I think Milan kind of hit the nail on the head, right? The way in which they were utilizing the Phoenix kit to be able to come in for these retakes, and honestly, all the players were able to step up because of those protocols that were in place.
I think also that there's many things that go for Phoenix in this map, and especially within this meta. So because of the way the Fracture is and how open the spaces are, the more barriers or like utility that you can have to cover that vision, the better. And in the way that Fnatic has it, they have Kayak's wall, they also have the cages from Alpha, they have obviously the smokes from Brimstone, and you also add in all the utility from Siva. So it's very overwhelming, and it gives you a lot of tools, not only for the retakes, but also to even get in and out of side when you're on the attack. So it's a very nice balance and something that you can abuse.
Yeah, I wouldn't say worried is the right word here, but it was just intriguing to see that Heretics started off so strong in that first half, where it felt like maybe we're going to have a bit of a blowout, and so Fnatic taking their time out, they slow it down a bit more. And is there a specific player that you think was able to keep them in the race a bit more whilst it took the rest of Fnatic to...
Benjamin.
Yeah, Benji.
No, I'm talking about on Fnatic, sorry. No, on Heretics, I know it's Benji. Bro was fine for his London life.
Yeah, Benji really, right from the get-go, playing from tower, Benji was absolutely amazing. Yeah. For me, in the first half, actually, I really... Production, this is scary. I really like Crashes because, even if in the second one he didn't have the craziest numbers, Benji was being such a nuisance to deal with. I really like how Fnatic were taking the time, I know that they're very known for that, to actually understand how Team Heretics was presenting the map today, but I really think that he stepped up, and I think that taking Arcade and everything would have not been possible without him.
Yeah, I think the key kind of takeaway was that both teams were able to have such a great defensive half, and then Fnatic obviously being able to come away with it once that switch sides happened. So yeah, I think Crashies obviously having a great performance in the first half, as we mentioned, and then them just being able to close it out.
Yeah, a lot of things going right for Fnatic, the retakes, having a player that could keep you in there, try and shut down what Heretics are trying to do. But for Heretics, they're going to have to look towards that next map. They want to be able to make sure that they're going to be able to have a better showing on Lotus.
The site of many hard-fought battles between you and Fnatic. What's the key to beating them on it?
I think the key for me is not really map related. I think we were in complete control of that map just now, and we lost our composure. We let the hard rounds get to us and we just completely bottled it, to be honest. So doesn't really matter the map. We know how we need to win. We were in a good position that game and we just kind of didn't close it out. So the key to beating them is making sure we bring our A game, to be honest.
Do you read into this, Kakuka, as they're a bit beaten, a little bit too low energy for what feels like a series still going on, or it's that right amount of being critical and having the discipline of you need to show up and be that bit better?
Sometimes we get this Neil and Weber where they're very honest. I like that personally. And I think that they are right. Like, they were very close to beating them, and at some point they forgot how good they were. I think that one of the players that didn't show up, that had been showing up, especially on Fracture, was Koshmaras. Yes, Wood had a couple of rounds that were ridiculous. That double with Ace Wood in the double kills. And now the ball is in their court. When we think about Lotus, and I was saying, like, oh, why is Sivov going to be playing? Like, he has never played the Viper. Is this going to be a 1-for-1? Is this a way how that Fnatic want to surprise us with?
Yeah, I think that's something to consider, right? We don't actually know what Sivov is going to be playing. And so we come into this where they could have a card up their sleeve. It's just a question of what does that actually look like?
Yeah, well, hopefully those questions are going to be answered for us soon, right? Instead, we get to keep looking towards Lotus, what is going to be happening, and here it is, our agent select coming up. We get to talk about a little bit more of if we're seeing what exactly you want for success on the side of Heretics to push it to a Game 3.
Yeah, for the side of Kayak, he had an amazing map 1. I know that we were highlighting crashes, but it would have not been possible without Kayak bringing the performance that he promised us at the beginning of the day. But we have to look at Team Heretics. Elimination is on the line. Lotus is the map that they have played the most throughout this stage. We've talked about Benji Fish and how he's performing, especially with the Vice. He has to be the one stopping the aggression.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Team Heretics obviously suffering a loss to Eternal Fire on this map. I think especially things that they probably needed to work on and come away from with that was the amount of times that they were trying to punish the lurk coming out from Echo, and he was just being able to pick up 2 of them. So yeah, hopefully they've been able to have a look at that and fix those kind of issues coming in today. Teased it before coming into this Kukuka. Sivov still hovering that Viper, waiting to see if it's going to be locked in.
Like, so far, he's been kind of like slotted in for the plans that Fnatic had originally had for Vega. So it is going to be his first Viper. Now it's all about how much Fnatic has prepared this, because do not forget, they decided to go here, and it has been the ultimate comfort for them. That has been actually the key word for this first stage. So looking into this one, Fnatic should be pretty confident.
Yeah, comfort instead of momentum, I feel like might be more of the conversation here, because I thought Heretics were going to have the momentum not only coming to the series, but going into the map number 2 with how they started off. And so now it all is, does Fnatic have everything? Do they have the comfort? And do they have the momentum?
Yeah, I also think that the Viper is so characteristic of Fnatic, and the way of like them having them on this Lotus and how much it brings it. The ceiling is very, very high for Sivov to match up on too.
Well, it's a big ceiling for Fnatic, a lot on the line for both of these teams. Heretics wanting to bounce back, make sure that they're still in the running, but this is elimination. Let's see how it wraps up, if it is going to, with our casters Mitch and Tom.
Well, a map 3 could be on the horizon, but for that to happen, Heretics have to make the bounce back here on Fnatic's map choice of Lotus. Now, that first map, and I think that raised the concerns, rightfully so, down on the desk. Heretics, strong to start, but definitely not the same in the finish.
No, and now they go into a map that, well, I would say for Fnatic has always been one where they are just incredible at a lot of those like mid-round scenarios. I think that has always been what's been super impressive for me, is that throughout different iterations of this roster, I think this is the best map for Boaster in his calling. I think he's so good on that attack side, but also they've been utterly dominant the 2 times they played this, even battering Eternal Fire, who then battered Heretics. So it's going to be a lot for Heretics to prove here, and they are picking up the pace immediately in towards that B site.
Well, a confident start would definitely help out for the attacking side. And it looks like, even after finding B for free, they're not happy. They want more. And so, in towards Hobbit they go. Where now a Shorty will be defending that doorway. Nice shot by Kayak. Swing back in, a little risky from Sivov, but now they'll just wait. They'll just take this fight together, or at least they'll try to. Heretics pushing it down, taking it towards the spawn, but Kayak has sent 3 out of the round. It's Benji and Woot left to do it all, and the flank around from Benji is perfect, putting things back even until Woot puts them in the lead. It's Heretics, 2v1 time on their side as Crashies is under pressure and the stick in the smoke, not gonna fly.
Yeah, he's unlucky. The fact that Woot gets 2 kills means that nade's back. There's no way that he could just sit within it and defuse from that point onwards, but I'll be honest, I feel a bit bad for Kayak. The fact that he comes out of this scenario getting 2 kills, I really felt like he could have even got the 3rd if he was a little bit luckier. And then you just needed, well, the rest of the players to step up. Instead, though, it's another pistol under the belts of Heretics. But they've been able to do that in the last map.
Yeah, well, they were able to do it twice. Find the pistol, teeter out towards the end. As the spark died slowly, but certainly in the end, Heretics losing map 1, but finding a pistol. Now it has to be clean in the second. It starts out that way, at the very least. Boaster's dealt with, trying to be a smoke criminal, and now a post plant with a relatively open spike. This should be their round. I see very, very few ways for Fnatic to find anything here, and I think they're in the same boat, waiting to either catch somebody over aggressing or go down to the spike.
Well, yeah, considering that I think I've just watched Sivov spend a couple of seconds adjusting his monitor, I don't think they have any plans to move from this position, and we'll just look to go down to the spike. Solid start for Heretics once again, but that has sort of been the expectation. And while Woot's even going to go looking, of course, again, wanting to try and get towards that showstopper, but there is nothing for him to find. Rians will at least gain an extra orb at the end, but ultimately now this is where the game gets going.
I mean, listen, Tom, I'm always a fan of, you play the game in whatever way empowers you. I'm sure I play the game in a way that lots of people, or well, few, probably very few people out there would disagree with. So
I'd say everyone.
Well, it's somewhere in the middle ground, perhaps. But I think that I'm confused a little bit when I see Sivov play the game because he's in the monitor, Tom. I could ask him what the C site smelled like. His nose is in there. It's disturbing. Very few people
like sand.
Bringing the Redgar vibes back from back in the day, where that man genuinely, I think he pressed his eyes against the monitor. He's up close. Maybe that's going to help him hit some shots this map.
This is, again, very pacey from the side of Heretics. Already getting deep control. And when you have the likes of a Judge and weaker rifles, the closer you can get, the better. This is an unorthodox position, though, from the side of Benji. Like, he's just waiting for one man, and one man alone. Alfia setting up for this, and he's just, that's got to be a tilter. Like, you are waiting for someone to maybe try and catch the rest of your team. Instead now, Benji has a second opportunity to backstab. He will need to get a move on, though. Kayak already with one back into the site. Woot looking to try and hold onto the angle and will be able to do so. Yet to die, but that will change very quickly. Rien's dealt with, and now that backstab has to come in again. But Benji already claiming his second flash out, and he will close the round. That is mastery of positioning, if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, it's a great plant spot. I like as well the fact that Fnatic did the right thing here, which was to not split up and go take Benji down and give so much more space back to the other team. Instead, focus on the site, break through, and that they did. But in the end, Benji, perfect position. The timing to catch that second, not that kill, the one just before it, his second of the round, was sublime.
Nice!
Well, I'll say as well, one of the things I find funnier about that is we have seen so many Neon Judge players throughout this stage especially. They gave it to their lurker because they knew exactly what they were going to do with it.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's nasty. That's a nasty plan to have.
Definitely a bit of a frustrating round for poor old Alfia. This time his aggression is going to be kept to the C site where he's pushed up for some tight early control. There's also that Killjoy turret still just about online from where Alpha's standing right now, and that's key because the B site and C are defended, although they have sent Sivov through just to be sure, to be safe, and to be wary of a split coming through. It's very likely Heretics, how many teams do we see break that door and go through to the B site? but it allows them to have so many numbers is the point towards the part of the map that Heretics are playing on. If Alpha goes down, that goes out the window. And he realizes he's being spotted and he will just back up out of that angle. This is the right call. If he stayed around for a second or so longer, this entire round spirals out of control. But even with the pistols, if they can force Heretics to push into the numbers, this could still be a Fnatic round.
Yeah, especially with the time.
Turret breaks calls to rotate.
Yeah, they've already started gambling back in the other direction. I think it's been realized by Kayak at least. That will at least bring in the rotation, but bear in mind what he has. A classic and his utility, a hero through, and actually, for a second, the ultimate coming online made things dangerous. The problem, though, is anybody flanking is being caught by Benji Fishy again. His lurks are being impactful. And for the remaining two, just the pistols remaining. Oh, okay! I was going to say there's little to no hope, but Alfia again shows there's always hope.
It's only a classic, but there's a rifle to be picked up. 22 already in the mag. That flash is going to cause problems, and those thorns going to cause even more. Oh, the time ticking away, but he can force a fight on that player up close. Benji in danger, and he doesn't even know it yet, but that shot fired gets Rien's looking the right way, and it's an easy kill in the end. 4-0. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, because in the last map on both halves, we had this moment where we go, ooh, I'm getting worried about Fnatic. Heretics are looking dominant, and to be fair, Fnatic down numbers, that means nothing. Nothing to me. We've seen it a million times. But it's more so Heretics being dominant. That's the part that's strange for me to see and then see it fade away in both halves.
I think as well, in this one, just how impactful Benji's been already is a very good sign. You could say the same for the last map as well,
Yeah,
though.
definitely.
I think the bigger danger, though, is just this is Sivov's first time playing the Viper. I think cycling of utilities already is going to be so important with that agent. He's a pinnacle piece of a puzzle that is normally perfect. The start, though, is sublime. And with Sivov holding his ground, that's already a further advantage. Showstopper out finds nothing, and he's managed to take a lot of space back, but he's caught by the spam from Woot.
Yeah, he realized that, well, he had to go somewhere to avoid that Showstopper. Good reasoning, good shot, and Kayak misses up top. That would have been the round lockdown, a 4v2 before the plant even comes in. Instead, Heretics, they get another lifeline. Perhaps it will be one of their last, given Fnatic 3v3 now, that op waiting to hear it sing, but 50 seconds on the clock. Heretics don't seem to be feeling pressured. Despite being surrounded, despite needing that spike plant, they are taking their time.
With how quick they were, they can afford to do this, and it's constantly forcing Fnatic to recheck and re-clear, especially the tapping of the door. Like, that was the goal. They want to bait someone into making a mistake. Try and get them to fight you, so that then you have an opportunity to plant for free. The problem with planting right now is it's a danger. You give yourself an instant disadvantage. So they are waiting just to see if that mistake is made. Another whiff shot, uncharacteristic, and now they're going to clear out Crashies as well. They have been on this site for well over a minute, but they have brought it down to just a singular player left. Boaster looking to try and claim his spot at home, his spot in London, but with the smoke already in hand, he's done a lot of damage, but taken even more in return. A 1v2 that seems to be slipping further and further away with 5 bullets left, and he's not baiting them into any sort of fight. They are just taking their time as they have the whole round. Brilliant patience from the side of Heretics.
Yeah, and now the pressure really starting to mount. You can see it there for Fnatic. 2 big opportunities for Kayak. We could have seen Boo and Rien's down and out of the round. But
let's go, guys! Amazing! Let's go!
those shots don't land. Those players left alive in the late stage, and the price is paid by Fnatic. 5-0 down. This is a big one for FNC, but we have seen them bounce back from worse. You can never lose faith.
Yeah, and you might be looking at this and going, okay, why have the casters decided they would like to compare the statistics of 2 players that, at least going back in stage 1, don't have the most incredible statistics, but it's what's on the line. That's the talking point in this matchup. We've got 2 players with the opportunity to go back to the country they are from, to go in front of their home fans and have a chance to battle for a trophy, of course. This game isn't a qualification game. It's not an opportunity for one to guarantee that they will go, but it will guarantee that one of them will not. At least not in a competitive standpoint. Maybe they'll go just because they might want to visit family. Not quite the same. And 5-0 up from Heretics, obviously. The coaches said it themselves, another couple of Brits wanting to make it to that event, that they feel like they let the last map slip. Well, from 5-0 up, I'm sure they're hoping that this pause won't have the impact that Fnatic are hoping it will.
It does always feel like a matter of time. Alpha, 2 kills, 4 deaths. Do you remember those 2 kills with the Sheriff?
I do remember them.
That little double tap. We haven't seen them every round, but we've seen moments of it. And in the previous map, we saw Fnatic slow to start, but get there in the end with a speedy close to both halves. Now we'll look for the same fake TP put through. Making those players look at their back, making them wonder. And, well, Alpha still good with the Sheriff for at least 1. It's a start, but following up on it should be difficult.
Oh, through they go. Shot is at least connected. But it's not going to be enough damage to warrant a kill. Benji will still be standing. A couple of ults expended in this round from the side of Heretics. They knew that after the pause, there's a good opportunity, a change of mindset, a step up from the players. And there's still 1, maybe even 2 more to play with in the next round. They don't really need to have everything online going into the next buy. Boaster, though, making things costly in a decent position, but Koshmaras well aware. And while a Boaster 1v3, it's not going to be happening. 6-0. Heretics extending that lead further with, okay, as said, a couple of ults expended, but I don't think they'll mind too much.
No, but on the other side, I don't think Fnatic will mind losing that one too much either. They had a lot of weaknesses. This is the round that no doubt they will have discussed when it came to that timeout. And as hesitant as I am to say it, we are getting towards crunch time now. 6-0 is not a damning...
Meteor, bro. Come on.
Oh, it's not a damning scoreline, but it's getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's always difficult on this map because we know how good Fnatic historically have been on that attack side, but they do need to give themselves some wiggle room in the manner in which they've been losing these rounds, be it from dominance at the beginning to even having pretty big advantages a couple of rounds ago. It's that same pace that Heretics look to hit them with. Already, they're going to be taking the weaponry away and forcing Fnatic into a retake.
Placing wall trap.
Saving that wall for post plant as well. A deadly setup you've just seen put through there for Benji. As soon as the wall's tripped, flash goes up, and whoever's caught inside's in big trouble. But now lockdown in play. They're going to have to fight against that. Okay. And it's Koshmaras with a double. The nade doing the dirty work, but Kosh is going for more. Last bullet in the mag. And that's a triple kill and a denial of the lockdown that Fnatic were hinging that retake on. The spike will go off. There is no stopping it now, and Fnatic realize they are running for the hills as Heretics are running for the finish line. 7-0 now to the attack. No matter how slow they are in the second portion of this half, they're guaranteed the lead.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. It even felt like they adapted that on the fly. Because the way they placed the wall and the post plant, you kind of go like, oh, they're just going to lock themselves in. And then it was the realization of, oh, they're going to put the lockdown in. We need to get aggressive. And then just the utility that they used on the fly. Like, as you said, they saved util, but it wasn't just what was saved by Benji. I think it was Rien's had some util as well.
Seize, stun, nade, all at the exact same time. I mean, I do think initially the plan there was to turtle, and then someone made the call, wait, they have lockdown. Wait, they're going to do it, probably do it here. They were ready the second it went down. 3 pieces of utility at you, you're dead. The question is, can anybody else trade you out? The answer was absolutely not. Not before there's 3 bodies on the floor, and none of them were from Heretics. An initial fight from Woot here. He's left a little on his own, but Boo, TP's out for the trade. Now big swing coming in to try to pull it back into Fnatic's favor, and it looks to be working. Benji, though! He's thrown a wrench into the plans of Fnatic. And he could be burying them beneath another feet of dirt. It is a potential 8-0. And the man who can stop that dominant score from coming through is Alfier.
Benji has only died once so far. He's been impeccable, nigh on perfect, battling for that opportunity to make it to Masters London. The bait on the wall. He doesn't know maybe if the player's already crossed, but feels like he would have had the timing. Still a little bit wary of that wraparound, and his reposition gives him a good spot. Althea, though, knows that he's going to have to drop back down, maybe. No, he's gone so far, but he will land the shot in the end. It's a second death for Benji and a first round for Fnatic.
Oh yeah, that felt like the last hand on the ledge for Fnatic, and Benji trying to stamp down on their fingers.
That was a pinky finger. Yeah. That was one little pinky finger clinging on.
Thank God he doesn't bite us now. He would have went flying, but...
Althea's got a very strong pinky finger.
Not the first time I've heard that, let me tell you. And thank God he does. Pulls himself right back up, and his team right back into things. A 7-1 deficit. It's not pretty, but this could have been a continuation of the dominance that we've seen in the last 7. Now, round 9, a bye up for both teams, but most importantly, Fnatic has so many ultis to work with. That Viper's Pit already on the right side of the map. As you can see, Heretics wasting no time.
Yeah, they've been so good at just getting in incredibly fast, getting into those post plants. And as we saw earlier, their post plants are impressive, but in this case, they had no plan of planting. Kayak already bringing one back. Knows there's still a man on the plant, will go through the thorns, takes a lot of damage as he does, and it makes that kill all the more easy. Seavoff already low, Boaster.
Spike planted.
Nowhere near the action just yet. In fact, Boo, I don't even know if anybody's going to expect this corner this late into the round, especially with everybody else and where they're facing. Boo's just looking to try and make sure he can protect his teammates who are a bit of an awkward corner. Bear in mind, Seavoff is so low, they'll fight him together, making sure there's no chance of him slipping the net. For Boaster, unfortunately, the credits start to come calling again. They need to make sure they have a bye for the next round, so he needs to keep the gun.
You win one, you come into this, and there's barely that much of a contest in so many of those fights. It's definitely not the look that we needed to see from this squad. Boaster getting a moment to chat with the boys and again steady that ship. But the deficit that they were already facing puts them in a position where Fnatic, they don't just need to win a round here or there, they need an answer, a solution. And so far, it has been out of reach. And even after they found that one, you hope that that would be it. A big clutch, a big 1v1.
Yeah.
Right back to losing ways. No surprise to see the timeout called.
The terrifying thing as well is just look at the manner in which Heretics are playing this. It's almost their level of disrespect. It's we're going to go A, we're going to go A until you stop us. Until you stop us going A. The round that Fnatic won, they put 4 people there and they were spamming with an Odin. They had everybody fighting together. You go,
it was
okay,
a 1v1 in the end.
You're gonna stack that hard to beat us. Well, now are you going to do that on C? No. Why would you? You're going to at least either split up or you're going to do the same again. So then they just run it down into the C site and go, well, you know what? You stacked us on A, so now we're going to destroy the other side of the map and see if you have the ability to hold on. And the answer was no. The sheer pace they're being hit at is just so difficult. Even with the orb was up, it wasn't like utility was late or anything. They just got wrecked on entry.
That's the problem. Fixing that will be difficult. And with Team Heretics performing the way that they are, it doesn't look like there's going to be all too many shots pulled, punches pulled, I suppose, as we come into round number 10, the half. Almost over. Not much left to play for in half number 1 for Fnatic, but they are going to hope to gather together what crumbs they can. Make for half possible. It's deep aggression.
It's a ruse.
It's a lot of control over A main. And nothing for it. Seavoff, though, does well. His wall gives him the cover to back off. That is perfectly played. And now with an advantage, they can fall back to the retakes that have worked out so well.
Yeah, he got the snake bite off in time. Left him with enough that even when we went through it. But from A to B, now trying the C plan from Heretics, but they've taken so much damage. Seavoff now in the right place again, his second kill of the round. A post plant will be there, but this is an advantage Fnatic surely can't lose.
In a normal round, you'd say that, but this time they cannot afford to let this one slip. They shouldn't lose it off the numbers alone. And they couldn't lose it if they want this map to be theirs. It's going to be Rian's seeing the first as the retake already underway. Numbers on site, spams coming through while others hold for the aggression. All their bases covered, and Fnatic hitting nothing but home runs. It will be an in-zone flawless for the second round on the board in Fnatic's favor.
Yeah, I think even just the Nightfall, like, I don't mind it going in, but I think it shows where we're at. Like, they had a two-man advantage, but it's like, we need this round. We need to make sure that at no point they have a chance. And I think with how much some of those players were tagged, that put them down to like 1 HP. Like, it was a spam through the wall. There you go, from Boaster. And then just a singular bullet needed to clear out Boo. A much better round from Fnatic, but most importantly, a much better round from Sivo. He's not been playing bad so far, but just being able to deny that rush back towards the B site, and then also deny them doing the same on C, that's such an important round from him.
We've seen this aggression from Fnatic. It's how they afford those early rotations, getting a main early. It's certainly not a new strategy by any stretch of the imagination. But Heretics saw it in the last round. They saw that space taken and the players immediately backing off. The rotates being in play towards C. Now, they leave a man outside. The same thing for the B site. They'll put pressure on this entire left side of the map, hoping that some over-aggression comes in, that Benji can maybe catch Kayak, looking for an early flank. For now, at least, it's a very patient display from the defenders, not falling for any of the ruses that have been sent their way.
It feels like Heretics at this point are just attempting to bait out as much utility as possible. Keep making noise around each side of the map. But Fnatic have actually held on to quite a lot here. They're still having Prowler, the Haunt, Paranoia, Snakebite. They haven't fallen for the tricks. It leaves them with a lot to play with that Paranoia available just to try and slow them once again. And with an additional stun thrown through, challenging this
30 seconds
definitely
left.
seems like a bit of a gamble. Two players still on the other side of the map, but Rians will win that initial fight. They now have to send it though. And Boaster is still yet to make the call for his teammates to actually rotate over to this side. 15 seconds left, but if they split back towards B, there will still be somebody waiting.
That wall, though, it's gotten them through. The Paranoia didn't land, but the stun on top of it, what can you do? There's no way to deny that plant. They can at least thin the herd alongside it. Boaster does well to find one. But for Fnatic, they're losing control. Heaven's now being pushed into as well. The Viper's Pit is an attempted way back in, or so it seems. But look at the map. The only player on that side is Sivov. You've had Boaster wrap around to the south side while doubled up in Heaven. They look to try to punish that aggression from earlier, but Heretics have simply fallen out. They've given up that space. The timer is ticking, and it's not Heretics under pressure. A reveal up close, that's a freebie! Alpha's deleted, Crashy's traded on immediately, and even a showstopper for good measure. Heretics will not let this round slip, and the gap extends, a guarantee of 9 at the half, with 1 round left to play for.
Again, it was getting a little bit late on the clock. I was looking at Heretics, and especially with, as I said, it seemed like their plan for the majority of the round was try and bait out utility. That's the one thing that sort of caught them a little bit, was the snake bite of the previous round. And even without it necessarily being baited out, they win the fights at the moment they need to. The Viper's Pit doesn't cover the spike or cover their way out, which definitely makes it that little bit harder. And then just a really good timing of putting that Haunt into it. Like, just the second that Althea goes to run out, he gets pinged. 9-2. Another aggressive fight for A control ensues, and well, they've got the information of where these players are. Rians is firing on all cylinders.
It's a full bloodbath in A main to start the round. Shrouded step from Boo got him across, avoiding the C's that was sent out. And on the other side, the C's catching a few. It made it so hard for Kayak to get to the spot he needed to be on Rubble. Again, we said the whole idea from Fnatic of fighting that early is to get that control.
They've got the read
relies
so
on
wrong.
them getting on Rubble, and they couldn't do it. Now left with a massive gap of information. Even in a 3v3, the number's even, but look how big the map is. Now they've realized where the hits come. Boo, you're in a nano, bro!
Oh my God.
1 HP! A little bit of decay in the mix, but that could have been the end.
Yeah, just the elevated Nano, but like that's been around for a long, long time. I'm surprised he gets caught that much by it and now completely blinded. But even still, that's an even trade. Rien's down to just 7 HP, still wary of a player in the corner. Rien's is just not stopping his 14th kill of the half, leaving Crashies 33 health, and desperately trying to at least put a curse onto the board, but it seems like right now the curse of Rien's is taken over. 10 rounds for Heretics.
It's starting to feel like he has a grudge against about every team in the league at this stage. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Well, Fnatic, 2 rounds on the board, a team that's known for some historic comebacks, and now they need one. Let's see how the vibes are down in the studio with the Fnatic fans.
Nice! Nice, nice! Let's go!
Listen, we're gonna be sending it over. Hello. All right. It's not just a Fnatic fan. It is the Fnatic fan. It's a 9-3 half.
No, 10-2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it a little. Yeah. You want to talk about it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really scared. We're used to it. You know, remember champs 1-11, so we can do everything. I believe in the boys. They always got it.
Okay, so what do you think they got to do to actually close this one out? Because, I mean, they have the buffer, right? They won that first map, so they're kind of chilling, but so what are you expecting here?
Honestly, whatever Boaster says, I know it works out. I know Milan is also talking to them, Desmond's talking to them. They will figure it out.
I love how you have like such faith in Fnatic, because historically we know how great they are at keeping the hot monitors going. So how is yours doing today?
I mean, I've been watching them forever. And just like, I've been to almost every match. I've missed like 2 or 3 in the arena here. I believe they've got it.
That's some dedication, yo. Someone get him a signed jersey. Do you have one?
No, not a signed jersey.
All right, well, okay, someone get him a signed jersey, please. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you sit down, and casters, we're gonna head back over to you guys.
I've got one, signed by Scott. 10-2, Team Heretics.
Didn't even get him to do the chant.
Yeah, what the hell?
What he's known for.
Well, we'll certainly hear it if they start coming back. It's been a tough time to be a Fnatic fan, but that's just called a game day. With 2 on the board, well, not a lot of faith in this half. Do you think that Ascent should be better, Tom?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm still, you know, there's an attack side to come. You're never going to doubt Fnatic on those attacks. And you know what? Let's have a listen in to see how things are going. Are they still feeling they can do it?
Rather see.
Yeah,
I drop one now.
I guess Vice is on A.
The fate probably be
They're doing it.
2 more. 3.
3 in Hobbit. Yeah, 3 Hobbit and 1 A.
I'm watching main.
Yeah, I'm blinding him.
105 neon. 105 neon. 3, 4.
Last player standing.
Directly I mean.
Coming back.
Now, Tom, I think it's safe to say that a pistol round might help Fnatic's current position, but Heretics have won every pistol so far, and for that reason, I'm going to predict Heretics to win the pistol.
Okay, that's yeah, great shout.
Thank you.
If you'd said that maybe like 30 seconds ago, that might have held some weight.
Listen in. I mean, I was waiting to say it.
Yeah. I'm more surprised, like, especially when we see in the replay how Rien's is not dead, because he was full blinded walking into the crosshairs of like multiple players and just somehow didn't die. I think it kind of shows how things are going. Rien's seemingly...
No.
He's gonna get blocked by the wall! That's what you get, Rien's! That's what you get! That isn't so flawless. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit upset, but I think he'll cope.
Yeah, the 11-2 scoreline might help.
Look at it. He's just running around completely blind.
Well, the box was his best friend there, and so was Benji, covering everyone that swung out.
Bro, come here, I will knife you, bro. Why are you crossing the wall?
Well, he had to do something. 11-2, and that really should be the final nail in the coffin. 12.
Yeah.
Within reach, and it's a force buy from Fnatic. They're putting all the credits into it. Lose this one, the game is gone. Although I think it might have been a while ago. That's a nasty set of spams from Benji.
Mode,
and then Boots hit that.
Okay.
And that.
Oh, you know what? This was a dangerous start, but they've already managed to bring it back.
Put it away, mate.
The Ares coming out for Koshmaras.
Good
Funnily
start.
enough, always seems to do quite a lot of damage. Is running out of bullets, but he'll get there in the end. It's a couple of players lost, and normally you'd talk about that as not bad eco round, but that wasn't an eco round.
No, that was a force buy.
Also, Benji had one of the whiffs of the century, so...
Yeah, possibly the worst full magazine usage of a Bulldog I've ever seen, but it is a hard gun to use, let's put it that way. I really don't like the Bulldog. It just feels wrong. And I'm sure Benji agrees with me after that round. But yeah, this definitely looks like a comeback that might even be too big of an ask for even Fnatic. And I know that's a crazy thing to say.
Oh my God. Well, we talked about Fnatic dominance. A 13-4 the last time, 13-2 the last time they played this. And now they are getting decimated. A complete turnaround from the previous. An attempted wrap. Timing is all they could really hope for, and they have none of it. The luck has all but dissipated. A third map. All but guaranteed. Unless Crashies can pull off a 1v4, and then they win a further 9 rounds in a row. And then they go to overtime. In case you didn't realize, I did not believe. 13-2 on Lotus from Heretics. I don't think I've ever seen a map that could be more of a confidence builder for this squad. They have just decimated Fnatic on their home turf.
Yeah, pistol rounds not the only thing that's looking good for Team Heretics with a dominant map win under their belt on their opponent's map pick. It's a third map needed. We will go all the way to Ascent. But before that, let's go all the way down to this stage and talk to Boo.
We're all the way down here on the stage with Boo. I mean, that was a great map. It was your opponent's map pick. You saved yourself from elimination. One more map left. How are you keeping a tight ship going forward?
I mean, main thing is probably not panic and understand that they're still Fnatic. I think we did some mistakes on Fracture, misunderstanding their style, and this one was better, but it's still gonna be hard.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to let you join the rest of your team. So thank you so much for your time. And we're going to be heading over to a quick little break. So we'll be back with the final map of the series.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay. I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. My feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep
keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane.
You guys were dominant on Lotus. Was there anything or anyone you want to shout out as being key to closing it out? I'll just quickly answer. I think just following the game plan and following what the preparation is for it and just playing our game, basically.
Yeah, I think we had a really good mentality this game. We knew exactly how they were going to play. I think the game plan was perfect, I would say. They didn't change much, so yeah, perfect. Happy days. Hopefully more of the same on the next map.
I've come to the bottom of a conclusion here. They're just stoic guys over on the side of Heretics, I feel. It's really just down to the players that are bringing that extra level of energy. I just thought that the way that we saw each individual popping off the other day with the energies, a little bit of trash talk coming out, I thought it was through with everyone, but no, that one's reserved specifically for the players, it seems.
We'll bring the coaches in on the desk so you can actually meet them and talk to
I'll
them.
call them out for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think you should. I think you should.
Yeah, I think they're being very nonchalant in the coach confessions, but I don't think naturally they're like that. But amazing for them to win out a map, and so dominantly as well, I want to say. It's going to be a real confidence booster knowing that this is obviously keeping them in the series and being able to make it to Masters London.
I think it is crazy, Nat. I promised you, I really promised you that there was going to be some insane retakes from the side of Fnatic on Lotus.
You kind of did, and I feel, I wouldn't say lied to, but I feel betrayed and heartbroken instead.
So here's the thing, right? So I was looking at Seavoff and I was like, man, you're great. You're going to be great on the Viper. That ult, the one ult that we saw that half, I was like, no, that is not really for you. That doesn't really do much for you. For Heretics, a lot. It does a lot. I don't know. I didn't see a lot of comfort. I think that there were also moments. You know, we see like players want it more and whatnot. I do think it has to do with what the coaches said of actually sticking to the plan. And I think Benji was also stellar on this map. Same goes for Rians. I think that he had a very good second map. But I think that right off the bat in this bonus, where he starts being a little bit sneaky with the judge here, he finds one and he instantly goes in the move, identifying that the post plans that we saw in Fracture is not something that could be repeated on Lotus for us to go to a third map. Did I expect the scoreline to look like this? No. No, I didn't.
Bro, if anyone expected this scoreline, I would have called them a liar just a moment ago, but...
Yeah, because this is a map that both teams have been pretty dominant on in the past, I'd like to say. And yeah, I think Benji, having that player that can allow you to have these lurks, he was able to find so much space, which was allowing them to be in such comfortable positions when it got to that post plant, which was perhaps why Fnatic were struggling with these retakes on Lotus. Yeah, it was kind of messy to watch.
Well, it's one of those things, right? We get one map where it feels like Fnatic are able to just have this advantageous situation time and time again for themselves on those retakes, a game plan that works for them. And on the side of Heretics, they're the ones with the game plan that works. They're the stronger showing. It just feels like it was a lot stronger than even what was strong for Fnatic on Fracture.
I think that Tom and Mitch were doing a great job, like the identifying, you know, the thought process that Heretics was having there, saying like, oh, we're just going to take A until
A simulator.
Simulator until we can't go A again. And then Fnatic started fighting for A, and they were like, okay, not interested anymore. We move on to the next thing, but it was like already too late.
Yeah, I'm just upset that we didn't get to see more Koshmaris on the defense. We saw him pull out the Ares on those last kind of rounds. That's only because he didn't have enough to buy an Odin, and I kind of wanted him to have the opportunity to redeem himself, considering how he performed on the Odin on defense the other day. So maybe Heretics are happy that they're able to close out so quickly.
There's still that map 3, right? And there's still all those chances for what you guys are talking about. But before we get onto that map 3, there's still a chance to hear from our Fnatic coaches.
Ascent up next, and you have seen Heretics on it already without showing your own hand. What should we expect, and can you tease any surprises?
You can expect something new, but I don't know. They might be watching this for all I care, so I'm definitely not telling. Sorry, we can't give any spoilers, but expect something new, expect something fresh, and yeah, expect Fnatic to bounce back. That's it.
Milan the May, you've been on this show for the past 3-4 years. You know exactly that they cannot see it.
Well, at least the players can't. Maybe the other coach. Who knows? I don't know.
I don't like the cowardness. I don't like that. I'm not gonna say anything because it might. Yeah, literally, you're gonna say it, and they're going to change their entire plan. They're gonna change the comp, and it will change it. 100% change the outcome.
They're gonna counter strat in 30 seconds. That's how good these coaches are on the side of Heretics. It's also just how vague it was. Not just something new, but I want to know: is it new because we haven't seen you on Ascent? Is it new because
it's Sivov on Viper?
Right.
We don't want to see that again.
Is it new because no other team is running the comp you're going to do? Like, what is that element of new you're bringing? Surely he could have narrowed that part of it down for us.
So, he could have, and it would have been enough, because what angle are we looking at? Fnatic was so innovative with Ascent last year. The last time, of course, that we saw him play it was back at Champs. But we saw some Sage, we saw Vice, we saw Chamber. They innovated so much, so I really want to see what they're actually going to be bringing out today. And it's Alpha on the Vice. Okay, I'm not entirely mad at this. I think I was expecting for this to happen before, and way before Ascent, to see Alpha going on the Vice.
Yeah, I think in terms of new, I want to see what that new is, right? Because for me, this composition feels very vanilla when we think of Ascent. Initially, the only kind of change that we would have there from that vanilla composition would be the Killjoy instead of the Vice, right? So that's what we can look at as being perhaps new here. I'm intrigued to see Kayak on the Jet as well. This is an agent that we've seen players pick up a bit more coming into the playoffs.
Bro, I am so happy that Milan didn't give it away, because Heretics would have counted this so like it would have changed. Literally, it would have been night and day. But as before jumping into this, everybody remember what's on the line. Surviving here in the lower bracket, a chance to go to London. For the side of Team Heretics, yesterday was an absolute nonsense what they played on Ascent. They bounced back on the defense after not being able to deal with the double Sentinel from the other side. Woods had an amazing day. Same for the Benji that we're seeing today.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they're probably happy that they're not going up against that double Sentinel this time around, but even still, they need to be able to do that here. And for Fnatic, similar story. They have the opportunity to play on home soil at Masters London, just one step away on this last map.
Well, that's the thing. We're getting caught up with the fact that the Fnatic coaches were talking about something new, but they were also talking about the fact it was going to be a Fnatic dub for them. And I do wonder, is that agent select going to be it? Is this comp going to have that success, or are we going to be saying goodbye to them? We'll see just how hard Heretics can fight back with Mitch and Tom.
Well, it seems Neon is dead. Long live KO. What do you make of these comps we're seeing coming in here?
I'm not gonna lie, when he was talking about like secrets, as if it was about to blow our minds.
Oh, yeah.
After yesterday, watching Envy, I thought that maybe I was going to get something spicy, like a Reina clove. But no, it's fairly standard. I don't think there's anything too crazy. But I do think different ideas in terms of how it's going to be playing. Obviously, back to that double initiator. I think KO on this map still has so much power at completely denying those takes, being able to slow all of that utility from being able to be thrown in. But kicking off on that attack side, I want to see how Fnatic are going to set the pace and how that Vice is going to end up being utilized on this side of the map.
Oh, expecting something spicy, and instead you got the catch-up. Nice opening from Alfie. I mean, listen, catch-up can still have a bit of a kick to it too. Just ask So Marcus. He knows all about it. Let's see if this flavor is what Fnatic needed. Rienz, he's thinking about going forward. Benji's alongside him, but they'll back off. At least for the time being, and it's a good thing too, because Boo's just being cut down to size. This split from Fnatic is, well, finding a lot of success in the back of Alfier. A triple for him in this before we finally see Kayak answer the call, and, well, Woot left to pick up the pieces. A welcome departure from the success that Heretics had in every single pistol round before this.
Yeah. And then also a chance to get 50% of the rounds that they got on the last map as well. So definitely a bit of a step up.
There was no need.
Hey, they blocked me on Twitter. It's cool, you know.
That is true,
I'm gonna throw some shots.
They started the beef. So, you know what, Tom? I stand with you.
I might have Cosmic Cursed their whole team, but that's not the point.
At least it wasn't against a team they've got, I don't know, beef with.
Yeah, they've been 9 times in a row
That's
until I made the post. But we'll ignore that. I didn't do anything today other than point out the fact that one of those beautiful British boys will not be making it to Masters London.
Pistol!
And this is what it comes down to. This map right here. Of course, 2 very different styles of play. Almost a necessity to be aggressive. And bear in mind that Heretics really struggled on the attack side when playing against BBO. It looked like they were going to get battered out of this map as well, but managed to turn it in their defensive half. So a poor first half here might be more damning than you think. Of course, for data for the other side, we are yet to see Fnatic play this map. It's only just been reintroduced, and they, of course, skipped that first round of playoffs.
All these rounds, often a formality as they should be, with the defenders posing next to no real threat. Of course, that's never really the thing you should be saying when there's a Neon with a shotgun, but now there isn't, so I feel pretty confident in saying that. Boo, on Classic in hand and a chance to do some damage, but looking at the buy of Fnatic, it's not going to be easy. You take 2 kills, you're probably only removing an SMG. You take 3, and you're so much better than them as a player, you're probably going to win the round. Almost impossible for him to get what he needs to out of this round. Why is he running that far away with the bookie?
I'm guessing he's going all the way around to try and just catch them on the exits of B. Didn't want to make any sound as he did it. Wanted them to maybe get the full sense of security after clearing some of those positions. Unfortunately, it makes no difference because Alfie is now pushing in his direction and will close him out for the end zone flawless. A magnificent start from Alfie, so much so that he is 1 orb away from getting that steel garden. And that is one of the major benefits for the attack side on this map, is you are able to fight for those orbs and you are able to have a fair advantage in winning them.
You're saying good start for Alpha, so much so, and I thought you were going to say that he has as many kills as the previous map.
No, I'm not mean. I'm a nice guy.
Not as good as our Classic.
There you go, all right.
All right, well, that's real beef being started now. You can say whatever you want, or like all those things we have to bleep, but you insult their Classic? That's crazy.
Coming for the bottom line. I respect it. Oh, well, there goes that wall. That was a bit of an easy one to bait out. Alpha might have to rethink his positioning there. Yeah, it has been a lights-out start from Alpha here. 5 kills, I think 4 of them with the Ghost. And, well, like I said, 5 kills in the previous map. Confidence builder, much needed for a Fnatic that was slow to start. Found the finish on map 1, never started map 2. Finally finding their pistol round, they seek a 3rd. 3 in a row.
My ultimate's ready.
Managed to play with that steel guard, definitely puts the pressure on here. Woot able to make it out just about, but he will be locked out on that site. All alone now, 1 man, and it's Benji fishing. He will find the first, and they are slow to look for trades. He's given a chance to catch his breath, ready himself, steel himself for the battle to come, and another found as a result. Benji, you put him in a corner, and he comes out swinging every time. With Crashies alone, he spots 1, lands the headshot. HP very low for both. That looked doable. In the end, Heretics find their round.
I feel like it's a little bit unlucky not to come out with something a little bit more there. Boo so desperately low, and if a single bullet got spammed in. But these are kind of the moments you want to see from not only Benji Fishy, but also Wu. When he is just playing this Jet, it feels like just an absolute comfort pick.
No! Let's go, guys. Good job. They use Faisal. 6.
And as he said, already managing to beat what was a bonus, but also had an ultimate invested. Even still, Fnatic are going to be able to comfortably buy. Of course, we know that Koshmaris is more than happy to pick up a Judge instead of having one of those rifles. But if Heretics are going to have another stellar defensive side, as they did when they played BBL, they can't afford to lose this round.
I mean, unless I'm mistaken, Heretics have as many kills as Alpha does right now. It's a flash in the pan, or at least it can be chalked up to that, and the buy round coming in from Fnatic. It's tough because last round, obviously, They did commit an ult on that attacking side. A big one in the Steel Garden with the Vice ult gone. The success they found didn't come on the back of it necessarily. Judge up close for Koshmaris. Oh, and he gets caught by the flash. He ate it. Getting out of there is tough, but he makes it.
Yeah.
They're very slow to follow up, and look at that damage on the spam! Oh! Koshmaris in for the double with the Judge! And that, unrecoverable. With Alpha spotted here, that was the one saving grace. A man slipping past, but no,
30 seconds
not flying under the radar, but too low to the ground, 2-1. Well, we're about to see things equalized.
Yeah, that almost feels like the curse of just not punishing Koshmaris. Just allowing him to live that little bit extra longer, and he's able to get back out, reutilize what is the value of those Neon abilities, that slide back into position.
I wonder what happened on short. Like, either the KO flash blinded the whole team, or everyone's trolling. I think the flash must have blinded everyone. Kayak double smoked himself, so I assume he was still blind and just panic smoked. And nobody followed up onto Koshmaris. I mean, that short fight is a real head scratcher, and that is where they lost the round. So I think that's somewhere that we'll certainly see them try to fix whatever happened, and my assumption is it was the flash.
They get hit by the paranoia. Flash through, and he's already gone.
Okay, that was it. That was enough.
Oh, that's disgusting, though. Seabov, because I saw Koshmaris low,
wow,
but I was just like, I don't know how that he's not ended up dying there, but yeah. The power of the Judge. 2-2. The 2 guns saved as well for Fnatic is all they have for this round. The rest on classics. Kayak has invested at least a little bit into some light shields, just to make sure that if they do drop a gun, or maybe if he can get an orb or two. This time the wall is placed a little bit shallower, so evidently that was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure we needed to see a second wall to figure that one out, Tom.
It's good to know. It's good to know. He's made the adaptation.
Well, he had a battle. 3 players pushed up, saw the wall, backed out. No longer wanting that smoke. It's a good thing, too. They found themselves still in main. The firing squad wouldn't be there to welcome the pistols in. Now 2 rifles still in play for Fnatic. A chance for damage, but the main thing about this round will be exactly that. It's not victory. Take a look at the credits for Heretics. They are getting a little bit out of control. They are stacked pretty high. And this is the point where, you know, if you can find a few kills, great. But then you think about it on the other side. Look at the credits for Fnatic. They're decent on the top half of the board, but 2 players could use a weapon. And you got 2 weapons. So a choice to be made. And, well, it seems like the choice is simply to carry these forward to the next.
I do like the way that we're seeing Heretics actually play B, though.
10 seconds left.
A lot of it is you get aggressive B main control. You deny anybody swinging into it without at least throwing some utility, like a pop flash, paranoia. You know that someone's going to have to re-clear it. And then you give that space up and you go back to fight mid because you know that's the other angle they're going to try and claim. It's something they're doing consistently. It's like, okay, we battle this together, then we move and battle this together. And it means that for the player that swings in, it's very difficult to find which angle you need to be holding because there's normally multiple players. And they've been able to win that fight in the majority of rounds, at worst at a trade. And what already, after 3 rounds in a row, 3 investments, I'm now going to see that pause coming out from Fnatic. And I will say their pauses, not so much in the last map, but in map number 1, were massively impactful. They were able to get quite a lot done with them. So I think on a map that, well, in theory should be level, but we don't really know where it lands. And after the last map, I feel like I don't know anything about these 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. The first map was something you could at least make sense of, right? Like, the Fnatic heating up towards the end of a half is a story that we've told many times, we've seen unfold many times. But when it comes to Lotus, I just don't know what I was witnessing. It felt like completely different teams down on that stage, and we have seen that a lot, this stage especially, where it feels like map to map, we get completely different faces. And I do wonder, we saw earlier the stat Captain Cow had for us that Fnatic, although historically they never planted, or their average was never to plant within the minute mark, now it's dropped down, it was what, 54 seconds? I think it's dropped by 10 seconds, their average before. And if Fnatic, the team that we know as the slowest team in the world. The guys that see 10 seconds left and think, oh, we should leave spawn, I suppose. For them to be up in the pace, I think it does show this big pull from the meta to be faster. Fnatic adapting to that challenge has been fun to see. Getting a bit more flair out of them, a bit less defaulty play. No noise made. It seems Koshmaris is very willing to fill in that space, but Fnatic thinking about the re-clear in mid with utility. That's perfect.
Oh, the flash is good, but there's nobody to react off it. He's going to try and use his wall to escape, but he waits a little bit.
Nice.
He knows they're going to spam back towards mid. Smart stuff, an attempted pot shot through the smoke, but that's already Alphia down. That means that you've lost your B main control. It means you've lost your lurk. And in theory, it means that Fnatic now need to firstly re-clear all of the angles they could have potentially lost, but also just group up and try and hit somewhere together, because eventually you're going to lose more and more control.
And it's as Fnatic go to explore other parts of the map, you know, and realizing that they're losing that fight in B main again and again, that the space is being taken by Heretics, that they're going back to fight mid. But this time, Cypher's there, Cam in main. That's the extent of the plan from Heretics. They were looking for fights on A.
Left.
They were looking for fights on mid, and Fnatic unwittingly just played into their
30
hands.
seconds. They're only just making their move towards that mid position. All of the Cypher utility still there. Bose has been spotted on the other side of the map. It does kind of sell at least a little bit of a ruse, but now he's been executed, and they were starting to run back. They were starting to go towards where Boaster is, and they just had to give this up. This is the old Fnatic. You talked about the time just moments ago, like, oh, they're going much quicker getting in for plants. No, they have run out of time off of just being caught early and then almost scurrying around to try and fix everything.
That timing is surreal. So it's like I knew that was coming.
Hey, don't talk about curses, you'll get blocked as well.
But it is interesting here, and I think Heretics did a great job by setting this expectation of how they were going to play. Then they decided to send a single player to the B site to play Turtle with the camera for early, I mean, I say early information. I mean, bro, I'm talking about here in Maine. It's hardly early. But some information ahead of the first peak, and then traps waiting on the site. Fnatic are playing, saying, sure, you guys take B main, we'll take the space you're not fighting for. And they find out the hard way that this round they were fighting for it.
Didn't last very long. This time the cam is gone within the first 10 seconds. A faster pace. Looking to be picked up. Boaster just trying to sell a bit of a ruse on the other side of the map, of course. I can't hesitate to say the importance of this map for either side. The loser is out. For Benji, for Boaster. The chance to play a Masters London, other than in a show match, is gone. And already, they're going to start that execution.
Oh, those shots through the smoke. He knew Woot was going to walk in off the Cloudburst, but that damage done, that could come back to haunt Woot now as the round ticks on. 3 players have made it to the site, though. Fnatic have to make a choice. They heard the tunnel smokes go up, that they'll allow those players to retake back through, but going back is no longer an option. The op has been seen now, and Fnatic are the ones boxed in, surrounded by the defensive side, with no retreat.
30 seconds left.
But seemingly no will to press forward, barely any utility. A reveal back online now. A nade from Sivov, but it's about the best that they can hope for on the other side. Paranoia sent through, a problem as time keeps ticking. 14 seconds left. Where is the fast Fnatic we spoke about? They're down to the very last tick of the clock, and they will fall before the timer hits 0. 5 now for Team Heretics, and the question is, with what we're seeing in these last 2 rounds, have Fnatic lost their way?
Yeah, that looked messy. I think especially the moment that was damning was this. They had known there was a player behind. He literally went, baited the wall out, and then fell back. Unless you thought he'd completely given up all control and just left, which, why would he do that? Then that's just Alphia walking to his doom. And then the rest of the players on the Heretics know they're still there. They know they're all still locked into that position because they can't have pushed anywhere else. They made that so easy for Team Heretics. And for Fnatic, we are really starting to get towards panic stations. This is a team that, okay, we give them the kickoff curse. Every year we go kickoff, maybe you don't make it. But 2 in a row, them not making an international event, them not making their home event, That would be a shock.
A shock to the system delivered. Seavoff down and out. Kayak could be in the same boat. The blades refreshed, but it's Koshmaris quicker on the trigger. It's the finger guns firing on all cylinders. He's going out for his 5th and final 6-2 with an ace from Koshmaris.
What a time to pull out an ace. You've just trapped them, shut them down, as if it wasn't bad enough. You come in as a man who only joined midway through this stage. At the time, it almost seemed like panic stations. A man that was literally brought in because they said they had problems. A player that said he didn't want to stay. They took a gamble. Week 1, it looked rough, and now he's acing Fnatic to give them a 6-2 lead in a map that would eliminate the EMEA #1.
Hey, maybe Neon's not dead. Not in the hands of Koshmaris, that's for sure.
It looks very much alive.
It does, even with the nerfs coming. Oh, we'll see the kind of impact that it has in all seriousness. That agent is a nightmare. And Fnatic decided to come in today not arming themselves with it. Perhaps they will live to regret it. This, I would say, Ascent comp of old, but you know, you have Vice in there as well. But it is an El Clasico feel to it. Trying to bring us back to the old days when Fnatic still sat on a throne, when they were the undisputed, the EMEA team. That has changed. Heretics held that mantle more recently than Fnatic did, and now a chance to stomp them out. They've done it on big stages. The Vixens look dominant up until now. The tide seemed to turn as Woot falls with 1. It's Benji and Kosh. But remember, Kosh aced the last one.
It's funny, he would have actually died to that trip. Had to make sure he shot it.
Spike planted.
They need to clear Alpha here. And he has no reason to fight, no reason to peek until that moment, until he hears that door being broken. That's his time to strike. Oh, a little bit given. Shot in the foot, wouldn't kill him out, and already Benji is dropped. The next one comes for free. An important response from Fnatic. An additional round added to their tally, and it needs to be the start of something, because the last couple of rounds before that, they were very dominant indeed.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen this a few times where like one round is found, a couple of good kills, couple ultis, whatever it is, and then we go right back to winning ways for Heretics.
You can't see my face.
That can't be the case here.
And let's go, boys. Run by run. Go 6-6, guys.
Round by round, I think that is how we've been looking at it. There you go, Koshmaris' first ace in VCT EMEA. What a time to do it as well.
He's only been here about 5 weeks. And honestly, it's still surprising that's his first. With how good he's been over the last 4 weeks especially, it is surprising. He's in middle again. He's got a little bit lost in the source, but it's fine. Not in too dangerous position, and it's looking like they're setting up for a crunch in mid. Heretics have 4 players around this angle. They've surrendered A control, but I think with the realization that the drone is coming through on that side of the map, they can't afford to give it up. Even still, though, the knife going through on B. Left split, and that's a huge kill for Seavoff. Takes a bit of a risk, pop flashes himself in. A bit of a confidence play, but again, there's the response with the op.
He's been so good, man. He really has. Thinking about his performance when he first came in to now, night and day. In a dark night on the horizon for Team Heretics. If they lose this, Fnatic back to their old ways, the winning streak.
Ooh.
Only on 3 for now, but could still be even at the half. Battle of the spams up top. A risky one to play in, with the reveals about to come through. Now the real danger, they've got to run. It buys more time, and Rienz has fallen. Crashies had the angle, and now Kosh. Surely, that's already done. He tries to make something of it, but in the end, it's another round for Fnatic. 6-4, the gap down to 2, and there's a reason we never count Fnatic out.
Yeah, it was just a 6-2, 6 rounds in a row. I was starting to get a little bit nervous, but you are beginning to see a couple of those confidence plays. I think especially the one from Seavoff is the main takeaway for me. He clears B main alone, pop flash, to get rid of Wu, forces Heretics into some more awkward positions, and then they have the attack onto that A site. It still came desperately close. Crashy's down to 5 HP. And his spam is what sends Rian's packing out of the round, but it's enough to call for panic stations. Now bear in mind, not saving the operator, it's something that can still be afforded by the side of Heretics, but it does mean that their economy potentially going into the last round, which will be the next one, could be a little lower. So this is going to actually play a big part in whether or not this could end up as an 8-4, or if it ends 6-6, which considering that 6-round streak in the middle, I think Fnatic will take that all day long.
Without a doubt. It is always dangerous to take a risk up against Fnatic, to give them a chance. One round that swings it as to whether they're back in or shut out. Because Fnatic, even when that door seems slammed shut, bolts across, somehow they still have a foot in the door. 6-4. 2 rounds left to play for in this half. Fnatic on the attack, but finding some momentum. And normally, you look at the past, it doesn't go too well for the team on the other side. But Heretics, they've been consistent, and most importantly, Koshmaras. That op in the early round has been a nightmare for these attackers.
Yeah, it's something, even with the double initiator, they're having to be so careful of. And he hasn't really been caught by any of the KO util because he's mostly been playing around mid. The drone's also been used to clear over towards A, so a lot of the time it's just been someone having to try and body check his position. Again though, diligent stuff from Fnatic. They are not shying away from those same metrics they've been throwing out throughout the round. Just clearing all of these close angles, trying to remove the risks of this double duelist. Even still though, this time they've been given nothing. Heretics aren't fighting aggressively. They're not facing forward. They got caught, Wu, in B main last round. He's not fighting at all. He's sitting back with the rest of the team, and Fnatic have spent over a minute just feeling out the map.
Fnatic playing slow. We thought we'd left it in the past, but of course not. Old comps bring back old ways. Koshmaras up close on the reload of the shotgun. He'll be caught by Kayak. The double now. Oh, it's Woot that has to answer back, but his blade's taken away. The Sheriff not ready for the fight that was to come, and Kayak wins the battle on backside. The spike needs to be picked up and planted.
10 seconds left.
No stress, 10 seconds is plenty of time. But Benji and Rian need to retake. That's a huge, that is a massive pick for Benji.
He's given them an opportunity. They'll know where both of these players are. Look to try and clear out both a complete reposition. Holding himself below, but then swings back out to try and fight with his teammate. Just wanted to give them a little bit more space, an advantage with the smoke, not allowing the double swing to come through from the Heretics players. It makes this incredibly awkward. Even still, they look to group up, and Boaster has done well and then moved away to help out Seagoff. That smoke was perfect to make things so uncomfortable for Heretics. And right back up to 5 they are. As said, never count them out.
And this is the problem for Heretics, right? You put all your eggs in one basket like that, and it just hurts so much more when you do fall. Now, Fnatic, they should be able to bring this back to neck and neck, to even at the half.
Let's go!
The weaknesses on the other side made up for with the advantages of this composition. A judge in play for Koshmaras, and well, he's been good with the op. He has been great with the judge as well, so there's no counting him out. The attacker's slow with a default, and I do feel like this is risky if they go walking up on short with the smoke in play. They know better, especially looking at the opponent's economy. It's not the round to take those kind of risks. They go to mid instead.
See, now normally, Crashies will have cleared Woot's position, but because he ends up tagging Boo, that spot has gone amiss. Because of that, Woot is going to look to try and reclaim some of that space. As you said, they're missing a few pieces here and there, and they're going to try and pad that with aggression. He has been shut down at least a bit. And for the attacking side, again, they're posturing around middle, but they've got to be careful. A push up into Koshmaras, it's a 1v1 that, if this corner was rounded, would be troublesome. Instead, though, Alfie has sent the ult in on that B site, And although Benji will be able to keep his gun, this seems like a ruse. The problem is the angle's not been checked. Coach Paris is just waiting to see if there's anyone more. Now he goes hunting. Paranoia actually catches him, but now Wu also springs into action.
Oh, they go to the other side, the B site where they've had this stack up. They'll spot one. They'll know he's towards the back, but Benji's up close. Now, Rien's distracts! Never mind! He's eaten them alive! An end zone flawless for the man that was supposed to draw their eyes, not take them out, pluck them from their skulls. Unbelievable!
It's an insane way to close out the half. Either way, Ascent has been quite a popular map this week. Let's see if you've been paying attention in our halftime quiz.
Nice! Yes! Kurwa!
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back, folks. The timer ticking one last time. Our final halftime of this match, not of the day. There's more matches coming up later, but let's not divert focus. This is the real meat and potatoes. Team Heretics and Fnatic, a storied rivalry, and a chance for Fnatic to carry on as history has been said in the past. This squad, they're not too good at kickoff. They actually kind of suck at it. But they always bounce back, Tom, and they always make it right in stage one, never missing 2 international events. Well, Heretics could be the ones to make that first time come true for Fnatic already. Heretics making it to the A site, full control, and the plan found.
Yeah, this is the first pistol that was won by Fnatic. Now can they add another to the tally? An aggressive fight back. Kayak's done well at least, and the plant's still yet to go down. Maybe trying to bait a couple of players in with the initial tap, and the door has already been broken. Crassy's has taken a lot of damage, so at least initially was a bit more passive. Maybe now wants to be the guy to almost set the bait, give an opportunity. And you can see that Alfia is still worried that somebody's going to be coming in on that flank, coming in from behind. And with a trip in front and a smoke now in the way, he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught on the way in.
Not much in terms of utility. It's going to be raw aim fights with all those big guns invested into, and the Sheriff and the Ghost, they find damage. Alpha left alone now. Time ticking. Ringa Rosie in play, but Alpha always wins. It's a round much needed by Fnatic and secured by Alpha.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've talked about the value of the pistol rounds, but to be honest, in this series, it almost seems like that isn't much of the case. I go back to Fracture. It was Heretics winning both, not being able to take the map over the line. And in this map, Fnatic have now got both. And that will just bring them level. That will put us even going into this second half.
Come on! Hey!
As you can see, they know how important this one is. History of Fnatic, always making that second and third international event. But more importantly, the best team of 2024 in Team Heretics in EMEA versus the best team from EMEA in 2025 in the form of Fnatic. One of them is going to be having an incredibly poor 2026, at least for the first couple of events. the other still has a chance to make it to Masters London. But there can only be one.
Shouldn't be decided in a round like this. This is where we go back neck and neck, but an investment as Woot goes down to 300 credits for a classic. Because of course he's given the weapon over to Koshmaris. No surprise when we see how that off play has been working out.
Careful here.
Benji baiting the cross on mid, wants them to start looking back in the other direction.
There.
Pull attention away from, well, the spot on the map with a million pings. We know where Heretics are about to force the issue. The first man to hold the cross, Sivov, he's had some rougher rounds, but it felt like he found his form towards the end. The last map, the nade to cut them off, but so many have made it through already, and we are just waiting for Koshmaris to get the opportunity to land a shot with the Outlaw, the Paranoia. It delayed him, it cost him some time, but now Heretics are on site. The plant is even coming in, and to be honest, this is much scarier when you have to retake into those players.
Yeah, it gives opportunities for that Outlaw. It gives the Classic so many more angles, although it definitely seems like Crashes is maybe a little bit too aware, but then he gets punished.
Careful here.
That's where the Outlaw has finally been noted. A first kill up. Time now ticking in their favor, but they've cleared him. And now the rest of the weapons shouldn't be anywhere near as problematic. Boo will fall out the air with 4. And sure, it's a little bit of additional damage, but Fnatic deal with that well.
A couple times now, it's been Alpha to really pull out the rounds when needed the most. We've seen it in this map. We've certainly seen it in the last 2 as well. Thinking about the 1v1 that gave them something to play with on Lotus.
Mate, we've seen it for years. Where have you been?
Exactly. And a big moment for him to step up as well. We certainly didn't see it throughout the entirety of last map. There were, it was a round or 2. We said that 1v1 was nice, the double with the Sheriff, and he finished on 5 kills. Different story this time around, much to the chagrin of Heretics fans out there. We're neck and neck, rifles up for both sides, but Fnatic have got credits to fall back on despite a few weaknesses here. Still a good chance to brawl. Whereas for Heretics, this will be the lead and the momentum into the hands of Fnatic if they lose it.
Oh yeah, Vice has been called the undoing of Neon in the past. The Thorns doing a fair amount of damage in the wall, potentially leaving that player isolated. So it's no surprise that when knowing what comp will be run by Heretics, why they wanted that Vice. And this is definitely where you expect the most damage to be done. I also think for KO, that defensive side knife can be a real irritation. But of course now with how long it takes to come back online, for Sivov it really is going to be all about timing. He needs to be bang on as when he denies them their utility.
35 seconds, Heretics taking a leaf out of Fnatic Spoke, but going a little bit quicker with it. That might slow them down though. Steel Garden put into play. And now as they make their way out to site, it's with 25 seconds left. The swing in from Alpha, nothing found. Paranoia back in return as Sivov's now surrounded and soon to be dealt with. You'd imagine. Finally falls. And although he did far more than his share of the work, it seems there's still too much left to be done. Kayak needs a barn burner of a round, and instead it's Rien's to meet that.
That's one of the scarier things. Rien's has been okay so far, but if he really starts to build into this series of 4K, that's back off what Althea did in the last round. And yeah, as you said, Sivov, considering he only had a ghost at the back of the site, does incredible work. Unfortunately, the players with the rifles, not so much. Even still, an investment back in Boaster with the Judge, but it allows for an operator in the hands of Kayak. Bear in mind, no shield, so any tickle damage could be the death of him. And an early take of B main, but I'm going to assume that's more for the orb than much else. Okay, the swinging from Koshmaris, that's an easy pickup for Althea.
A little ahead of the curve on that one. In a round like this where your credits are on the line, that's like finding gold dust.
I assume he thought that he was going to be further back, maybe playing off the wall with a flash. So he's like, okay, I can bait the wall and go back, and then you swing out and you're just dead.
I mean, it is one of the risks of being a Neon player up against that wall. Sometimes you got to do it. Just hope he doesn't hit the shot, hope he's not in the position, and, well, unfortunately, that gamble has not paid off.
Don't use hope versus Althea. This is not a good idea.
It's the first thing he takes away. Now, Heretics, they've grouped up as 4, moved towards A main. They're ahead of the smoke and everything, but walking in, there should be a price to pay.
Okay.
But Kayak misses the shot. It's uncharacteristic. We've seen a few in this series. Perhaps the pressure is getting to them. In goes the paranoia. The Hunter's Fury lands the tag, and the kill is easy on the back of it. Same can be said for Zevov. Yeah. The advantage sits still with Heretics. Crashies. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now. He's decided to go wide. That's a crazy play. And, well, he gets the predictable result.
He went for the surprise factor. Well, for Alpha, yeah, nothing but frustration, it seems, to end this round.
Did you see him while he was peeking out towards the door? He wiped his forehead with his mouse in hand.
Yep. But you can't walk if you use your other hand.
That'd be fine. Hide it behind the wall. If he got killed in that moment, that would be beautiful. A replay that I'd cherish for the rest of my life. But yeah, I'm lucky. I always do. I'm a big eye scratcher in those moments. I'm like, oh, they're about to push. Oh, my nose is itchy though.
Oh,
it's awkward.
9-7. And yeah, as you said, there have been moments in this series where Kayak has missed shots I expect him to hit. Like, if that smoke goes down and he's not watching the angle, fair enough. But it's that he misses the shot while watching exactly where they're going to be, and that means he's dead to rights. Like, that spams through. It's like shooting a cardboard. Like, that's not a difficult kill for them to find. Amar, correct me if I'm wrong as well, was that the kill that gave Rians the Hunter's Fury? So I think that even then ends up killing the next teammate as well, because he's got that ultimate online. So the dominoes definitely fell from that moment. The defensive side might be the favored, but with this double duelist and more so with Heretics in this kind of form, I'm waiting to see Fnatic turn up. Because they've had the start in both halves. You don't have that excuse anymore like you did on the first map where you had to have the comeback because you didn't get either of the pistols. Oh no, in fact, you have got them and you're still behind.
Too suppressed. But I mean, every round here feels like an independent event. If you try to use the last one to figure out what's happening in the next, it's a fool's errand. It's been chaos. Fnatic, though, I feel pretty confident saying shouldn't be doing too much right here, right now. The pistols in play across the board. They'll use their numbers to their advantage. A risky play by Alpha, using the one rifle they have, tucked up in mid. It's a good idea, but it's not going to have any reward to it. We can see that Heretics are all in A main, ready to burst out. And we talked about the numbers advantage with the pistols. They're playing together. The paranoia's good, but the shots from Boaster are not so hot. That is going to be a 10 for Heretics. I'm confident in saying Alpha and Crashies with it all to do, with 5 players up against them, 1 rifle between them. One thing I'll say is they've got time on their side. It's only planted now, but big mistakes needed from Heretics. And honestly, if they lose this one, we've got to pause right after.
Well, yeah, and they haven't been aggressive in their post plants. They've been passive. They've been sitting back. Look at them with their crossfire angles. A nice shot for one. Benji was just looking to try and trade, but because of that, he's given them another angle. The remaining players, though, falling back. They know exactly where Boo is, and Alfie has killed him off as well. The danger in this round has got higher and higher. No ultimates to play with, and now Alfia is remaining versus 1. Him against Riens, the 2 raid bosses of these teams. Turkish excellence versus Turkish excellence! And you better not come at the king! Alfia has brought them a lifeline with the Emoda Thrifty.
Just when it looked like the dynasty was dead, my God, Alfia! An Emoda Thrifty and some unbelievable shots. We said it. You said it, Tom. He's been doing it for years. Certainly. In this series, he's had his moments, but none quite like this. I said if Heretics lose that round, there's going to be a pause. There's a pause, but it's from Fnatic. I don't even know what they're going to talk about here, man. Alpha, you're nuts. That's about all that needs to be said.
It's going to be a moment that maybe just needing a breather, maybe needing some time to chill, and or maybe just wanting to allow their opponents to stew a little bit in that moment. Real? But that is the thing. That's why we talk about Alfia every season, every split, every year, pretty much every day that he's on the show, because he will do things that other players cannot do. He will drag Fnatic out of moments that, you know, other people just can't do. And has been since the moment he came onto the stage, the moment he played, what was it, that raise on Fracture. He has been a highlight reel. But this was absurd. Like, this was just isolating fights and hitting every shot in reactionary form. And the fact that we see him right now 18-9 while on that Vice, it was something we saw when they were playing Corrode. He was on the Vice and he just looked so comfortable playing this agent, as he did with the Killjoy, as he's done with most agents in the game. Yeah. But the fact that they are still currently behind with how much impact he's having, even if this is now maybe a more of a technical nature at its pause, yeah, you still have to sit there and go like, I don't really blame the Fnatic team to go, okay, we still need to talk things over, because he's had to pull out straight BS to get us one round behind when we've won both pistols.
I'm still very surprised to come out of that and see the timeout beat Fnatic's. Like, I was so ready for that. I saw the timer freeze and I was like, yeah, call
maybe
that
Heretics
pause.
Maybe they both hit the button so fast that it's caused a tech
If that
pause.
happens, they both do. they go back-to-back timeouts. Otherwise, I'd assume that's what happened.
What if they're in the exact millisecond? It has to put one of them first, and so everything's broken. There you go.
I reckon it would just put one of them first, Tom.
Yeah.
That's
either that or maybe, just maybe
Alfia
celebrated a little bit too hard.
It could be. I think that's
happened before.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. We've seen some players out there give the stage a good shake, good run for its money.
Yeah.
We have genuinely had to have tables reconstructed. Completely change them, because some players, they'd be wobbling on that table too much.
I still think like my favorite moments when it comes to tech pauses are always with, well, it normally involves drinks. I think that it was Zipan where he was having a drink and the lid came off and he just poured it down his entire front. Yeah, and then Rooksik and Angel both like
exploding water bottles,
putting fizzy water in their drinks, filling it too high, so then when they opened it, it just exploded out the top. And just having both reactions in slow-mo, especially with Angel being so surprised. That was wonderful. But for now, at least, a technical pause here for Heretics, it's the worst time humanly possible.
Genuinely, yeah.
Because you have just lost a round where your opponents had a singular rifle. You had the round done, or at least it felt that way. And although, like, obviously it's a horrible round to lose, I look at the way they lost it, and it's like that first kill, when it's like a ridiculous shot from Alfia, Benji tries to then just kill him, an immediate trade, and that's where the other player is. They didn't know where he was, an immediate kill. And from then onwards, it did just feel like it all tumbled. But there's not one thing in that round where I go like, oh, that was atrocious. Like, that was just stupid. So it really is one of those times where they now just have to sit there, stew in what's going on. And for Fnatic, it's like, okay, well, we've just won a round off absolutely nothing, had a moment to talk with our coaches, and we are sat here just one round behind on the defensive side.
Well, I've just gotten word from our producers that we have got, as you can see, a little bit of a technical pause. It's a medical tech pause going on right now, so we don't know how much longer it will be, but we'll get the show back underway as soon as we possibly can. And like you said, Tom, you know, even when that first timeout came up, which was, you know, a normal timeout from Fnatic, for Team Heretics to have to sit and stew in it is already bad enough, but at least then they can talk. At least then they can say, you know what, guys, but it's okay. We'll bounce back. Now they sit there and stew in the round that should have been theirs, and what would have propelled them forward. Double digits already, a lifeline in having that little bit of a safety net of rounds to fall back on, and the chance to push Fnatic's economy to the brink and beyond. But instead, Fnatic hot on their heels, considering the fact that this, at least the first half for Fnatic, started with a big comeback needed. When a comeback's needed for Fnatic and then they're hot on your heels, again, a story that everybody, players, fans, coaches, it doesn't matter, everyone knows what happens across the stage from Fnatic in those moments.
Yeah, it's a weird scenario though, because although for like, whenever you're up against Fnatic, and even if you're in the lead, you're going to feel that pressure. I still feel like for Fnatic here, the pressure's all on them. Because although, like, for Benji, sure, making it to Masters London will be huge. Like, it's always something that I think every player dreams of, is going to a stage in your home country with a home crowd. But for Fnatic, it's as an org. Like, this is the whole org is getting ready to almost invite the world to their turf and try and challenge them on it. And if they're not on it, well, especially after the group stage they had, where they were able to win all of their games while having to swap in their assistant coach for one of them, while bringing in Sivov last minute for one of them. Like, I think everyone, including myself, thought that their attendance was set in stone. Like, they would be there. And, well, I think most people, other than you, of course, had them going through the upper bracket. So I think that the fact that they're even in this scenario is surprising. And then even for Heretics, like, I looked at that upper bracket and went, they're in a good position to maybe just run it through, especially the form that they were in. The first couple of weeks were really rough. Then they had convincing victories in a row. But taking that sort of gut punch early, dropping down, having that bit of recovery, and now they come up against, as said, the team that I think everybody wants to see play at Masters London. It now feels like they are the ones to potentially ruin that fairy tale for Fnatic, but maybe make it a fairy tale of their own. And then Althea did that.
Yeah, he really chose his moment, didn't he? The Heretics, no doubt, writing their own stories in their head. Imagining the lights down on that stage in London, the British crowd behind them, but the green that Benji's going to have to wait for. 9-8, one round between them. The long pause has ended. The bloodbath will ensue. Kayak, the first to find a kill as Benji falls on the other side. But Fnatic, they don't give up on the back of that. They've got the advantage, but they're pushing forward. Alpha's taking a risk, and he spotted Woot and immediately ran for the hills. Wants nothing to do with that Blade Storm, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to take the risk. Kayak, we mentioned it, a few misses here and there, but was clinical at the start of this round. And this now becomes a recovery. Bear in mind, this is a hefty investment. Okay, maybe not everybody has a weapon, but putting that Blade Storm in. And with 40 seconds left, it still feels like Heretics haven't really found a direction. And even the ground that they have taken or forced their opponents back off is slowly being reclaimed once again. Left. Kayak is very well placed. A pot shot not going to land, but there's still a couple of players here.
Dodging that knife is key. Now the Blade Storm's still online, but Alpha's dropped through. We're losing players by the second for Team Heretics, and with 12 seconds left, they have got to press forward through the numbers, and it's not gonna work. Not with Alpha standing guard! A four-piece pickup, and Fnatic are neck and neck.
My man is dragging this team, kicking and screaming through this game. 22-9. And it just like, this was his sight. He gets dinked early. For the rest of the round, he has 74 HP. And guess what? He ends with 74 HP because nobody even got an opportunity to shoot at him. Scoreline equalized. The chance of Heretics running away with this seemingly fading.
Come on, bro. What are we doing?
Well, there you go.
Exactly what he deserved. Exactly what he deserved.
He did it on the last map, and it was an unreal way to close it.
The Ares looks good at times on Lotus, especially defense side towards A main, but
that's already 9 kills in 3 rounds for Althea, by the way. And they're about to try and push into him once again. They died on him, but he survives! The man is unkillable! Just don't even look in his direction, because your head is going to be torn off. Could this be 3 4Ks in a row? Not quite. He'll go down to the Ares. But even still, find out where Althea is and go the other way.
This is getting ridiculous now. The man is called on, talked about, and he shows up on a level that, geez, I don't know when I saw this Alpha last. He looks driven, motivated, and we talk about Fnatic. They've never missed 2 international events, and this is elimination. Right behind them, lurking, waiting to drag them into an early off-season. That's when they're most dangerous, man. When the numbers are against them, when the stakes are great, and the odds are not in their favor. It feels like every time Fnatic find their way. And here, once again, it seemed like they'd fallen, like they wouldn't get up, like Heretics would walk all over them. And now they stand in the lead. They loom over Heretics. And elimination feels all too real with this man on the server. It's a timeout from Heretics.
They feel it.
The last timeout of regulation.
Bro, he's got 11 kills in 3 rounds. Like, what do you even do? Like, jokes aside, like back in the day, there was a strat that was avoid CNED. Yeah. Avoid Alpha. It
was a good strat too.
Like sure, on a normal day, like you'd go like, oh, I don't want to go near Kayak either, but he's not having the greatest day. He's doing okay. But when a guy has got 11 kills in 3 rounds, you see him, you run. You see the wall, you run. You see some thorns, you run. Just go the other way. 25 and 10. And honestly, we now get the Heretics pause, and it's hard to really say anything else. Like, what is going wrong with your strategy? Is it the fact that a guy is just wrecking you every round?
Yeah, especially in the last one. You take a look, because the clutch...
Which, the last 3?
The round we just saw, right? Like, the clutch was one thing, and I do think there were mistakes there. I do think there's learnings from some of the opportunities that he's been able to cash in. But the last one, someone dove on him, for God's sake. Woo was on him. And Alpha just manages to dance out underneath. The trade can't come in that quickly because, you know, duelists can move pretty quickly, especially these duelists. But they got there when they should. I think the exec went okay. He's just genuinely, as Crashy said, Alpha's too good. And it usually feels like with players, you get 1 or 2 of those rounds. You know, like there's a timer. How many more rounds can he keep this up for? And it always feels like there's a hard limit. I've never seen Alpha have that limit.
No. If anything, the more he does it, the more I think he's going to keep doing it. Oh, again, Kayak's been dealt with. Hunter's Fury being expended. Sivov, he's going to try and flash into it. He's been domed, but there will still be a trade back off the Hunter's Fury. Althea now in position. That's all it really feels to matter about at this stage, and they are going the other way. Now, he did manage to retake.
I know exactly
before.
Where you are.
He's going to go pushing up. A dangerous battle to take while being revealed, but instead, now they start running back in the other direction. An opportunity for Crashies, but they know he's here. They have an idea, at least, of his position over the last few seconds. The TP back in the other direction, but they've heard everything. They know everything other than one piece of information. Paranoia, and he's going to get out of there. Managing to clear the angle. I think even maybe realizing that Wu has already crossed. Brought things back into a 3 versus 3. Here's the TP, and goes looking. It's time though, Vu will be able to escape, but there's still a player within the site they need to deal with, and they have done, but even still it's only at a trade.
Oster's got his, and Alpha's looking for his own. A wrap around the back, but Boo catches him just in time. Now Crashies has to carry that mantle forward, and he will! Crashies the closer, he's got them 11. Fnatic, they have no shortage of heroes on this team, and a Red Bull clutch puts them within reaching distance of eliminating Team Heretics.
4 rounds ago, we were telling the exact opposite story. We were talking of Heretics ruining Fnatic's day. The chance for the UK org with Poster at the helm being denied their opportunity to play at Masters London. Now Benji might be getting that taste instead, because as you said, it's now Crashy's waking up. He's seen the Althea carry and decided to add his piece. 11-9, 2 rounds needed for the comeback to once again be complete.
For a long time, we spoke about Fnatic as the kings of EMEA, and even with a good year in the previous, never felt like they had that title back. They lost that throne a long time ago, and this series victory, it could be 13-0s back-to-back. It wouldn't reclaim that title for them. They're definitely a contender. They look like they could be the best in the region, but there was a time when there was no goods. We knew what they were capable of, and they showed it to us almost every week. They lost that throne, but that drive is still there. You heard it from Alfier. Even winning this event isn't the goal, it's champions. But one step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other. Fnatic on the defense, 12 within reach, and an easy round in front of them, or at least it should be.
Well, here goes that Ares once again.
30 seconds left.
Pressure being put onto the B site. Kayak's already managed to deal with the fake, and Alfier waiting, but he's been dealt with. Nice shot from Benji. Crashies in that back corner and just managing to spam one out. The reveal is perfect. They're being trapped in slowly, but even still, while being surrounded, the Heretics are fighting back. Plant looking to come in. Sivov maybe hoping to deny it, but won't be able to, but he's got a lot further than expected. A chance to maybe put a clutch of his own! Another, and another, and another, and another! Every member of this Fnatic squad are stepping up to the plate.
Oh, it's a full house for Fnatic tonight. Oh my God, they are playing with a full deck and then some. 12-9, and almost every round is a clutch. A big play even here for Crashies. The reveal, and to follow up on it, it gave them the numbers that were so clearly needed. On their feet again as Heretics.
Let's go!
Who are head and shoulders above the rest. Now they find themselves behind 3 chances for Fnatic to keep this run going. No, they won't be in London with a victory here, but they won't be out. And for God's sake, that's enough.
Set themselves with an opportunity. Kayak in position, 1 falls, a second as well. Rien's hoping to fight back, but counter utility keeping them in their place for now. The rotation already in from the remaining 2, looking to try and lock them in on that flank, not allowing them a way out, but Rien's is not giving up without a fight. Boaster trapped, isolated against nothing. It's Rien's again. Bruised, beaten, but not out just yet. But even still, Alfier and Crashies have already saved multiple rounds. Alfier with 1, but Rien's really needs to do it all. An ace or bust. Crashies will tag him up, knows exactly where he is, but Rien's is not giving up just yet.
An ace is what it takes for Heretics to survive.
To win 1 round, to win 1 of the last 6.
A game of clutches so far when it comes to Ascent. Narrow margins from the get-go. And a 1v1 with one man needing to take the whole team for his side to survive. But that question of survival not answered yet. There are 2 more in a row for Heretics. They want to settle this in overtime. But first, they have to survive regulation.
Deploying drone.
There really is something about Turkish players, isn't there?
Been saying that for a while, Tom.
All I'm going to say is that Turkish qualifier next year is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
There's going to be a lot of Turkish players finding out that they're German all of a sudden.
12-10. The economy slipping for Fnatic. The ultimate's definitely in their favor. A kill or 2 could completely turn this round. Instead, though, the ace, well, guess what? That gave an ultimate to the other side, and this time the entries are found. But guess who's left? Guess who's fighting? Alfier trying to do it all. Boaster's now joined in weaponry, about to be removed, and he's still holding the line. Woot with a shorty, but he's run out of bullets, and now it's left to Rien's again. An ace in the last round, a clutch needed in this one.
This was what we were looking to see today. The kings of our region, and now Rien's has to find both. 2 big players for Kayak, the heavy hitter, not on the site. Boaster's hiding behind a smoke, but the time's ticking, and now Rien's isolates at 20 seconds, and he won't run away! The plant on A was free, but the Red Bull clutch on B was his.
Those guys from Foot right now are just sat there at home going, see, I told you, this is what it's like. This is the guy you have to be careful of, but again, like what Alfier is able to do at the back of that site just shouldn't be allowed. His teammates get cleared within a second. And it really does seem to be the battle of the tactic. He is telling them to chill after he wins a 1v2 to keep them in the tournament, to keep them in with a chance of Masters London. 29 kills for Alfia, by the way. And now with a weaker buy for either side. It's either now or it's OT.
Said last time it was a barn burner of a game, and Heretics showed that they could play that same game, make those comebacks happen.
Where did he die from? Was that spam through the wall?
It was either on top of the wall or through it, and I see a bullet hole in it. Yep, straight through the wall, taking him down.
That's insane.
Hell of a start for Boo. Oh, and what a shot by Benji. Crashy's caught him the shoulder peek, and now they know exactly where this defensive side is, and they run into the numbers.
Well, they don't. They started to rotate away. They thought they'd be going in the other direction, and now up close, pop flash in, but there's a judge on the other side trying to clear Koshmara as well. He is pit, and not anything more. Leaves Alfia. It will be the best of the lot. Too much to ask. An unfair question to even think about. And Rien's waiting patiently on the other side. 15 HP means that, well, it was over before it even began, but somehow with Alfia, you have to give him the benefit of the doubt, not this time. Somehow, well, I know so, it's Rien's. Rien's has managed to bring them home, bring them to OT. This will go the difference. The next couple of rounds will decide who is still alive in this tournament.
Well, regulation.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Regulation's over with a British heartbeat on both sides. The British heartbeat on the bottom of both sides. This is the story of everyone else down there today.
I can understand. I will kiss you, bruv. Might be the most British thing I've heard today.
Ren's ace 3 rounds ago was his third in VCT EMEA. That's a surprise. That's genuinely shocking. He's only had 3.
Yeah, but I reckon he's had loads of 1v4s.
104Ks, yeah. Well, here we go. Overtime in effect. One team's run ending here in the next couple of rounds. It's all on the line. Their learnings over the past hour of how Ascent is played. Apparently it's a lot of individual fights, a lot of clutches.
Enemy tag.
This is where they apply those learnings. A very slow play by Fnatic, pressure towards the right side of the map over on A, but we're seeing Alpha playing ahead of his wall, looking for that bit of aggression. They are trying to lure Team Heretics into some over-aggression, but to Heretics' credit, that doesn't seem to be something that they've been doing a lot. No. Fnatic's defense had a lot of aggression, and sometimes Heretics in B main.
But they learned from it. The later rounds in their defense, they started getting really passive because they knew how long Fnatic would take, and they start using the time to their advantage. Basically as a 6th man, because Fnatic will sometimes just punish themselves.
Well, Woot will be sent back. Koshmaris has made the investment into an operator. He won't have shields to work with, but he's in the right spot towards A. 2 teammates defending in front of him, though, holding ahead of the defensive line. Kayak with one hell of a shot. And now the hop. Well, he's stuck behind a box. What move is he going to make? Tries to slide away, but Kayak's there to catch him. And Boaster, quick on the trade. Stops Boo with just the one.
What?
Well, Alpha, of all the shots he's hit, I didn't expect that to be the one he misses.
Again, 30th kill, not coming just yet. 29 is where he'll stick. And reliance on his teammates. Benji and Rien's to try and fight versus 3. Benji, he might have caught timing here. Look how locked in Kayak is. He's so locked in, he doesn't even realize that somebody's rounding this corner. He might just be about to lose his life to absolutely nothing. Rien's only just making it to the scene, but he needs to do everything once again, and not this time. Crashies with 2, Fnatic with 13, and another chance to keep them alive.
Map series and stage point for Team Heretics. Facing into the end of their run. They've made it far. They had to make changes, but held both these teams have been in that very same boat. Fnatic most recently.
I love it so much.
The winning ways rarely evade them outside of kickoffs. We said they've never missed out on 2 international events in a row, and now today, there was a chance that we would see that happen. But Destiny and their fate is in their own hands now. 1 round away from the run continuing.
Oh, Boaster's got to be careful. 11 health to start the round. And I'll be honest, a lot of utility expended off the back of it. Alpha had to pop the vines just to make sure that if there was a rundown on his IGL, they wouldn't be able to get there without taking a hell of a lot of damage. A smoke. All the way to the other side of the map. This is just a ruse. They have not moved. They are staying in the same position. And Benji, he shoots that to try and let them know that they're around that position. Instead, though, the A site has been claimed. Fnatic will fall into the retake.
Yeah, and because that reveal was broken in mid, as you said, by Benji, they're sending players out to confirm there's no one there. It draws their eye away. It stops the spams that could have come through. Instead, a cautious Fnatic, even now, cautious of the flank, but seeing nothing. Yet the timing in mid will be so important. They've seen each other. Alpha caught Benji. Benji was waiting just a few seconds more and he had the flank of the game, but instead now it's an advantage to the defensive side. A failed usage of the paranoia. It means less to work with to slow them down. In fact, no utility. All that they've got is the Brawn alongside the shorty up close from Woot. Brienne's as well. Hold on, they're making it work on the site. They had no utility. The numbers against them, but the time ticking in their favor now. 13-13, the overtimes. They keep on going.
Yeah, they took so much damage on their way into the site. I think that was spams by Riens. He sees the smoke dropping, knows that he's about to get crunched on, and just starts spamming. Well, even gets a kill. You see, assist, kill, and then a kill at the end. That's just blind spray. Knowing his angles, doing damage once more. I think it was even Kayak with 1 HP as he entered the site. Hadn't even seen anyone yet. 13-13. A solid hold. A solid read as well. Like, even though Benji doesn't do much in terms of the actual damage in that round, shooting of that dart, like, you might look at that and go like, well, why'd he do that? He could have just avoided it. But it's just to sell that little piece of false information while his teammates are still waiting on the other side. They wanted them to believe they're in middle, and Fnatic believe they're in middle.
Probably is because of shooting that dart that he died later, though, when he went back into that space. But it got them the site.
For free.
That's all it needed to do. An even scoreline this deep into the game. I was worried, Tom. After a 13-2 from Heretics on Lotus, I was worried. And I said it then, I said it at the start of this map. We all know it. Fnatic bouncing back. It happens.
If it wasn't for that alpha clutch, I think this is over already.
Which alpha clutch?
The first one.
There's so many.
The first one.
But I think you can genuinely point to multiple alpha clutches and say the same thing. He has dragged this team through some impossible rounds.
Yeah, I don't even think that. I think the belief was created by the first one, and then he had 2 more rounds. Then Crashies had a round. Then Seavoff had a round. It was like that was just the momentum building, and it took then Heretics having a moment of their own, an ace from Riens to break that momentum. It feels like we're back level again. Back with the scales perfectly balanced. And back with either side needing just 2 rounds in a row to make or break their London experience. And make or break their year. 2 internationals missed for either of these teams is a failure. And it's a standard that is only held to very, very few.
Oh, damage. Lots of damage, and Koshmaris with the wall bang onto Boaster to Odin in effect. To great effect, apparently. They know there was a spam in main. Fnatic know that someone was around line, but Woot! How is he still alive? And Crashies tagged up from their battle earlier is in a lot of trouble. The spike is alone in his hands. If he falls, this round is done. And there's only 35 seconds left. A move needs to be made. Koshmaris toying with his food. We all know that fight in main is where the turning point of this round comes into play. They don't yet know on the defensive side that the spike is there, but in 20 seconds, they will be finding out. Woot swings in for Seavoff. The nade delaying the push out from Crashies. The time ticking away. There's 12 seconds left as Fnatic make it towards the site. They're catching kills across the board, but there is no time. A denial of the plant all that's needed. But Heretics have failed at that hurdle, and now Crashy given a chance, a lifeline for Fnatic, but it's left behind.
Again, it just looked like a round that was lost the second that initial battle. You said it, like Crashy's being alone with the spike. The remaining players knew they had to wrap around and kill everyone on site just to give him a way in. A stray bullet could have ended that round. And honestly, the fact that Crashy's even manages to get the plant down is impressive.
Yeah, it is.
I thought there was no way he gets out of that alive. But this is now where the shoe is on the other foot.
Nice! Come on!
You said it. The fact that Fnatic have never missed 2 events back-to-back, the fact that they had their life in their own hands, well, clearly they feel like those palms are sweaty. A pause being taken. I was going to say the coach is given a chance to talk, but it seems like someone else in the moment is doing the talking. Maybe just trying to break that momentum of Heretics. But the fact is, with Alpha, he's not gone quiet, but he's not averaging 4 kills a round. Like, he's not being able to have that same sort of impact, and unfortunately there's other players that aren't able to stop the onslaught specifically towards that A site. That's where they've started to pinpoint. The B site, yeah, if we go there, Alpha, yeah, might just kill all of us. So the last couple of times they've challenged A.
And now Heretics heating up 14-13, 1 round left to steal this series out from under Fnatic, the team that they 13-2'd in the previous map. All signs pointing to a Heretics victory, but for Fnatic back on the defensive side. This team, we've heard from some of them that it's well, at least in recent times, it's been hard to be humble. Well, that might change here today with just 1 round.
Early presence towards that B site. As said, that is where Alpha has been. And maybe just trying to form some disinformation once again. They did it in the last round they won. As I said, like the shooting of that dart in middle pulled the rotation away. This time that's not going to be the case. A deep control from Kayak is not something we've seen as often, and not something that has been needed to be challenged. There is still a dart available, but I don't
revealing area.
believe, that's going to be going anywhere near him. So he's still able to hold on to that ground. This is where things get a bit dangerous. If he can pull off a big moment here, maybe the spike will be dropped in a similar way to the last.
Oh, what a moment for Kayak to fall, but Boaster and Seavolf are there. That site hold is not gone just yet, but Benji with a crucial kill. That's Alpha down and out, and although we lose Rienz on the crossback, the hero of so many rounds for Heretics, the spike is still there for the attackers. The wraparound from Boo, main gonna be held late in the round as well by that trap, but can the spike make it to the site in time? 12 seconds, and it could be caught on the cross.
Oh, tagged up. He needs to get past the wall, but the spam's not quite going to work out. And Benji, he's taken the initiative. Aggressive through. Wants to destroy the dart to try and keep his teammate alive, and he has done so. Boo holding the angle. Seavolf and Crashies to keep them in the tournament. The timing of the smoke seemed like it couldn't be worse.
One suppressed.
But they haven't managed to capitalize off the back of it. Benji's been cleared, and now all up to the leader of Boo. A 1v2 to win this one out, to get rid of Fnatic from this tournament, but the shots aren't landing until the last moment. 2 bullets remaining, and he will do it! A Red Bull clutch from Boo! The moment where Heretics go marching on, and Fnatic fail to make London.
Well, the kings who lost their throne have failed to find their way. Fnatic's run, the road to London paved with disappointment and pain as Team Heretics sit opposite them on this stage, one of the biggest games that they've shared. And they find success, flying colors on map number 2, and they dig deep to deliver a humbling blow to Fnatic.
It is one that I'm sure is going to be remembered for the org, for the players. It's a tough defeat to have, and for Heretics, it's a squad that, as we said at the beginning of this stage, it looked devastating. It looked done. Like, if you had told me that they would be one match away from Masters London, I would have called you crazy. But they made the changes. Koshmara seems to be an enlightenment for this squad. Riens has made incredible form. And when someone rises, it means someone else has to fall. Fnatic, from a flawless group stage to a playoffs to forget. Sure, that they've had trials and tribulations of their own, a stand-in at the last second that definitely has damaged them. But Heretics will not care. This is not something that is going to bother them all too much. All they care about is they are still on that road to London. Benji, and of course the coaching staff as well, the Brits that look to make it home. One more match, and their mission is complete.
One step, one final leap away from the goal that so many came into this season with it in mind, reaching London, and an event that I think for not just the British players out there, but for the entire community is so exciting. It's a prestigious area, one that our sister esport, they who shall not be named, they use this studio too. They were there many times. The events are always good. They're always fun. And one man who I know will be excited to potentially play in an arena in the UK would be Benji. Fishy, let's hear from the man himself.
My goodness, Benji, what a series, what a map. I just want to check the temperature right now because I can tell you're shaking. Me and Kukuka were sitting there shaking as well. She's still shaking too. This was unbelievable. How did you guys make that happen? Because the amount of emotions right now must be insane.
I love Enes. I love Rian so much. Oh my god. This guy is the greatest player in the world. I'm so okay. I wish I could have done more on Ascent to help us. Honestly, I messed up. I remember on the anti-eco 5v2, that was my bad. But we've got Enes. I'm so happy.
Don't be too harsh on yourself, because you have had phenomenal performances, and even on the Ascent, some of the decisions that you've made when it comes down to taking out the dart, for example, just so that they don't check your team, so you sell them on the fake. You've done that, okay? Don't be hard on yourself, because you've made this happen, and this was a mountain for you to climb. So I need you to give yourself some praise, and I want you to tell me what you're happy about from your individual performance right now.
I mean, honestly, first two maps I kind of destroyed them. I was
Humble brag.
Yeah, I was really feeling it. But you know, sometimes it's not like, I'm just glad I could contribute something to the win. And the last map, the boys had my back, you know. So yeah, I'm just happy with my performance in the first two maps.
That's good. Something positive. That's what we want to hear, because on a positive note as well, you have saved yourself from elimination. You're still in the running to London, which is a breath, a lifeline. Next game, however, it is Genomates against Eternal Fire. It could be an Eternal Fire rematch. Is that what you're hoping for?
I love my boys in Gentlemates. I want Gentlemates to win, but I would love to have a rematch against Eternal Fire. I think we've improved a lot as a team since then, and I think we would have a really good chance of beating them. So yeah, I think I'd rather play against Eternal Fire.
Anything you want to say to the fans that were literally screaming their lungs out? Like that,
Thank you,
he
guys.
was screaming the entire series.
Thank you, guys, and sorry to the Fnatic fans, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Benji. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk where we have Nat, Kukuka, Neil, as well as Riens.
Yeah, we do have Riens and Neil joining us. Look, what I noticed there on the stage is Benji was really quick to cut him down a little bit there. So luckily we got Coach Neil with us. Tell me how proud you are of the boys. I know it isn't necessarily qualifying to London, but you've kept yourselves in the races and you put on such a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, can't be prouder, honestly. Like, I think it would have been easy to kind of collapse after the 2v5 on defense, and then we lost our own attack, but we lost so many clutches, so many close rounds. But I think this man here had some crazy moments to bring it back. So yeah, he does it all the time.
Riens,
Mr. Reliable.
You did it again. I kid you not. There's witnesses to this. When we were in the room and I saw the 2v1, I was like, if there is one man on that team that can do it, it is definitely you. especially about Ascent. Tell us a little bit, because of course we saw Fnatic that was crazy. Alpha was getting some insane rounds, but you guys managed to bounce back.
Yeah, I think honestly, the round that we lost 2v5 against Alpha, and I don't remember who, I was so mad, honestly. And then we kept losing rounds like this, and then I was like genuinely so mad. And then I was like, I have to do something, you know? And then, yeah, honestly, I was really mad at Benji. That like I have to do something, and I felt like I took the controls in my hand, and I just did my best, tried my best.
When you say you took controls, is that like you were speaking up a little bit more as well, or you just felt individually the way you performed had to be better?
I mean, not really speaking.
Okay.
Oh,
you were locked in.
Yeah, more locked in, honestly. Like, I didn't even say a word, I think. Like, the round that we went A, and then I go through the cage, like our own cage, I just said, I go left, and that's it, you know? I just run left and kill them, you know? And yeah, that's it.
It was very tense. It was very difficult even to get to that overtime. Neil, I need to ask you, because the crowd here, everybody was going a little bit insane. We were trying to keep it cool for you guys. There's a moment where obviously during that overtime, there's a pause from you and Weber. And I remember we were seeing Weber on the screen. And I was thinking, I do not know how this man is so calm. What were the directions there?
I mean, originally we were going to tell him to just kind of keep going, but Weber made a really good call on the last round, and he was the one that kind of orchestrated going through Heaven. So I think it caused a lot of chaos for them. I mean, the whole end of it was a bit crazy, but going back to B and stuff. But yeah, it was terrifying, but really good.
Well, you put on a beautiful showcase for us, right? Everything that you guys are able to deliver. But I have to ask, to qualify to London, you still have that one best of 3 left. It's either going to be up against Eternal Fire or Gentlemaids. So it's a 2-part question. Who would you rather go up against, and who do you think you will go up against?
It's the most cliche thing, but I generally don't care.
We knew you were going to say that.
Like, but there's a little bit of me that would like to play against Eternal Fire, just because I think we played terrible against them, honestly, and I would love to get revenge.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly same for me, honestly. Like normally I wouldn't care who we play against, but I think revenge would be really nice. So maybe I would prefer Eternal Fire actually now. And actually I don't have any prediction who's gonna win this game. Just good luck.
Just good luck. Have fun out there, because you're going to have to go up against this version of Heretics, which was amazing today. Look, congratulations again to both of you guys. I look forward to seeing when you play again. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. On the other side, we do get to see who is going to be coming out on top. Is it going to be Gentlemaids or Eternal Fire?
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in line lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo! It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
The stakes are always high in elimination matches, and that's whether it's going to be the high feelings or whether it's going to be the low lows there. Unfortunately for Fnatic, we're saying goodbye to them. But in a fashion that was insane. So Billy's joining us back here. I haven't had your thoughts. The end of that one, double overtime to see Heretics go through to potentially take that last London slot.
It genuinely felt like whichever final boss of each team was going to be able to close it out for them. The way that Alpha was on Fnatic, the way that Rien's was on Team Heretics. I mean, the games that we're having in playoffs, especially the Fnatic Vitality game the other day as well. It was the same story of an overtime. It's just been insane.
I do wonder if there's a thing that every team Vitality has gone up against has just gone the lower bracket and then
This is a
straight
narrative
out.
now.
It is a narrative that we
bring
could
it back next week.
We could potentially discuss with a special guest because we're going to bring someone else onto the desk in a virtual sense. We've got Sliggy joining us. Hey Sliggy, how you doing?
Hello, hello. I'm doing good. How is everyone doing?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Nervous, a bit shaky. How did you like the last
Dude,
match?
this game was good.
Was good?
Oh, it was so good. Dude, I was nervous watching it for some reason.
Yeah, everybody here was the same. I was like, I don't even have a horse in this race. Why am I so nervous?
Everyone's been shaken,
Yeah, same. I wanted them both to win, honestly. I wanted both the UK boys there.
Yeah, that would have been the dream world, dream scenario for a lot of people. But outside of, you know, just Valorant and what we're getting to see the players play, we have a game that we're going to play with you. So we're going to do our VCT EMEA Playoffs All-Star Draft. And the quick way that it's going to go is we're going to give Sliggy, our guest, the chance to go first. You could pick any player that has been here in the playoffs to put onto your roster, then we'll pick, and we cannot pick any player that has already been chosen. And we're trying to fill out a whole draft.
Sure.
Yeah? Understood?
Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready,
sounds good.
Sliggy, you
We
can
are
go
ready.
first.
Yeah,
And then
we're ready.
We got
We're coaching this.
Yeah.
Trust me. You got it.
You got your notes ready?
Oh, yeah.
Alright,
Oh, we're
I'll
taking
go
this
for-
as a map veto. Trust me.
Serious?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'll go Darker Duelist.
You don't have to follow the order that it appears there. So if there
I
is a
don't have to
player,
follow the
you don't
order.
have to follow the
Yeah,
order
you
that
can
is
start
there.
with
You
the
can
however
you
So
want.
whomever you think is the most important or valuable player for you, you can choose.
Okay. I want to change. Can I?
Yeah,
can I
redo.
That's why I gave you the chance.
All good, yeah.
After what I saw, give me Alpha Sentinel.
Okay.
Okay. Thoughts?
Are you guys upset that he stole that one?
Yeah, we locked that in. Okay, we'll go bolster on smokes.
We're gonna go
slash
boosters
IGL.
on smoke.
Wow, okay, so
That's
you're,
our IGL.
you're both going to be taken from
He
a team.
did take one of our sentinels. So it doesn't matter because we have another two.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
chilling.
I'll take Rien's Initiator.
That's a good one.
I say, because
guys
he's
are
already
making
taken
this
this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, we're going to take Sayonara as our flex.
Okay. I'll take Darker Duelist.
I felt for a second that you were just making Team Turkey, so okay. It's good that you get Durka now. Okay.
I could have.
I'm surprised actually, Sliggy, that you haven't gone in for any liquid players.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they just didn't get too far.
Too bad. Where do you want to go?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm listening.
I like how they're literally they're not willing to let Sliggy know
but
anything.
we had him here.
Dude, we've got full
True,
notes.
but can we go with that now? I think we still go with that.
I think we can.
Yeah. Do we
more
want to lock
experience.
that one in?
Absolutely. We're going to go for Yampy.
And we're kind of disappointed that you didn't already pick Yampy up.
Ouch.
And we're also
was
trying
waiting
to,
for you guys to
yeah,
go.
really look. I mean, you still have a couple of good IGL options. So
I got a lot of good options.
Mhm,
I
you
would go
do.
for Flex. Because it's current meta, I would go for Flex Martin. He was
Okay.
on Vito. He's their Flex player.
Okay.
And what did you think of his
So-
veto? He's saying that,
Yeah.
Siggy.
I'm playing in Perma Phoenix after watching it.
Yeah, good.
Lovely,
Good,
thank
good,
you.
good,
We were
good.
really hoping that mates will get to that same conclusion much earlier. Let's go for our duelist. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah, we're taking Stop. We love the attitude, and we like some fresh blood. So we're gonna go for Stop. Turkish firepower.
Okay, and then
For sure.
after
Okay.
what I saw, I will go for Boo controller.
I like
IGL.
that. That was our other option.
Yeah, I think that's
So,
fair.
For
That leaves us with Sentinel, which we could add a little bit more Turkish firepower to this roster. We'll go with Echo as our Sentinel.
Yeah. I think I'm happy
Okay.
with this.
Yeah. I'm also trying to rate the two teams
like both.
based on how well they do in interviews as well. And I actually think you guys have a good balance there. Sliggy, how happy are you with your final lineup?
I'm good with mine. I think you guys have the interview team. I have the on the server team.
Yeah, we work on broadcast, so we're trying to think of everything. You know, we
That's
have
true.
a little bit of the
guys are
attitude.
biased.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have experience.
Yeah, we'll take that.
absolutely. Love
Yeah.
that. You did get Rienz and Alpha, so I think you should be very happy
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
true.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to win out here. It's been a while.
Bro, I don't think there's
It's been
anything
a
else
long
that Alpha
time.
could have done to win that map.
Well, look, we'll make up a point system to go with these fantasy drafts as well, the All-Star draft there. But Sliggy, thank you so much for joining us. Have a lot of fun with your
Of
co-stream.
course. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
See ya.
I'm happy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
Yo,
very
we were like-
impressed with the notes and the prep you guys had done there.
Oh, we were treating this
Yeah.
as if we were coaches on a map veto.
Yeah,
we were
yeah,
ready.
yeah. The fact that he took Rienz first, I was like,
Yeah,
that kind of screwed us over.
Well, look, while you guys are deliberating over what could have been in terms of the players you picked up, we're going to focus on what will be, and that's going to be Eternal Fire up against Gentlemate. So let's head on into our first interview where Jeannie got to catch up with Neki.
Hi, Neki. You have a very important game today in that lower bracket against Gentlemates. But before we get into the importance of that game, I kind of want to bring up something that happened last year in Ascension. A certain tweet from Starkso, a certain reply from yourself, Oraz, and Echo. Does that make today a little bit more personal?
We are just not like to him.
Okay.
He's just talking. He can't do anything. He's just talking.
Today on the server, then what are you going to do to make sure that he doesn't talk again?
We're gonna beat them.
Well, you're gonna beat them.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the mentality that I need to hear. Because when we're looking at the game today, Gentlemates, they are the last team left from EMEA that went to that global, that went to VCT
last
Santiago.
team the comp meta. Your meta.
Your meta is
Yeah.
out. We haven't seen it in a while. But actually, like yesterday, Martin had a really good performance on the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Do you think that's gonna be something you can deal with?
I think he's a good player, but not every game. Some games he's doing good shots and doing live game easily, but not every time.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair, and that's also a discussion to have with them. But when it comes to your own individual performance and the performance of Eternal Fire against Gentlemates today, considering you were coming off that loss against Foot, is there anything you're gonna do differently to make sure you make this clean?
We just fight with them like every time. We are trying to fix our mistakes, and I think we fix it, and we're gonna see today.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank
Good
you
luck on the
too.
server
Thank
desk.
you.
Back to you.
I don't know if it's been emphasized enough, but this is the first time that these guys will face off against one another since Ascension, which I think is the key point here behind that trash talking, right? You saw Neki even still being able to give it a bit back. We've not actually seen either of them come up against one another since Ascension, which is what makes this matchup so exciting.
Yeah, it's that ability to actually fight back this time around, and it's going to be in that server. It feels like a lot more is riding on this just outside of elimination, and whilst we've heard from the Eternal Fire boys, let's also hear from some of our Gentlemates as well.
Another elimination match for you guys today, this time against Eternal Fire. But I'd love to have a discussion about the confidence and what we've seen from both of you yesterday. I'm going to start off with you, Bippo. You've seemed to be coming to life, especially in that last map. So what's it been like for your confidence and having that performance coach on the roster?
I mean, I feel like Chris has helped us a lot in these past few days. Like, we've only worked with him only a week, but I feel like he's had huge impact in the team, and I feel like he just works really well with us as individuals, you know, like he brings us together, he gives us confidence, and he just helps overall a lot, you know.
And then for you, Martin, how has it been having the performance coach?
Yeah, it's been great. He sees problems in us as people and he tries to like solve them or help us at least. And he brings a lot of confidence and energy, I would say.
So heading into today's match, of course, there is a bit of pressure, considering also the fact that you are the last team that went to Masters Santiago to represent EMEA. Lower bracket run is possible, but against a team like Eternal Fire that is so aggressive, what are you guys going to bring to the table today? I'm going to start with you, Martin.
I'm going to bring to the table that I'm going to lock into the crosshair and I'll try to shoot them.
And you, Bipa?
I mean, the same as yesterday. I feel like our pressure hasn't changed. We started from lower bracket and we're going to end in lower bracket. So we just need to keep playing win by win, like game by game, win by win, you know?
Absolutely. I like that mentality. Thank you guys so much for joining me and for assisting with the interview. Good luck in your game today. Desk, back to you.
Thank you.
I like two things about that interview. One, that it's game by win, not game by game. You're just going to win all of them if you're on the side of Gentlemates. But also that the duoing and the helping goes way further than what's going to happen in the server. It's also with interviews.
Yeah, I think that this is exactly what we've been getting from both of them. So we have seen changes in the compositions. We have seen them relying exclusively on comfort. And as we were saying with League, we're just so happy that we do not get to see that veto again.
Yeah, I think the veto is kind of a dead narrative at this point. We want to like close that book and move on to this new chapter, especially the things that we're able to do yesterday. Very, very exciting game for them yesterday.
Well, look, there's so much more that we get to be excited for when it comes to Gentlemates, and that's mostly just hearing what they're thinking about before they walk out on this stage with Ginny.
Starkso, you're going up against Eternal Fire. We've had a little bit of a discussion with them earlier, and they said, you know, you talk a lot. So want to hear, you know, what you got to say.
I talk a lot, they talk a lot. Let's see who's shooting better. Today is the chance to prove it.
Anything else you want to say?
Good luck, you know. Let's have a good game.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you. Well, let's have a good game because Gentlemates going up against Eternal Fire starts now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Eternal Fire. Keep calling. Took a risk even though my heavy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'm a crew out of seven. But it won't be falling. Gentlemates.
There's a lot to prove for both of these teams. Not only that they could be that third and final slot going to London, but the fact that words that were exchanged online are going to be meaningful, that they do have an impact. And whoever shows up today, as Statso was saying there, is really going to put this narrative to rest because we're finally getting to see them face up against each other, Billy.
Yeah, and I think as well, exciting times for Gentlemates. Kundi coming in as this new head coach, obviously being a promotion from the group stage, and I think that he's found success by being able to find his first win yesterday. But then when we look at the map veto, we are going to see them pick up the Ascent. That's a little spicy from them to come in with.
Yes, I do remember how Eternal Fire played against Foot on this map and some of the things that were definitely not there. But before jumping into that and just looking at the bigger picture as well, Eternal Fire, they are here. I want to say by mere chance because they did go into that very long last map on split against Foot. Yes, they're coming off of a loss, but it was a very incredibly close loss. On the side of Mates, they surprised us a lot yesterday against Team Liquid, especially on that last map that made absolutely no sense with that 10-0 lead that they started off. for today, things are changing. I like the Vito. I love the fact that we potentially end up on Pearl. That is something that I really want to see. I was just paying attention to the faces because I didn't want to miss any kind of banter.
Who was making contact with who?
Nikki was looking. They were like, I think that the guys in the Eternal Fire were like trying to look at Mate's feet in case they make any kind of movement. Because last time they were giving it to Foot on the other side. I remember Fabian very vividly standing up and using his mouse, being like, guys, do you know how to use a mouse? It was crazy. So I hope that they bring that
same energy. Yeah, because I think this is something that we need to remind ourselves of. We kind of discussed their journey in the pre-match against Foot in that game. Like, this was a team that last year were playing in Premier, grinded their way through challengers in the Tier 2 circuit to then go on to win Ascension to find themselves in Tier 1. They play in kickoff with 2 substitutes and then coming to Stage 1 with their final complete roster. And now they've been able to find themselves in a position where they're trying to grind their way to be able to make that global event, which is a similar story to what BBL had when we think to kickoff. So I think if they can get off to that and continue that run today, it is a question though of how are they going to be able to bounce back from that game against Foot. Like Bea mentioned, that was a long series for them to be able to go through.
Yeah, it feels like there is this fairy tale set up for one of these two teams. I just wonder which one's going to have a happy ending, which one's going to have that celebration for themselves, at least looking at today. And so then it's who showed up, who's going to be able to have the prep, because there's been a difference in time coming into this for that preparation, right? Eternal Fire having that extra day, Gentlemates closing out their series quite late last night and having to show up again.
They're changing. Do you remember you were asking me, what happened on that ascent? I was like, oh, I'll go through my notes. Yeah, Fabian cannot play the KO on this map. Like, my guy was not flashing, was dry peeking. You know what he can play? Phoenix. Sometimes maybe he should stop holding that W, but it's bringing them so much success that I am not mad at it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that. And as well, we're potentially going to see Izzy move away from that Waylay onto the Jet here. I think something that you'd mentioned to me when I'd asked you, Bea, was, what was he finding much impact with the operator? Not so much.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I was not mad at the Waylay per se, because the idea behind it is that at the end of the day, you kind of have 2 dashes. So it's a different way of interpreting, but then when you go into the attack, you can like dash and smoke, like something that you really like to do with the Jet. So I don't think it was completely wrong. It was just a different approach. But to me, 2 things about the defense of Eternal Fire. 1, if your Gentlemates try and avoid Echo, it worked wonders for Foot. You should try and do the same. And also play a lot around that operator. It doesn't matter that he's not on the Waylay. I expect Easy to get it as soon as he can.
Yeah, and they've switched Odaz onto the Astra as well. They were running the Omen previously, so curious to see that change come into effect, because that seems to be the only difference across each of these compositions, is that one's decided to go for the Astra and one's decided to go for the Omen.
And while we're touching on the compositions, yes, we've seen Beepo playing a lot of the Jet and how that's potentially looking better. To me, the things that is looking the best is Mini. I think that having him on Comfort is worth more than having anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that Mini was someone that we had highlighted yesterday that we need to see step up, and he certainly delivered that yesterday.
Individuals stepped up yesterday. Will they step up again today, or Eternal Fire going to be able to bounce back from that upper bracket loss? Let's get this one started on map 1 Ascent with Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, we'll be locked in on this one.
As always.
We'll be locked in on this one, but again, we've had a crazy upset already today, I think. So this, who knows where we go now? I think this is just kind of, I don't think throwing caution to the wind. I don't think a lot of people thought Mates would even make it to this point, looking at that Liquid series.
Yeah, I'll follow on from how we kind of ended, which was Mates clutching up in that series.
Martin,
again, the resilience on display yesterday. Again, we could talk format all day long. We could talk about how brutal this is now to come into another potentially exhausting game against a team like Eternal Fire that are just born to run it down, basically.
Yeah, there's no breaks.
No, it's all gas.
Yeah, that's the one, all gas, no breaks. But I like the change-up of comp here as well for Eternal Fire, because I didn't like that Waylay. I know the Des were kind of talking about maybe it being technically quite good in theory, but I didn't like the implementation. I do think it was a little bit lackluster. But on this map as well for Mates, I mean, to me, Mini was outstanding.
Yeah, he really
Pure
was.
class as an anchor, but starting out on the attacking side here for Mates, and obviously Eternal Fire on the defending side.
Here, actually gonna have a little bit of company, has to respect the util here. Beepo able to dash in. And another thing I've certainly got my eye on is Beepo demonstrating a bit more comfort here, probably a sigh of relief to get through a series here with a comp change. Overall change of direction here. Neki catch one drifting into the smoke here. Martin good for the trade, and Beepo follows through.
Yeah, all looking pretty solid for Mates to start with. They'll be happy enough with that as a beginning. but a pivot. Not going to take things too lightly, as I think most people have realized by now. Nothing is really given at this point. Echo gets the catch on the cross, blind, but going to be happy himself with it.
Very scrambled call, though. And they're going to be able to get the plant down here and comfortably set up. But you look at the HP advantage here. Glyph down at 22, Beepo tagged to 75. Martin has to deliver on the first, and he does.
I mean, we constantly ask more and more of this man, and he always seems to be up to the test and at least hitting his stride as of late. As Echo going with Izzy, gonna really put him through his paces. That was gorgeous from Eternal Fire. And a reminder of their firepower, Mike. I know we can sing the praises of Gentlemates quite often in what they can bring to a server when it comes to at least that aspect. But you put Eternal Fire under a similar lens, they are also passing the test.
Absolutely. A team that continues to impress. I mean, Neki, for me, alongside Echo, two of the most exciting players to really watch develop throughout this year already. And really, that's how do you pick a highlight from this roster? Everybody has had their moment in the sun.
Oh, this is a nice
And the Izzy as well. Got to argue has the upper hand in terms of that head-to-head. Like I said, for me, Beepo at least showing a lot more promise than we've seen previously yesterday on the Jet. Certainly want to see mates build upon that, but obviously there's no turnaround in between games here.
No, and when you ask about adaptation, how much have they been able to work with, it's going to be hard to ask those questions of a team who's just coming off another game. And as much as this looked a little interesting at the beginning with Echo falling, it should be kept in hand. It is just classics coming out for mates here this round, so by all rights, you're imagining a little bit of a roasting over towards the logs, but it does encourage Glyph then to swing, so going to make this costly. Going to keep them somewhat in check.
Izzy will find 3 actually. Good, great progress towards the Blade Storm already.
Oh, they're looking a little bit concerned about something. Maybe the in-ears there, just getting those right.
Probably two of the teams that are most prone to a stand-up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, disconnected.
One enemy remaining.
Is he able to farm up here? Again, it's only 2 to survive, and we'll have to see how the round 3 purchase will settle after this. I believe probably just a short break. It's probably exactly what we saw on the reaction.
Yeah, just going to get those in-ears right. You can see it there, just a moment. Should be back to business. Probably
On the other side, though, I mean, Martin already ult in hand here, so great tool to have available here in round 3. Certainly something that could stop an early snowball developing here on the side of Eternal Fire.
All I'm saying is we need the extension cables for the in-ears. Can we get those sorted? Whoever's sponsoring the teams, let's get to work. Because we like the standing up, we like the shouting. We enjoy that side of things.
We want to enable it.
Exactly, we want to encourage.
Yeah, and although we are paid by the tech pause, I'm happy to make that sacrifice.
Shout out to KitKat for that one.
Yeah.
Although they're not getting
Still
the
haven't
credit
found
for
our
this.
truck.
I don't. Why did you say our truck?
Oh, your
The
truck.
truck.
Sorry.
No, the truck.
The truck. Sorry.
It's not in.
Sorry.
We don't know where it is.
I've been eating good.
When you told me that you eat across Kit Kats, you just bite into them.
Chomping.
Oh,
My chomper.
Yeah, you've changed it.
Yeah, weird. They've stopped replying to my tweets actually now.
Huh.
So,
That's
that
really
is
strange.
Although I won a vote somewhere.
Nonsense.
In the first 90 seconds.
Yeah,
At the end of the voting window. It was a landslide.
You can't be doing that.
It
We
was a
are just
landslide.
waiting for those in-ears to get themselves sorted and everything to be good to go. So it was what we expected. It shouldn't take too long. I say that with no confidence. We'll see. Because yesterday, we had a generational tech pause.
We did.
It was a real throwback.
Yeah, actually it was a bit of a throwback.
It did, right?
Although,
yeah.
It wasn't like it used to be.
No, I kind of miss those days, you know?
You can't call them the good old days.
Well, you can. You can.
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
It would have been just us. No desk.
No desk. No, it was, yeah, it felt a little vintage, and no, I was really against it. It was a time. Now, luckily, though, it's not going to carry on. So all the talk of the past is moved forward. And actually, we're going to have a little check-in this round as well with the Gentlemates comp. So we get to kind of see how it's sitting with them. I'd love to see if they want to implement Martin's ult here. Again, you might know you're coming into a very
Well, how well do they read the
light
buy here?
bonus,
Yeah,
yeah.
look at what's on the other side here for Eternal Fire. We'll be able to hop on board with the comms just to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, can we pump it? I will drone, guys. Okay. Put smoke guard and I will drone.
You're one.
Ready?
You're one. You're gonna be the one.
Really?
I'm a little.
Pick 3, 2.
Go Molly, go Molly.
Can I smoke in one corner also?
Yeah, I'll use both smokes then, okay? Can you wall tree actually? Wall tree?
Only smoke.
Get
side.
Wait a bit.
Can judge.
Come, let's do for one A-speed. Leave Connor there.
Okay.
I will ult when you hold my body from mid.
Connor, stay here.
Yeah,
You
I
will
am.
blind for us.
Yeah.
Or something, if needed.
It's Silva and Jet on A.
Will I anti-flash someone?
I'm anti.
Anti.
Okay, I'm off.
They dart recleared him in, so nothing.
He's good, he's good.
Hold my
He's
body
good.
from mid, Manny, okay?
Yeah, me and Hodder.
I will cage and trap here.
Go.
Speed up.
Speed up.
We're journeying me, closing me to me, Silva. I'm blinded on me. Closing me, blinded.
Help me.
Could be switch on you, care.
Hey, behind you! Behind you! Garden!
Spike down.
Oh my god,
1 HP. In the smoke.
Garden. Buddha, just go side.
Close the door.
Close up tree.
I would be
30
nervous
seconds left.
by all rights, but the fact that it's Echo scares the life out of me. Beheading Martine, you could hear the panic, the change in comms when they realized someone was behind them. I think that was Ordaz at the time, but Echo with 7 bullets, had to take a gamble. And, well, a decent bonus for them, all said and done. Mates unable to identify where that stack was at the start.
Absolutely, a ton of damage and to impact the purchase here for the mates. And again, things really in a position to spiral out of control. Potentially, there was Ordaz, you're right, tucked in. Potentially, if it wasn't for Mini, an opportunity to punish the run-it back here.
Let's go! Good.
Like I said, then upgrades to be considered. Obviously, Echo's position to cause further issues on the side of the mates. Neural theft available. Again, Beepo really the next closest.
Again, to me, I just can't keep my eyes off of Mini recently. The way he's been working has been exceptionally interesting. And again, keeping a lot of presence towards middle, humbling some of that pressure that maybe Izzy would have been considering.
Chomping at the bit to get out there, yeah.
Oh, hands down. But good space taken here by Beepo. Uncontested, however.
They are looking to just funnel in towards heaven here. And the plant won't be contested, but plenty of information here off the drone and attack as well. Not sure if they can punish that one on the other side of things. Fabian tagged up.
Yeah, feeling
will
like
be punished.
He was almost unnoted there, but he had been revealed. So again, Eternal Fire flooding the site perfectly. Mini,
he's out of
I
this
said,
one.
keep eyes on him. He can't do a thing here. They got swept on the site. They're even pausing for thought, taking a second to see if they could maybe catch him on something, but no. Easy work on that retake.
A little lost in the lurk. Again, Izzy to show presence early on. Maybe just keeps Mini considering, I guess, the other half of this rotation, but so quickly, Fire able to stack up in towards heaven. And, as you said, just sweeping the site. The kill feed just all green for them.
It looked so easy. None of the crossfires holding, no swings off it. It just felt 1 by 1. Well, that's broken the buy too.
Yep. Izzy, operator in hand, still 1 off the Blade Storm now. And this ult cycle looking a little healthier on one side of the board. Pending the outcome of this one.
If they could punish Izzy, though, that'd be a dream come true, but I'd be very surprised if they could get to him on a solo fight here, but he has been left towards market now. Still has that dash just in case required. He's comfortable. Is going to invest it, though. Gonna know
what?
For the note! I didn't think he landed that.
I think he saw him.
Oh, it was just perfect. And Ordaz starting to flex a little here as well. Starting to take that space by 1. We haven't seen them explore before. This is looking fantastic until now. Maybe a bit overzealous here. Unnecessary. As Ordaz going to be required to overachieve, and, well, he does.
Now, Mini 23 HP, a 1v3 presented.
If he had a bit more.
Yeah, a real tough one to navigate.
And look at the positionings they're going to be coming from. You've got main, you've got door pressure.
Spike planted.
It's going to be back to the wall VALORANT here, but let's see what you got. The spacing too good. Way too good, way too buttoned up. And that's what I want to see as well. Something that I think we were critiquing when it came to split, at least with mates, was some of those kind of, the spacing issues, those timing issues. This looks comfortable for Eternal Fire so far.
As well, that's why I said Beepo probably under a very different lens here. Oh, he did spot him just ahead of the cage. A beautiful shot by Izzy.
Oh, Izzy's nasty, isn't
yeah,
he?
so snappy already in these opening 5 rounds. He makes to call a timeout here. We just to take stock of things. I said Beepo already, a Blade Storm in hand, does have a Bucky available potentially here, but we'll see how the buy will settle. Probably just a check in here. Again, lots of things in terms of protocols, in terms of the changes
Oh, it could
overall
all be
here.
changed. I think this actually kind of
this obviously
plays
alluded
into it, right?
Yeah, what we're talking about with Beepo, and again, this sort of ethos, it's like, okay, if we're forcing something that's not working and we're changing a lot of things to try and make something work, again, let him go back to where he's comfortable. And if Beepo, again, if we run in an elimination situation here, lower bracket run, a few games to maybe unrust, right? Become more comfortable once more. Unfortunately, you're not really given that opportunity, but already yesterday, numbers not massively different, but visual check, certainly look better. It looks so much better.
I don't think I'd actually heard Beepo's voice until then. He certainly wasn't up given much, was he? Let's be honest. Yesterday was way more active.
Didn't have much to give it about. And that's, you've got to call it how it is.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, dropping an ace yesterday as well. It's like, in what world previously?
Yes, much different. But he's got a really tall task here. If he has to be the one to kind of go pound for pound with Izzy, it feels like a bit of a mismatch, at least when we talk about comfort.
I mean, against most other
form.
Jets in the league.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tricky one for him, but I don't think it's all on Beepo here necessarily. I do want to look at the rest of the roster to try and make something of that, but Beepo going to note one and now note the push-up as well. This should be relayed, this should be called. You can see the scramble from Mates to sit a little bit deeper and try and mitigate Fabian and that ult.
And the camera obviously noting nobody else had backfilled that space Fabian's able to create. But the camera is removed now, so Mate's probably conscious to re-clear this space now. It's taken, it's taken everyone to do so. I mean, they're going to completely give up the B site here. If this drone spots anybody on the cross, actually just expired at the right time. Neki won't catch a glimpse of anyone.
Those trips are as well. They made the most of that little bit of a scramble that came from Mates. If they want to get close to B.
Very deep trip here, though, so they're going to know very early on. And if Echo can maybe hold them at the front door, does have some supportive utility here from the Astra.
I really like this. Again, it just buys time. Echo can then tuck himself in, going to know, yes, there's a
I don't
player
think he cleared
crossed.
here. The drone has to clear it.
Did it? Don't
he
think
didn't clear on the dash!
Oh, Echo gets away with daylight robbery. That should have been seen. These are the small mistakes that could add up. However, for now, Mates have sight and Beepo's got a glimpse. Hunter's Fury and a good shot there. They're putting just about everything into this one. And is he going to get away? But sadly, Neki won't, leaving just the two alive. And Beepo unwilling to give up the space either, trying to posture up a touch. As Fabian and Izzy cautiously stepping back towards side. Beepo on the corner, nice from him. Big round as Fabian, a 1v3 required. That was a little overzealous. And that, I thought there was something to that. Bloody hell, threat and a half for this team, but Mates with a needed round.
I mean, it's little things like this. Again, we saw an instance yesterday on Split, the dog not clearing an angle. Here's a drone and a dash in, and yes, there's a wall up to obscure some of the vision, but it's the little details here that can really be crucial in terms of making this comp very safe. And even some of the set pieces look very safe. Luckily, not an instance here that we can be too critical of. No. But there was a real chance. A player like Echo, in a scenario,
a little bit more room.
Give him a one and done, and usually he's finding a couple.
Yeah. He over-delivers more often than not. So default called on here for Mates. Just going to play it out pretty standard. Early clear towards mid. Seeing no one with an operator, not seeing Izzy around. This could then kind of imply that presence could be on the extremities. Operator shot is now heard. I think at least Izzy rattled a shot off there. Might have actually just been Beepo. Oh, well, there's the big information. Oh, they are going to be chuffed to bits with that.
Beepo eats a ton of damage off that, actually. You can see he's desperate to find this value again. Glyph on a TP, just for information here. Again, no secrets about this. There are plenty of sound cues to operate on.
This is a half buy. It's a bit of a broken buy, right? You've still got that operator, yes, and a judge and a vandal, but everything else is sheriffs. So it is still a little bit lacking in the timing. Mini, that felt so unnecessary. Did we need to slip CT on that? Haven't quite dealt with sight yet either. And now it's getting a bit bizarre. Mates looking like they're a little lost in this. There's Izzy trying to do the dodge as best he can. It's Fabian to find Martine, leaving them in tatters. Beepo, this needs to be exceptional work from you, and Glyph has to deliver. He can't. A shambolic round from Mates in reality, as Beepo's options become to save.
Has to try and hold on to this, and Fire do so well to convert a purchase. I mean, yes, it's a half buy, but there's an operator and a rifle in here. They're actually charging towards him. Echo will find it with a judge removed here. Beautiful stuff. Beepo initially the one to lead the charge up mid. It's the one that's actually on the back foot all the way in towards B main.
Just that
very
push on
chaotic,
CT.
but yeah. Mini maybe just not reading the numbers.
I mean, unlucky that he just misses the play.
It is a very awkward timing, but it's such a gamble to walk in here.
When you had no real security elsewhere, it felt, I don't know, maybe a misread from what they were expecting. Am I seeing a double op-out? Yeah, Echo as well.
Foul work.
Camera taken out.
Oh, okay, off the early. Can't hold that line, but he's not really moving back, is he? He's playing ahead of his own utility too, so feeling bold about this. And up against Eco, I get a bit nervous, but he's fine. He backs himself in these fights and playing maybe somewhat outside of expectation.
Now, what do they read into Echo killing someone with an operator?
Yeah,
do they know that there's another one lying in wait?
They're trying to just overwhelm him, potentially? Looks like that's... Ooh, hello.
Got Nat's line up there.
A vintage one, yeah. I can't believe that Echo just feels so comfortable doing this. It feels so counterintuitive, but he's doing this, man! He's landing headshots when he doesn't have to! And now the Izzy's here! Oh, this is brutality, isn't it? Stop it, Izzy.
No.
Stop it, you behave.
You're back on the ground right now.
Okay, see, it's these moments that I get not frustrated, but you can't be doing this, man.
Styling on them.
6-2, they're doing that.
First 8 rounds here. Eternal Fire looking as if they're very happy. Get down and dirty with the mates. They're totally in control of this first half of Ascent.
It does send a statement as well, right? There is something to be said about it. I think if we talk bigger picture, do we love teams pushing up against pistols and lighter purchases? No, it's awful. Especially with a double operator in play. Like, you just sit there going, what are we doing? But it does send a message, and I think confidence can be such a key factor here in these games.
Especially in this matchup between these players as well.
Look at Izzy. Just exuding this sort of bravado to how he's playing in middle. And it's completely put Mini on the back foot.
I have information here towards top mid as well, but nobody in a position to really bail Mini out. Now, Izzy's patience will be tested, but I think he's reading the map really well.
They've got the 3-play stack on A anyway, right? They don't have to overcommit here. Oh, Izzy, your timing. Okay. Izzy's back online.
Joke's over.
How long do you wait? Because contact's now coming in, right? You're hearing these.
He's baiting him with the updraft.
It is just a brilliant battle in middle, but we have to focus on the site somewhat because Martin breaking down the door. Unnecessary in the swings there. I don't think he could have gap closed, but Fabian fancies to go himself, walks the smoke. I feel like this is too far. They've taken, I liked what Izzy was doing, but he's the one who's seemingly playing the safest now. But they're on the cross, seen and revealed. He shouldn't get away with too much. Called out information and he goes forward. He's all alone though, swept aside. Mates given a chance and they will take that every day of the week.
I think you probably expect a few rounds like this, whether or not it will slow things down on the side of Eternal Fire, but Mates up to the challenge. They're in round 9 for sure. Martin just bulldozing his way onto site. There was a moment there, I mean, is he baiting the updraft here to almost lure Mini in? Not that I think that's maybe going to have a massive outcome in terms of what's going on elsewhere, but 6-3 now, the scoreline. A divide and a neural theft on one side and nothing available here for the mates. Fabian looking to maybe crunch here towards the orb on the back of Eki's drone. Won't actually catch either player.
Okay, Ordaz, can you slow this down? Gets himself back towards door. Getting a little panicked here, somewhat. Yeah, very panicked. Bebo's behind them all. That was a messy round again. Some fundamental flaws with Eternal Fire. Neki. He's got a bit of play there, but it felt individual again. No one able to potentially work off the back of that as Izzy just about makes it over. But Bebo's taken control this time. Looking sharp as Echo. And to try and pull up a 1v3. Not gonna happen. Beepo, exceptional work there from him.
Runs away with this one, a dash all the way through Treat. Gets up into heaven, applies so much pressure, and even though actually 2 kills in favor of Eternal Fire on the site.
They looked indecisive by Switch almost. It got a bit too panicked here. You saw it with Martine's presence.
It's difficult in either situation here to really choose which side of the site you want to prioritize, but another round that, again, in terms of pacing, the mates look happy to follow Eternal Fire down this rabbit hole.
If your mates, you've surely found a bit of a weakness there, right? This A site, they look like they want to kind of exploit this over and over, but...
Yeah, like I said, you'd maybe expect to see a couple of rounds like that, but I don't think that's sustainable against Eternal Fire. If you want to go an entire map playing like that, it's...
Eternal Fire, I mean, my mind just goes to split, but it goes to split, right? When I saw the game with them before, just that repeated hits, but I guess it is mates this time, knowing they're up against a lighter purchase, potentially looking to explore the other side of the map. Mini's made great progress up middle as well. Unchecked on until then, he's got freedom. He's even noted the players moving as they do go down. And actually, is Martine caught there? That's Echo. Oh no, is he? I thought he was on for another. Necky's grabbed one towards Starzo, and suddenly, we've got a bit of a flip of the script here. Beepo forced to invest the knives. He needs to clear Echo and needs to do it somewhat quickly. There is pressure to this. It is a 1-for-1 trade out. Mini again going to be required to go huge on this.
Does get himself at least an upgrade here, but 79 HP. And the spike not to hand here.
Well, they've made great steps. Good strides. He needs to get both. I don't know if he's got it in him here. Trying to isolate one, but the shots aren't landing. Fabian is a little low though, 10 HP.
They line
up easy. Oh my god, this is getting just an extended fight, and now it's down to the weakened target with 10 seconds. It's a battle of attrition, 6 bullets fight. It's gonna be Fabian finding it. With the Emoda Thrifty coming through, I thought mates had that one right.
Again, this is the sort of thing, it comes right down to the wire. Eternal Fire is so good at scrapping some of these situations out. Another conversion of a lesser purchase, this time a Thrifty. Mates, again, the only real downside here is by the time they've traded everything out, look at where the spike is.
Yeah. That was, I guess, when it got dropped then? Yeah, just caught through market.
7-4 now. The mate's still going to be comfortable in the purchase, and Eternal Fire back on a buy of their own. Fabian. Got to bail out this wine player.
He's trying. He's made it there in time, and look at the follow-up here. They fight as 5, don't they? It's just everyone's in. Izzy, just the execution on Glyph. If you don't get out, we'll force you out. And I think mates now on really the receiving end of this.
As well, down to 25.
I don't even know when.
A chance here for Martine to maybe retrieve an orb. Have an opportunity to effectively throw a third body in the mix here.
Got a free sight.
Problem being Echo, it's going to put the neural theft in here.
Speed up. There you go, as I said, trying to get that additional body. A little bit of a stall here. Quite nice, but not going to buy enough time to really deny at least the plant coming in, but it's going to ask a lot from Martine here. Looking to sit safe, potentially, for that ult.
Divide could cause issues as well. They've got to remain fairly active on the site. Team probably just looking for the opportunity to invest here.
I thought he was pretty close to that on Fabian. There's the ult pop. This is a time buyer. Trying to work with Mini here. Good work, good corner play from him. Echo a little ahead of that. Mini still 20 HP. Flash gonna be fine to be turned here. Mini again, they are doing this. Mini is desperately trying, but Ordaz! Where did you find the second? Mini soaked so much of that, but Ordaz just excelling here.
Beautiful shots to close out an 8-4 half, Lauren. Again, both teams looking to scrap back and forth here.
And I think we actually are going to have a halftime interview with Monster, who is a VALORANT player for one of our local teams.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Oh, that was... That last round was really close, but before we get into that, Monster, thank you for joining me. Also, hello, welcome to the studio. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing fine. We just have a nice day off, so we went with a team to watch some matches and support our ex-teammates and friends.
Is there anyone in particular besides Starkzo that you're supporting here today?
Obviously my Czech brothers Martin and Minnie.
And when it comes to their performance, it was an 8-4 half, so it's pretty close. I mean, that last round, that was so close, right? Do you think they can do it?
Yeah, they can definitely do it. I mean, we've seen them pulling up some already nice clutches, some nice shots. So I think if both Martin and Minnie will keep beasting on the Radiants, on the Phoenix, on the Cypher, I think they will pull it up.
In general, when it comes to them being in the lower bracket, it makes things a little bit more complicated because if they lose one game, they're out. But when it comes to them being able to make it to London, do you think they're going to be there?
I think that's for sure.
Any words of encouragement that you... I know they can't hear you right now, but maybe if they look back at the stream, anything you want to say to them?
I mean, I already told them something before the match. I showed some emotes from the audience to them. But yeah, I think they will definitely do it. They just need to keep showing what they were showing the whole season, I think, so far, this split. And yeah, I hope for the best, and let's go, gentlemates.
All right, let's go, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. You're a great friend, great supporter. We're going to be heading back over to our casters.
Okay, if you are just sat on the couch, chilling out, watching this game at home, one, you missed a great series before. You got to go back and watch that. Great, I guess, is subjective, depending on which side of the coin you're on, but a great series nevertheless. If you're tuning into this and the stakes maybe have missed you at some point, this is a battle of survival at this point. We are in the lower round of things. There is no room for mistakes. We've already seen the Gentlemates did clear Team Liquid, what, 2-1, right? That was an incredible upswing, that third and final map. I think caught us all off guard here. But Eternal Fire, in my mind, are playing up to caliber, playing up to my expectations of how explosive this team can be.
I think as well, just coming back to the same point I made, it's not really sustainable for mates to get into the sort of play style that Eternal Fire are going to bait you into. Don't get me wrong, it's so easy to sit here and say, yeah, don't feed into these engagements, but they're so slippery. The ability to really apply players like Fabian and Izzy. You see here, Fabian might just have a little bit of company. Proactivity on the side of mates here, outside A main. Again, not shying away from the possibility at all. They clear through this space now. Fabian going to tuck in. Echo beheads Starzo.
That's just a Ferrari peak on the site. Who's still on the site though? Mini, okay, he was so good at anchoring this side of the map. And, oh, it does turn into a bit of a battlefield, but eventually does go down. Ordaz there to be able to keep it in check, but the plant's in play. At this point, trying to batten down the hatches.
Fabian's still got util to play with as well. Again, going to be given a smoke to flash out of. Paranoia sent through. See what mates can get done here. Flash off the reveal, doesn't actually land here. Fabian forced a little deeper into main.
Okay, Ordaz. Gonna be forced off for now. You can see Neki just tucked in. I was gonna say not quite clean enough to be able to reset. As Eternal Fire doing exactly as prescribed here. And you're right though, mates getting pretty active on the other side of the map, trying to get involved, but you've got Echo just...
I mean, here's the thing, right?
People,
in a round where Izzy and Fabian can go aggressive somewhere on the map, alongside the likes of Neki, you have Ordaz and Echo, who are just solid anchors. Obviously, you're talking about the attacking side here. If you're going to pressure onto the extremity, Echo's one of the few players you want to run into, man. Certain rounds, he just looks so crispy. All in towards mid here from the mates.
Hello.
Get what they want, but a ton of information given across.
It's a throwback. I do love a good stand middle. All of us, see if we just get one, that'll do. So you just roll as a pack of 4 players now. They did suffer their own casualty in the form of Beepo, but that's fine. Again, you're not expecting to win every engagement here. You're trying to make something out of nothing. And for Neki, though, it's farming time. He is the one kind of standing on the side. He's got the support there with him, and they hold the line well. Comfortable stuff for Eternal Fire.
Double digits, obviously. Mates have to answer back now. Prevent a bonus being converted. Would feel like the nail in the coffin here on Ascent, for sure. Will they continue with this trend we've already seen in the first few rounds? Happy to brawl out, at least early on the barrier drop. Mini looking to maybe punish the lighter side of this inventory here, the light shields, but rifles across the board for Eternal Fire.
Okay, so we do have a little check-in here for the comms as well. So we get to hear it from the other side. Let's make sure how they're sounding.
Hanım ben burada kalayım. Bir tane de lane Ömür.
B'yi fakeleyelim, A'yı alırsan döneriz.
Ömür tek bakayım var sana çıkmak istersen.
Hala cross mu alalım? Ben vururum onu.
CT'de Evan'ı kırdı. Evan'ı kırdı biri. Garden Evan'ı kırdı.
Abi şimdi buradan dönün ya.
Tam fakeleyeceğiz zaten. Bir pikleyelim beraber.
Ben gidiyorum, siz ikiniz
Abi
takılın
Orba.
bence. Alsana silahımı. Silahımı.
Orba, dinle deme. Orba ben basayım. Gidin flash pick atın. Phoenix alıyor sancak.
Çok iyi kol.
3, 2, 1.
Vermedim kimseye.
Drone basacağım.
Silahımı alabilirsin, alalım.
Ya wall basıyorum şöyle.
Ben yürüyeceğim buraya.
O lane'den pick atacak.
Git.
Market, 2 market.
Biri dönüyor. B5 mu? Markete su görüyorum. Evet, market molly verdim Ömür. Dönüyorum. Bir tane daha.
Vururum.
Aman döndü.
Gel. CT yerim.
CT.
Geçiyorum, kuracağım.
Aldım CT Ömür senden.
Sola bakıyorum.
Açık kuruyorum beyler birazcık.
Çıktı.
80 aldım, 2 çıktı. 80 Phoenix.
All right, anything Echo can do, Martin might be able to do better. And all that's
Where's the ult? Where's the ult?
Martin, what do you want to do about
You can
this?
pressure onto the backside of the ult.
Where is it?
Oh, it's all the way towards switch.
Okay. This is such a bizarre round. Martin trying to play this just
Wardash can play
right.
late on this though.
Yeah.
Martin almost has to make a decision here.
He's got to be the one to make the move, right?
Can he get right on the edge? Is that still... It doesn't catch. It doesn't catch. He's sticking it.
Oh, and Ordaz has no idea. Martin, with daylight robbery, steals it away.
Just outside. The star a little misplaced here. Not sure. I didn't actually know when it had gone down. If it was scrambled again. He's so far away from this, but... Man, just as I said, Echo, like I said, he's some of these rounds so crisp. How does he get 3 in that situation at the start of the round?
I literally couldn't tell you. It felt just unfathomable that he was able to achieve it, but still, sharp reminder of what they can do, but a lifeline for Gentle Mates. They need a couple more of those to keep themselves kind of feeling out this game. I'd like to see a couple more players. We know that Martin can do this in Mini. Give me the others stepping up. We saw Starzo having generational impact again in that previous series. We need a bit more of that. Izzy, though, slips the net, and bloody hell, they're swinging everything, man.
Starzo will get a response here, but Izzy quickly answers back. 3 left for the mates now. 2 Guardians and a Judge, so advantage firmly in favor of Eternal Fire.
Timing on this. Oh, Cliff, oh no! How are you losing that fight? Oh, that's a gut punch, I'm feeling it. Starzo now under a lot of trouble, you can see it there. Izzy just barely visible in some of these fights, but so damn clean, they are such gunners!
Just embracing the Turkish approach to Ascent. So fast. Difficult to pin down in a number of situations here. And also, I mean, the favor of the gods in certain situations.
What is that from Izzy? Oh.
Bro, I'm so unlucky.
Bitter pill to swallow here as Eternal Fire hit 11. I said, round 15, a must-win, delivered by Martin. But they're right back into the thick of it.
Look at the ults, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bleak outlook, to be honest. Here, it's going to be upgraded pistols at best for the mates, and Eternal Fire have everything available to them
and this
from these opening 4 rounds.
And yeah, need I not remind you at this point, this is Gentlemate's map choice too. That's my concern, is that we then go into Lotus, which is where Eternal Fire wanted this veto to head towards. So a little concerning when they're just playing like this, and it is mechanical capability, but it's they have such a good approach as a collective as well. They have everything they need here, and sadly for mates, as much as we're still seeing Martin have his rounds and Mini being impressive, and Bebo's been present.
Glyph and Starzo are struggling numerically, but
they're
mates
there.
are still in some of these rounds, man. Like I said, they are still willing to go toe to toe with Eternal Fire. But unfortunately, the scoreline now just makes it so uncomfortable to really justify the risks that they're taking in some of these rounds. They have to shy away from it. Now that margin for error all but gone And unfortunately, Eternal Fire can just slow things down now, really let some of these rounds sweat a little bit.
But it's Eternal Fire. How slow is slow at this point? Let's be real. It's still 120. They're in sight. It's one of the reasons I really like this roster as well. It was such a breath of fresh air from the traditional EMEA style that I think we all grew a little bit weary with. But in this situation, they haven't had to use an ult. They haven't had to do anything. They've had the keys to the castle. They chose the right site.
Round 18 is not going to be pretty.
No, it will not be. So let's hope for mates they can maybe be a little bit more disruptive on this retake. You can see that Eternal Fire are starting to slip back a little bit deeper into these post plants as here comes the pressure. I flash towards heaven, but no one to follow. And there's the first to go down. It's Starzo. Good gap close, but the instantaneous reaction is swift. Eternal Fire pulling no punches today.
And it's only the Blade Storm invested just to clean this up. Probably the ultimate you could throw in the mix here. Hunter's Fury, Divide. Havians run it back. I mean, Starzo and Mini have been able to pick up their ultimates, but short of finding an early pick here from the Hunter's Fury, the buy is not going to reflect the ability to really make a stand here in round 18.
I thought it'd be slightly better than this. You were saying it was going to look shaky.
Nope.
No. Well, good luck. Right off the rip, we're going to pull out something from the playbook. I like the idea, but even then, Beepo just gets manhandled in middle, and they wanted to just flex towards site. They got the info, they're already out of the smoke. And there's the trade on the ult then being invested. It's layered. Even in all this chaos, they look composed. They have plans in mind. And look at this, everything on the money for Eternal Fire. As for mates,
Spike planted.
it feels a little flat here. A little outplayed and very outgunned.
Yeah, I mean, Mini, the situation now.
You don't
Clock's going to decide this one. Judge in hand, he needs the first. And we'll get the information from the neural theft, but it is a miracle required of him. Eternal Fire just chomping at the bit to close it out here. We'll find it. Neki to close, finding number 13. Defeating the mates here on their map pick in the opening of this series.
And it was a statement made, Mike. This feels like it was a clear-cut affair for them. They have a goal in mind, and I don't think they're going to stop until they have their way. However, we do have a sideline interview ready.
As that was 13 and 5 on your opponent's map pick, by the way. What's going on right now?
Yeah, we're just feeling it. So we are just good right now. After the last day, we just get it up, I guess. We just did our best.
Did you have anything different for breakfast?
No, nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series, Lotus, coming up next.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Eternal Fire made a big comp switch up on Ascent. Did this surprise you, and how did you and the team go about reacting to it?
I mean, I think they had a rough game last Ascent they played, so I don't think it comes as a surprise. I think Double Duelist is something what they play in the other maps, so it's not kind of surprise. And we didn't react much about it, like we we play the same comp, so we know how it's played and everything. So yeah, doesn't come as a big surprise.
Not a surprise for them, and it wasn't really for you guys either. It was more of this breath of you're happy to see that change, and I'm sure all of the Eternal Fire, not only players, fans, support staff, all of that are excited, happy with it too, because they get the win off of it, right? This is a change-up that you make it looks much, much better for them.
I just get like mixed feelings with this coach confessions because Kundi's like saying, oh yeah, we know exactly how this comp works.
Yeah.
We didn't do anything about it.
Did his players though? Because he might have.
Well, he has a couple of minutes actually
That's
at his disposal to
savage.
choose and talk to his players, but it's like same thing as yesterday when we asked him a couple of things. I'm not getting the confidence then, but you know, I'm not going to read too much into it. The compositions, like, they work mostly the same. I think that they give more autonomy to players like Fabian to do the things he was doing. The Phoenix ult is absolutely amazing. I think that the biggest difference, and something that I was highlighting did not work the last time the Eternal Fire played, is that they wanted to play a lot of up, and Foot did not allow them, that operator, to have much impact. This time around, we see an Easy that is just going up around. We saw him with the Outlaw, we saw him with the Operator, and I think that one of the rounds that is going to stick with me is this eco, where Mates just walks. This was a bit muddy. Most of this map was muddy. They lose this eco, and I think that this kind of snowballs into the rest of the half, with Easy being comfortable in the Operator. I think that the next round even Echo picks up
Yeah,
an
they have a double
Operator,
up.
which is the only way that you can make Echo even a little bit more scary. But yeah, comfortable and individual brilliance from the side of Eternal Fire, an easy walk in the park.
I think this is the thing with Eternal Fire. You say muddy, I say chaos. I think that they thrive in chaos, and even when they make chaotic moments, that's where it's a comfort zone for them almost.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. To me, chaos is what happened on Ascent against Foot. You know why? Because Foot shot back.
But this is the thing, right? Like, we're talking about Eternal Fire being so mechanically good, and we mentioned that eco. They can just pick up a couple of Sheriffs and know that they have a good shot at being able to win the round. And I think that that's when we come back to confidence as well from this Eternal Fire side. We need to see that confidence coming out from Mates going into the next map as well. Mr. G missing in the coach booth today. Maybe a curse for them not having him here today, no?
That is like not the thing you want to be hearing at all for a Mates fan, knowing that it's elimination right now. I do have full faith that there is still that potential for a Mates comeback. When we saw them go up against Liquid yesterday, it was the start where, okay, Mate's having too much time off. We don't really know if they're going to be able to show up, but they come back and they win it 2-1. There is still that chance for them here. It was their map pick, sure, but it's not like they're strangers to taking it to Lotus. It's not like they're strangers to taking it off of their opponents too.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough for Mates right now because they've had 2 losses on the 2 times that they've played Lotus. And we've seen Kundi come into this playoffs as the newest new appointed head coach. And I think that that means that they're obviously leaning into new compositions. We saw it across a couple of maps in playoffs so far. So I'm intrigued to see if they go down a different direction with Lotus here and what that's going to look like and how that's going to affect the players most of all, because a word that Kundi used was comfort. And that map didn't look very comfortable for Gentlemates.
I'm also thinking like it's going to be very weird to see this Lotus without the Neon if they keep on going down that trend of just removing people from the agent when it is still broken, everybody. Now, you guys remember the Lotus that we saw second map in Heretics, Fnatic, where Heretics is like destroyed Fnatic. I know it was like a couple of hours ago, but we were all here. Eternal Fire 13-5 them. Like they're incredibly comfortable in this. And actually that is the big question, right? The big solution for them, putting everybody in an agent that they're comfortable in. Same thing that they did for Ascend. It is what is working for everybody, but we just have the question of where is that comfortability going to take Gentlemates in Lotus?
And is it going to be enough as well as what I think we're asking? Because we mentioned comfort and we mentioned, you know, the Neon and Beeple. We've been kind of like zoning in on him sometimes on the analyst desk. And to be fair, I think he had a couple of good runs on that Ascent. We're definitely seeing a lot more confidence there, I think, with the duels that he's managing to take. It's just the confidence that's on the other side of the stage, right? When we see these Eternal Fire boys get, you know, fired up.
Riled up,
riled up. And obviously, the kind of history between Starzo and them that we've mentioned coming into today, there is that energy between them that they want to kind of show that they're the best. They had that matchup in Tier 2. We're on Tier 1, the big stage now, fighting to get to that global event.
I was expecting a little bit more of the stand-up, pop-off energy to come out from Gentlemates. I know it's hard when you're not winning that many rounds. Like, I'm not blaming them by any means, but I just would love to see that that's the way that they approach the stage when they come out here from map 2, that's the way that they're going to start their map here. And when we look at the agents, like, maybe don't be standing up, popping off right now, but at least give us some confidence here with what you're going to get for yourself.
I mean, no surprises. They're just moving in the same direction that they've been showing this playoffs, Mini away from the Vice and back into the Cypher. We're speaking about comfort, and maybe I would have liked to see him even on the Viper for this map, given a little bit more of that control now that you do not have the Neon. And yeah, no surprises on the other side.
Yeah, no surprises on the other side. I think, yeah, we've already kind of touched on Gentlemates potentially trying to change direction when we think about the Neon moving into the Jet. We're seeing a couple of teams do that now. I think one thing to focus on going into this map specifically is Eternal Fire starting on that attack. Echo on the Cypher was such a nuisance against Team Heretics the other day when they played this map. Constantly trying to shut him down and never being able to. He's going to be that sea lurk, constantly trying to see where he can insert himself. That's, yeah.
Everything now is in the favor of Eternal Fire. They're one map away from continuing their run into this lower player bracket. They're starting on the attack. They have to be the ones setting up the pace, and all the momentum is on their side. Starzo wanted to talk the talk, but he definitely said, you know, we'll see who shoots. In this case, Eternal Fire is shooting, and if they continue to do so on their attack side, you better be ready to react upon them.
There's the history between the two teams. When you look back there, there's what's happening right now. And whilst that might be the main focus for everyone watching at home, you also have to think about what is going to be the future. What could potentially happen here? Mates lose it. Well, they're out. They no longer get to have a stay here at Stage 1 for Eternal Fire. Of course, they get to continue on and potentially take that last slot in London when they do play again. So it all comes down to what's going to play out in Lotus with Pansy and Hyper.
And I think after map 1, the concerns really are now, you feel them, right?
I mean,
it's in the venue, it's in the atmosphere now.
Yeah, also just to address like the bad blood down on the stage, right? To come out of a brutal 13-5 loss in map 1.
Yep.
To now go to Lotus, and ultimately you're up against a team that loves to play aggressive, and just that momentum that's already built here. We're talking about resilience required yesterday to bounce back from a 13-4 map 1 loss by the Mates.
Yes.
Dude, it's unrelenting.
Yeah, it really is never ending for these boys. They have been out of the frying pan and into the fire, I guess you could argue. So at this point, it is now getting concerning. They've got to be so sharp on this. And, well, it's got to start with a pistol round, doesn't it? That's where it all begins. And it will be Mates on the defending side and Eternal Fire on the attack.
Chance here, potentially for Mates to go forwards, but Glyph primed and ready with a paranoia. Door will open here, will connect onto both. Can't pin them down though, is he?
Damage.
Escapes with his life.
Yeah, but 14 HP ain't much, and Starzo, oh, you can see the temptation, right? You want to get in, close down on something there.
It's like wide open though.
It certainly is, but it feels like they've already kind of postured for retake on this. Maybe put a lot of their eggs in the basket on the other side of the map, but by now it is now going to be smothered by Eternal Fire. You do have a lot of them somewhat the walking wounded. Izzy, Fabian, suffering a touch. Fabian going to put his life on the line. The trade's there for Neki, however, but the plant's in play.
Looking to get aggressive in towards Spawn will force the Mates to address that issue. Full 4v4 here. Nearly catching one. What happened to Heaven? Glyph's found the first though, he's found the second. Ordaz to respond finally, but Beepo will find Izzy.
Ordaz, a 1v3, the paranoia, exceptionally good! But can he find the third and final man? He certainly heard them, but Mini's on the case. He's not letting this one slip just yet. Mates with a necessity here of getting around on their side.
Again, a massive indication of how the Mates want to approach this, at least early on. Stack up, strength in numbers. They'll get what they want initially from that first engagement, but Izzy left the walking wounded. Oh my God, are they forcing? They're going to force back in here.
They're actually going for this. Oh, they're naughty.
Expect them to run it down again.
They're up to naughtiness, Michael. I like it. I mean, this team, it feels like no one's been able to humble them yet. It doesn't matter even if they lose, they're still up for it. All right. Now this will be a horrific surprise for Mates. They will not expect this. And if they do, I'll be incredibly impressed. Don't want to give away the game. The counter goes in.
It's a big
that pain
nade.
shell. The C's as well. Actually thought it might even do more damage, but they get to live. But at this point, you're getting a bit curious as to what's going on. A Sheriff's Herd doesn't give away the full game, but now there's plenty of bodies, but they can't seem to close down on them. Martin able to stand his ground as Mini then dives in as well. Much as Eternal Fire may have wanted this, they ain't going to get what they want today. With 3 remaining,
I mean, Jesus.
Mates make it out of there.
Look at their HP though after that. Not much left in it at all for the Mates, but a second on the board regardless. Make the purchase a little more awkward. Eternal Fire will come back in with upgraded pistols as well. She's got to be conscious here that there's still certainly a threat. Yes, a huge advantage here, but they can isolate a player or two. Eternal Fire certainly still with a shot here in round 3.
They're going Aggie on this. Okay, Mates trying to play out. Ooh, that's a problem. That's
Ton of
reveal.
info off that reveal.
At least, what, 2? I don't know if it caught the third, but even then, very telling. And an immediate rotate, a pivot across to the other side of the map over towards A. Easy. All good.
Now, issue being when they get up onto site here, they can make use of these upgraded pistols and the Bucky as well. Starzo found one. Is he desperate to equalize? He's just gone in. He's found Izzy off the reveal.
Okay, Neki, Echo, and Fabian just being swept aside. This is a good reaction, a good response from Mates. 5 standing, bullish in approach, making the site pretty comfortable in the end.
Probably squashing some of that early momentum that Eternal Fire would be relying on an in-zone flawless here to find number 3. Big start here for the Mates and much needed. Fire certainly still looking to apply pressure here, but Beepo shining.
Let's go!
Here at the start of Lotus. With a TP available, Beepo one away from the Blade Storm. Inside of Eternal Fire, it's Ordaz's TP, but Neki the next closest here. Rifles back in hand, a slight advantage in terms of inventory for Eternal Fire after a bizarre opening 3 rounds. Again, stacked as 4. Look at how they want to play. This is what you want to see from the Mates.
You almost have to, right? It's...
If they shy away, it's Eternal Fire. Once they
oh God,
get that feeling of
yeah, there's that
advantage,
feeling.
yeah, in terms of momentum, they will run away with that. So the Mates doing exactly what's necessary to slow things down here at the start of Lotus.
It just puts them into the loving arms of Mini at this point, who is ready for this. How many light shields are there? Not that many to exploit. So he has to give up some of this site, all the way deeper towards CT. They've just answered back with their own sort of pace. Is he gonna get the paranoia, and away we go. Beepo's been handled. Good trade. Tornad's up for it. It is a bloodbath on the site. 3v3 plants in. Is he just on the blind retreat gonna catch Glyph?
Camera over the top here. Reveal some information, but it's just Martin and Mini left. We get an upgrade here. Martin now, rifle in hand. A chance to do some work, but Izzy will squash out any hope here in round 4. Post the first for Eternal Fire.
That was just a mad brawl on there, just getting their wigs blown off one by one. I just feel like this game's going to be so out of character almost at times with the amount of aggression we're seeing. So unorthodox, the 4-1s we're going to have to get through.
Well, out of character for one team,
yes,
sure. But
yes, actually, if anything, kind of standard by this point on the other.
For me, certainly, it's the mates that have to step up to the plate in that regard. And at least here, didn't see much of it on Ascent, I got to be honest, but ticking the box here at the start of Lotus. These very heavy leans early on here in terms of formation, but this one looking a little more traditional. Early information here denied by Eternal Fire. Beepo on an angle here with an operator should back away, but
it's so sketchy to try and play close to these smokes.
Thought he was going to hang around in the smoke there for a moment, but Echo could be played in here. Starzo, look at his swing on. Will catch a headshot. We'll keep him in check.
Walking away a little.
Camera's not noted Mini on the walk-up either.
Yeah, paranoia. Okay, they're on the site. I'm waiting for the commitment. Martin still able to isolate one and play his life. Izzy is slowed down, but it never really slows him down. Even at player disadvantages, they're still going to go deeper. They're still going to try and find a body to drop. And Starzo suffering from that early engage. Be forced off and considered. And they're already hunting him down. You're looking at Izzy. He's got that deep line cornered off. Mini, surely expected now. But Beepo's found Ordaz. Does this open up a chance now in the 3v3? Izzy's opportunities were limited. Kind of left on his own. Forced to fight forward and falls, leaving Neki in the 1v3. A great reaction from mates, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Oh, where are we, Mini? Well, we're playing the cam, and that time, Neki's actually on for an absolute heater! Saving Eternal Fire from that. A Red Bull clutch and a half.
Neki delivers here. Again, slightly off, but maybe chaotic comms here.
Mistakes made.
Absolutely. Neki gifted an opportunity to find exactly what he needs here, which is isolating players. The most difficult one, really, to pluck Beepo out of that situation. Second on the board, and now the mates scraping pennies together. Just missing 1 point for Starzo, Martin, and Mini. Izzy now, operator in hand. And he's been lethal with this.
And it's
look at the
so
X-ray.
pacey, man. There's four players here, 4-1s. How many times are we going to say this? Stacked up, he still gets out. Caught on the retreat, though, is Fabian. He goes down. That is a recoverable weapon if they do want to explore further. But it's a quick pivot. They're playing in Martin, who's got the up and over. Does drop a player. This is madness, Mike.
Got to stabilize here. Starzo, Beepo, and Mini now, weapons in hand. Izzy does have an ultimate, but not much in terms of util here.
It just feels like no matter the odds, they just scare me the way they're playing. Exuding confidence on all occasions. And Izzy set to succeed on the line as well. Turns his glance to the other side of the map. He plays in front of the smoke there. I feel that was unnecessary, a step too far, but who am I to tell him how to play at this point? As they line up, Neki can't stop fighting these players. Starzo, wrong place, wrong time. And Eternal Fire look like they are playing a different game today.
Back-to-back 3Ks for Neki. Looking so solid here when Eternal Fire needs somebody to defy the odds. And again, I think Izzy just playing with temptation. A little too much some of these scenarios, but you got to respect that he has to maintain this sort of ferocity, really, in some of these rounds.
The bravado to do it, right? Just, you've already done well. You could just stay a little bit deep. Nah, he's going to walk his own. I'm going in. All right, we're going to have a comms check to give ourselves a moment to catch our breath.
I broke camera, I'm gonna fake TP.
They will open doors, Bippo, maybe.
Be up. Searching.
Oh, good, oh, good. They might see us.
Set in Hobbit, Hobbit. Wait
Wait for me, wait for me.
In Hobbit, Neon. I'll smoke out, man.
They smoke
You
heaven.
open door, people, I can smoke in front of you.
No. I'll just open door and go back.
I have Hobbit, guys.
Spike planted.
I can blind Hobbit on a retake.
Both
Hobbit,
my
Neon.
side. Let's save, let's save.
Yeah, just save.
Wait, we can try, we can try.
Okay.
Oh, one ceiling.
Thing Hobbit. Vito. Look out, man.
Play.
On towards ceiling. Oh, man, could be
Andrew.
It's okay.
Close rounds, guys.
Yeah.
Oi.
They felt half in and half out of that idea every couple of seconds.
And a call comes there where it's like, no, we can go for this. And
like Stars was trying to spur him on.
Yeah. And it might sound a little desperate, but this is certainly doable. At the point at which the investment comes in, you certainly think they can turn things around there, but you got to question whether or not kind of everybody's on board with the same sort of idea before it's called, right?
Spot on. And I also want to go back to the start of things. Martin sounded really frustrated with that opening start there of the op being on B, and even just hearing that all good afterwards, trying to keep him a little in hand.
I mean, yeah, because it's got to be frustrating, right? Composition change, sort of a different approach to the game overall with what's gone on with the mates. Bippo and Martin are in the firing line again.
Oh, God, yeah.
Especially now in this series. Again, as a duo in terms of coming out of a big meta shift.
Yeah.
Bippo alongside that discussion as well. And you come up against the likes of Izzy and Fabian.
Who are firing on all cylinders as well. That aggression is
I mean,
just...
Fabian's 1 of 6, but the amount of pressure that these two are able to apply in some of these rounds is just... It's insane.
But it's also just no fear to it, right? They run at them with such confidence every single time. And actually, you just don't get the ground underneath you. It's very hard to play into a system, into a game plan, and anything in mind, because you're always kind of behind the curve, it feels like, slightly behind the wheel. But now the problem becomes that the finances aren't going to be behind mates at this point. It's been 4 on the trot for Eternal Fire. They are loving it. They're getting to play their game. They're determining pace. And for mates, it's hard. It's hard to answer back.
Yeah, 4 unanswered now, and they're back in the lead. The mates won't have a bite. And ult's not necessarily there for Eternal Fire either. A Neural Theft, and that's about it. But is he at least kept in check here early on? A little bit of chip damage. Again, a heavy lean on one side of the map here. Echo might catch a glimpse of this. Mini beheads him.
Yeah, Mini comes out on top of that. 35 HP for Mini, but he'll be happy enough to get the body. And a good bit of work from Glyph as well. This is big stuff.
I mean, somebody has to come back and retrieve this, is he? Well, the operator in hand, but Fabian has slipped the net here.
You said the amount of pressure he can build, and you look towards C. It looks like there's something similar going on there, trying to maybe slip a little bit deeper, but I think Martin's on this corner with the Sheriff, so he can hold that a little bit more passively. Going to understand that Ordaz or a player is near here. You're waiting to hear these rotations, maybe relayed by Fabian.
Surely he doesn't clear close here.
You're not going to clear with the crosshair up like that anyway, surely? Unless they've heard something. Something's made them come back to this. And they just didn't expect him that far. You can see it in how they were trying to re-clear this. There are players close by. You can see one in that smoke still. But it doesn't seem to matter. They're getting everything they want. A valiant attempt again by mates, but it's just not working.
To find number 5 now. Need an answer back here in round 9. It's Bippo going to be picking up on operator once more.
This is when you miss those reps as a team, having that solid foundation beneath you.
Because it'd be easy to come into a matchup where a team does play a little more passively. You can execute some of the things you've worked on. Some of these concepts aren't necessarily alien to you, but here it's like you don't get a chance to set. I'm even alluding back to what Martin's frustration, right? It's like, oh yeah, we haven't even got into position yet.
And he's
exploring B with an op, guys. Like, that's where the tilt comes from, right? Whatever discussion you've had about this transition and how you want to play, you don't get a chance to catch your breath in some of these rounds.
Starzo going to play towards that blue door. A bit of a deeper off angle, but Izzy, I imagine if he can clear this correctly, does get the advantage almost, but with a deeper shift to the corner from Starzo. There it is, though. It's so well considered.
Yeah.
Very heads-up work from them. And as
now
much
Izzy's back on the line.
Yeah. And as much as you can say, oh, they're just aggressive, they just do this, they just do that, they're so good at it. They're so diligent. It is not just sheer luck that they've made it to this position. Double stack towards Held, very unorthodox here by that drop down as Fabian removes Martin. It's Mini, left to his own devices, and he's just desperate to do something. This is bullying at this point. 3v2 though, not out of the realms of reality. But Echo's got the line. Glyph, you don't get play in at this point.
Glyph lucky to escape with his life there. Beepo going to get back onto this angle now, but Echo has a camera to counteract that, and Fabian will pop the showstopper to slow things down even more. When he posts up here, we'll find Glyph regardless from the grave.
They know where Beepo was.
Yeah.
You already see that shift a little closer from Echo, making sure it's not an individual effort, but he's got to speed up, Beepo. He's got to try and draw the eyes, but it's the last thing he'd want. This is starting to compound here. You're starting to really feel how heavy that weight of this scoreline is going to become.
See, they're still desperate to at least posture up. But again, they're just not getting the engagement they want. Again, this one comes down to basically living and dying by spamming into a cage alongside that triangle. If not, the A-site hold falls completely. It's really well considered across the board by Eternal Fire. Ordaz leading the charge, by the way, 12 and 6 quietly. Top
doing
fragging
well
here, just insane work from him.
They're getting such good reads on the stacks that are happening, and then they can just speed up on site. Fortunately, this time, Beepo's actually been able to deny Izzy the instantaneous springboard towards the C site. Goes back for seconds, but now he's cornered. Now he could be in trouble. Beepo's got to try and play this out. He's doing well here. Takes away Ordaz, who's been that heavy hitter, but there's still more players, and they've got the site. They just don't quite have it secure yet.
Be careful about the spam here.
There's a paint shell. Oh, Echo and Neki! They're not losing! It's this close!
Man. He sees there, has to run forwards, and finds the headshot regardless. Echo, in the meantime, by the way, finds the other kill. It's just poetry in motion in some of these rounds. And I come back to the same thing, it's just not a lot you can do. As the main site, you have to make the decision to put yourself in the firing line at a disadvantage in a number of scenarios. And they're just getting swept in some of these rounds. Beepo, Blade Storm to hand. We'll go forwards here, but probably kept in check a little bit. Izzy creeping onto this angle. Echo will find it. He'll double down. Starzo's fallen. Fabian will have all the information in his favor, but won't find the kill.
Yeah, and in these games, I'm not even looking at who's hitting, who's not. We've kept our eyes on Beepo on this role change as well, and kind of how they're playing out, but it's a collective effort. Izzy, 2 for 1.
Of course.
Doesn't need the discount. The man's flush at this point. And for Glyph left on 20, the options become 0. There's nothing more to be done here. And it takes a lot of talent to make this chaos look calm. But Eternal Fire fully in control of this. And as you said, it's a Sophie's choice almost for mates. What do you do about it? Because on one hand, do we play this aggressive style?
God,
they found him anyway. What do you do if you are mates? I want to see almost the double timer, but at this point, is it just too late? Do you let him just play out the half?
Into the last one. I mean, we've got much to rely on here. Martin, one off for showstopper, neural theft available for Mini. The other side, a TP available for Ordaz. Don't think we'll see anything else other than Izzy's ultimate. Staring down the barrel right now, and look at the mini-map. Another heavy investment towards the A side, and Eternal Fire might just switch it up here and all in towards C. Mini going to be drawn away from the choke point here, has to give up the site now to deal with the TP.
And to my eye, he's been one of the best anchors that we've had. He's been exceptionally talented. As it stands though, The amount of pressure Eternal Fire are applying is almost insurmountable as Martin tries to fly forward, puts his best foot forward, but it is again a bloodbath and a brawl. Yes, Mates are coming out on top. Yes, Starzo's getting the kills in. But until the final man falls, I'm not believing it just yet, but this could be
surely not.
just a bit of silver lining. It is. Gentlemates not out of it yet.
Yeah.
They get away with just enough to keep me interested.
Thank God for a fourth here. Eternal Fire picked apart in this retake. And we'll be able to at least keep things in check for the time being. Whilst we head to the halftime, we're going to have a little quiz for you to play along at home. Let us know how you get on.
Where is everyone hiding?
Okay, I said Spain here, but Mike, what are you saying?
I think that was sensible. I know that it got skewed just from Ascension last year. It just went so top heavy. I would have gone, no, it's not. Poland?
I think I was just like imagining viewership almost in my head, like who has the, I don't know.
I'm going to be honest, I would not have guessed Poland.
What? Bayer, don't come in here with attitude. I'm trying to back your region, man. I just thought maybe that, okay, yeah, good point. You know what, you got a lot of viewers. We got Bayer, at least.
That was an awful recovery from you.
What do you mean?
Awful.
What do you mean?
Back to the game.
I was put on the spot, Michael. I don't handle pressure well. And neither are Mates right now. How's that? Not much better? No. I'll let you take this one.
Let's crack on.
I'll let you have this.
The Mates with it all to do here. And the saving grace being found that fourth here, but is he able to find Beepo with ease? No second layer to this. Maybe a quick pivot towards Echo. Have to make use of this window of opportunity here. Echo actually revealed, tries to get a little cheeky, get ahead of that. Is he isolated? No! He still finds Starzo. That's the spike.
What is this man made of? Echo is nuts. There's now Glyph in the 1v3. He's buried. Ooh, that was unreal. Give it in replay.
Yeah.
Andy?
I mean, just watching Echo in some of these situations is just a joy. And again, it's the worst possible person to find, sorry. Starzo desperate to pin down the anchor and get the kill, basically ahead of the rotation. But he gives the spike up.
And he was the bomb fragger.
They can flood all the way out.
That's the weakest link right now, or was, on Eternal Fire.
By the numbers, yeah.
By the numbers.
We're reaching.
4-9 now, Eternal Fire. They like the idea of staying alive here. His Mates looking a little lost now. Got to do something with this. Got to try and pull themselves back into this game.
We're talking about the resilience required. Another brutal first half to have to bounce back from. Echo obviously got the information early on Glyph. Already call across a second player in the form of Neki. Just a sheriff in hand for him. All 5 members of the Mates staring down the A site. I have to reveal their whereabouts here. The audio and the trip, actually. Echo's found one. Neki has found one as well. Echo going to comfortably tuck in here. Nobody can really remove him from that position. They'll get the plant at best, but surely not the round. As Fabian will find,
I was waiting for it.
headshot here to find number 10 for Eternal Fire. And rifles kept in hand here. Talking about the previous, all but decided by the round, the first half scoreline. Similar affair here on Lotus. Everything rides on this first buy. Eternal Fire convert a bonus here. It will feel like a death sentence for the mates.
It's kind of how it feels right now, right? It is just the will to try and stay alive at this point. Eternal Fire are getting everything they want. They've got their players hitting, it's all lining up. They've got the map one behind them. They've looked solid. For mates, it's been an arduous road, though. They had to play such an incredible series not too long ago. And to be able to keep doing that after getting coaching changes, role changes, you can give 1,000,001 reasons as to why. But on the day, it has been Eternal Fire firmly in control of this. But an opportunity for mates to fight back.
I think it'd be easy to probably lean into those things really heavily, but Eternal Fire once more impressing me.
Hands down.
Their overall approach here as they're going forwards once more in round 15. Martin will find Izzy though.
It's a good start. Don't need to clear Fabian, who just handed. Oh! He's handed out more than haircuts. The headshots flying at this point. And Martin gonna walk away. A little weaker than before, Neki.
You see he wanted to swing onto that man. Echo knows his angles, knows the chance that somebody could be there.
Oh, it gets marked.
Second again.
I thought he was fine. Nah. Starzo, we're not shooting bodies. Maybe 4 to 10, are we? All right.
Just a rifle and
Don't
a sheriff
lose this
here.
round, though.
A
Oh
2v4.
my god. Oh my god, not after that. All right, lock in, folks.
They're all huddled into tree.
No. Nordad's still alive.
Neki's util.
C's there for Neki. And they've cleared. Oh, they've cleared so much of sight. No. There's no way. Nordad's at 6 HP. There is no way that they win this. Oh my good god. Why was it down to just Glyph?
I mean, yeah, any other scenario here with the C's.
I couldn't handle it.
I mean, Neki considered it for a second, then he's in the smoke, he's like, hang on, I'm in the smoke. Like, yeah.
Guys?
But again, it comes down to just one member. Mates certainly can't stabilize off that round 15 victory. Forced to reinvest. Again.
He's grinning.
Yeah, he knows he's got them up against the ropes. So at least, I mean, Starzo a Guardian Mini, a scope in hand.
Izzy's got that op out though.
Light shield, so it's a fair fight.
Yeah, I guess
find
you're,
each other.
you're all right.
Do you get a fair fight versus Izzy?
No. Just by default, no.
I mean, the best you could ask for really is a chance to one-shot.
Mates, I don't want to say they're indecisive, but they're certainly taking their time here. Getting Mini building up towards that C site. A bit of a variety on the trips here. That's contact made. They're not really falling away from that double stack towards door on the A side either. This is a bit of a switch up. We've kind of seen that mostly Echo's been playing on that A side. To him now, dedicated and just a blind shot. It's been rewarded. And now the information of 45 seconds. They've got what they want. They've even noted that Starzo not with the pack. Martin caught on the back pedal. This is devastating. You shot his body and now he's putting you in the grave. Echo will be grinning after this one. Martin and Starzo to face what could be basically the music at this point. 20 HP on him. He does clear Echo. That opens up the chance towards C, but that
Look
spike
at what's next.
Is, oh god, it's...
Last player standing.
Oh. What are you meant to do?
Martin, I mean, we had the showstopper from the death regardless, but...
That's 11.
10 seconds
yeah.
left.
This feels
Probably
like
wants to hold on to the rifle. If he's even given the opportunity to, you can see here they're looking to hunt. They don't want to leave anything up to chance. Fabian to find it. 11 on the board now. Look what's left in the bank for the mates. Beepo will get a rifle. Got some ultimates. Nil theft of the TP though, not anything really. He's gonna offset. What is
God,
that?
he's so good at this.
Second timeout called here by the mates. No timeout called by Eternal Fire yet. Happy to let them really rot here on Lotus. I mean, what do you do?
This feels like one of the most commanding games, and one of the most suffocating games I've seen in a while. Even if the scoreline gets closer, it's how Eternal Fire win these. It's how they play. It is so compounding that you just, how are you meant to catch your breath here?
You've got to consider this purchase now. What do you do? Allow 12, invest what you can here. We're already seeing Beepo and Mini adjust their buy ever so slightly, but as it stands, Mini will have nothing left. Glyph now opting for a stinger. Like I said, just one ultimate really to open up a round like this. They could find a pick, sure, maybe.
Yeah.
Glyph and Mini can do something with theirs in terms of info or a quick pivot. But these are not concepts you really want to, well, that you're really able to feel confident about. And then you come to the scoreline.
You almost don't want to look at it if you're mates.
Yeah, they push all in here.
They've got to. And
they want to deny the fight for overtime, make a stand here in round 17.
They've got to, but Eternal Fire, we're going to check in with them, see how it sounds to be on the verge of what could be an incredible victory.
Alıyorum abi, kıracağım onu şimdi.
Başka sumo var mı? Yok kanka. Ananı sikeyim. 25 saniye. Çok erken aldı. Ben backside'e geçiyorum. C'dekiyiz. Trap'i biliyorlar. Var var ya girişlerinde sen öldürsün.
B'ye dok, B'ye.
Ben attım be.
Girecek giriyor.
Attım bana ya. Mamor. 2 3 Backside.
Anıl kapıyı açacağım.
Ulti bastım.
Anıl ulti verdim sana.
Side'da. Abartmayın.
Beepo can do nothing but fall to his knees as Eternal Fire making it up to 12. And this means a lot to these boys. They are absolutely fired up by this. You can hear it though.
Laughing and joking,
jovial in the comms, man. They're just loving it.
The way Martine dies as well. Echo about, I mean, a small handful of players that can make a judge look impressive, but snapping back and forth here.
Oh, they know they've got him. They know they've got him. It's more than just blood in the water. They have got mates absolutely where they want them in this. Is Izzy. Can he keep himself composed in these moments here? The temptation to overplay, to fight in. And Fabian, well, he absolutely is up for that challenge. It leaves Neki in a world of trouble. Support's on the way. Echo overwhelmed. There's still life yet in the mates. Clinging on to it for now.
The ultimate here off the plant.
Spike planted.
4 still standing, Beepo clinging to life, but investment here from Starzo, they have to convert this, so
it's
absolutely
everything.
Going for this.
Oh no, I thought there was a moment he could have isolated. It's on Neki now, 1v3. Beepo down low on the left side, on the right, clears it, looks...
No way, surely not!
And now Mini, the ultimate anchor, the man who's been ice cold, who's been everything for them, stands the test this time. Still keeping life among the mates. But this is down to the wire stuff.
They don't care, man. They're still laughing. And the mates able to turn the pace in their favor here.
What a stark contrast.
Still 6 rounds. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a crumb on the mouse pad.
Hate it when that happens.
It's the only thing that will give mates a chance to keep their head above water here. But it has to be flawless now.
Why
Beepo
am I scared of this round, though?
I'm terrified.
He's got to get checked. He's got to get checked. Someone's got to deal with him. Ooh, Beepo's taking damage. He's got the kill, though. Fabian's dead, and Echo gets cleared. This just all feels like I'm living on the edge here. Neki now, next in line. Does take 1, but takes a lot of damage for it. Down to 8 HP. Izzy, quick to backfill.
Has Izzy dealt with util? Do they know about it just yet? I mean, they're prioritizing towards CT. Absolutely the right decision.
Good call. Can't make mistakes, though. Can't fall to this. Unable to trade on that, so they keep the numbers up to V3. Neki, no! It's down to a 1v2. It's so doable when it's Izzy. Paranoid that someone's near him on the back lines. One to the right, one to the left. Izzy, divide and conquer was the name of the game. He can't complete it. Martine with 3, and mates starting to make the scoreline look a little better.
Got to have a couple of clean rounds, though, to really stabilize in terms of finances. Martin going to be one away from another showstopper. See, Bladestorm invested here. Everybody else off kilter a little bit for this old cycle. Issue being on the other side. Neki, Audas, Echo. All with ultimates to invest now. Izzy just past halfway. And the buy is still there for Eternal Fire. This will be it, though. This will break the bank. Lost bonus to consider, sure, but this is the one to give mates some room to breathe, at least.
With the hand around the throat is still Eternal Fire. They have a buy here.
There. Take this.
And they're getting active. They're pushing further, herding mates towards that A site. There will be Echo waiting. You've got to look at there's another player nearby. It's Glyph. A lot to do, and he does have help in the form of Mini, so they're able to control that back line. And now they, well, it looks like they're making the run for it. Do they beat them there, though?
I think Echo's going to get in at about the right sort of time, but he's shifting
Maybe
up
unsure.
now. Yeah,
Maybe.
Neki close by. I mean, still a chance to contest this. At least he's seeing the heads.
Don't jump. Don't jump. Keep your head down. Echo's going in. You can see it. They are chomping a bit to get this one done. And another denial. And another 1v2. This time Audas, who's been monstrous.
Oh, look at the damage he's just done to Beepo.
He doesn't know, and Starzo's gone closer. It's a 1v1. Starzo, do you still feel so brave? Audas gonna go down. Starzo with another step as mates push forward.
And that's the one that gives them breathing room, sure, but they're not necessarily stabilized in terms of the finances. I mean, it's going to cost a lot to reinvest here. The first timeout called now as mates get up to 8. With Sheriffs to bring in here for Eternal Fire. But 3 rounds unanswered now from Gentle Mates, and certainly feeling a little more confident in these quicker hits. Just a neural theft left in the pocket here for Echo. That's it in terms of ultimates. Izzy just missing 1 point, so certainly something that can make the next round interesting here on a lesser purchase.
But when, I don't want to say reel it in, but at some point, even these last couple of rounds have been like 1v2s, you know, these really manageable scenarios.
It's taking everything. Like I said, yeah, they can catch their breath, they break the bank, but then you come back to the scoreline and say, well, we can't let our foot off the gas now.
No, almost never.
They certainly can't start shying away from some of these rounds. Starzo being tested to his absolute limits in terms of the mid-round here and the decision-making. So it's just curveball after curveball thrown out by Eternal Fire.
And at some point, does one of them land? It could be this round, it could be any of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's even just
any day
not
of the
even
week.
a mistake made on the side of mates, but somebody, you know, finds a kill or two from Eternal Fire. It could be here, walking down mid.
It certainly
Look
could
at this.
be. Are they ready? Are they prepared? Now they better be. And already there is blood to be drawn. Glyph does very well, but Fabian has found 2 back. Fortunately, they are fighting as 5. Fabian's got himself an upgrade. It's taken away. There we go. 3 standing and another made for mates. There is something about this.
That resilience starting to show here for the mates. 3 more to find. Again, the economy going to be topsy-turvy these next few rounds.
Maradona.
At least here we'll have an operator in hand for Izzy. TP and a neural theft available for the mates. So Echo need to anchor down C initially. Heavy lean towards A. Neki already making moves here across the map.
Yeah, 2 players in reaction to this, heading over towards the site. Making no subtleties about this either, mates. They want to kind of posture this way. Do they think that they've quelled enough of Eternal Fire's aggression? That's what I'm curious about. They might genuinely believe that to a degree.
I mean,
to a degree. But you can see the caution being aired, right? This is still a very careful approach. Trying to manipulate those rotations, pull the players out of positions. Izzy is posted on this, however.
It's going to be really difficult for them to actually take this space towards A. TP's sent in by Glyph.
Does he?
No, surely not. Just an information check, is he? Nearly catches people on the adjustment there. Would have been a wild shot.
Yeah, they're really trying to sell this. So the TP was taken, that now we're going to have, you know, maybe Beepo on the site as well. But it's Echo who's prepared. He's ready and waiting. Paranoia comes in. Can Mates make it through the choke point? Beepo succeeded. Do they then cancel on this? There's still a 1v1 to be had on the other side. As there's only one kill from Echo, that's it. Caught on the heels. Neki can't do it either. But Fabian waiting, and it's going to be down to the wire here. 18 seconds. Spike just about going down. Nothing to stop that.
Spike planted.
Mini's HP. Man advantage here for Eternal Fire. Beepo has to deliver. Fabian's found it.
It's all on Mini. 16 HP in a bit of a dream, but surrounded on all fronts. He has to pick the right fight, and Vision remove. Dead to rights. As Eternal Fire looked a cut above the rest today. 13-9. Yes, Mates showed signs of life towards the end, but these boys were out for blood today.
Lots at stake in this matchup for sure. Eternal Fire demonstrating the firepower. And also, I mean, again, for it to go this far on Lotus, continuing with that trend, still shows if they had a lot left in the tank. The Mates, unfortunately, will fall here. Unfortunately, bow out in a good run. Good recovery in the last couple of series for sure. I mean, turbulent times internally, but at least showing glimmers of hope in terms of getting back in form.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They made big changes coming into the playoffs. A lot of us putting question marks to it. We saw the validity up against Liquid, of course, getting them to this position. However, it was a lot to ask. And on the other side, of course, Eternal Fire. I mean, these guys scare the living hell out of me. They have firepower galore. They have a game plan. They have a method. And that has got them this far, and I would not want to meet them in that lower run.
Absolutely not. They are hot to the touch right now. I don't even think we've really seen the ceiling from them.
No.
They're finding their feet for sure, but a terrifying team to have to play in an elimination game as well. It's that sort of play style of Valorant. It's just, there are so many things that are hard to quantify when you play an opponent like this, and unaffected by nerves. That's the scariest thing.
And I think that is what we can leave it on now, as Eternal Fire will continue their run in that lower bracket. We're going to hand it down to the stage.
Back down on the stage we are. Joining me are Audaz and Neki. Congratulations, guys, for this very dominant win, I have to say. You said something, you got out of your chair when that match closed. Do you want to repeat it? PG friendly, of course.
He can buy a flight ticket.
Okay, that is great. Good to know. Well, thank you for that info. But I want to continue on this high because this has been a really good performance from your team today. You bounced back really, really well after the game against Foot. So for you, Audaz, I'd like to know, when it comes to learning from that Foot game and finding your confidence again this time around against Gentlemates, what happened in between that?
We just played like ourselves in Foot game. I think we was arrogant. That's because why we lost. And today we just play like chill, normal game. We like practice. We do our job, and it's and
the job is press W and go in. That seems to be your job.
We are that.
And you're very good at it because it's working very well. So Neki, then when it comes to you and your role in the team, how do you know that calling for these very aggressive strats and these very aggressive plays will pay off?
My team everyone is playing aggressive, so I should give the call like this for them. They are just shooting.
They are just shooting, and you guys are very good at that. So in terms of the routine when it comes to preparing for these games now in the lower bracket, because they have a bit more of that pressure. If you lose, you're out. Is there anything you're doing differently here for the routine, Neki?
No, we are just playing like us.
Yeah, we're just doing normal things. Nothing changed. One more game, we are on London, so it's okay.
Yes, I want to talk about that. Let's bring up that bracket. Let's bring up that bracket because I want to talk about London. I want to talk about the teams that are no longer here with us. BBL, Liquid, Gentlemates, they were all in Santiago, Neki. Are you surprised that they're gone?
No.
No?
That's what I said before the match. to you.
Yeah, it is. You're like, yeah.
They
look
don't
at me
have Yoru, they are nothing. If they don't have Yoru.
Yeah.
Did you think Fnatic was gonna be eliminated, Audaz?
No.
No?
No.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, it was a race.
So you thought that tomorrow, that next game, next match would be Fnatic, but now it's Heretics.
Yeah, it's good.
They're looking pretty strong. Do you think that there is anything in particular about them that has given them the opportunity to change and be so strong so quickly after what we've seen at the start of the stage?
I think no. We are just gonna shoot them. It's gonna easy.
It's like the easiest strategy.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go shoot. I mean, it's easy when you say it, right? But having to
Yeah.
do it so consistently on the server, is there anything that makes you guys stand apart from the rest? Because we've seen Turkish teams dominate. We've seen BBL do it in the first kickoff, and they went all the way to that global. We're now seeing you guys dominate. Foot has also already qualified another Turkish teams. What is it? Is it what you guys eat for breakfast? Is it your routine? Is it just the comms, the vibes? Like, give us a little bit of that. What's the aura?
Turkish power.
And I think we love each other. I think we love each other. It's the key. So when we are loving each other, we are winning. When we hate each other, we are losing. So we just love each other. It's a good thing.
How do you make sure you keep loving each other and don't hate after a loss?
We do nothing. We just love each other. We play like 1 year, maybe more than 1 year. We are like family, so it's all good.
Okay, well, I do have one final question, and that is for next week when we're looking at the games. You guys are playing Heretics, Foot is playing Vitality. So do you guys want a rematch with Foot in the low bracket? Yeah, okay. Well, first you have to beat Heretics, so we'll see about that. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And congratulations once again on a very, very dominant win here today. That's it from us. We're going to be signing off for today, but we're going to leave you with the Razor end of day highlights, so enjoy them. We're going to be back again next week on a Friday. Bye.
And they beat smoked by the players on the other side. Wooten doesn't even fire a shot in the right direction before Seeboff himself puts him to bed.
Oh, I got the free kill.
Nice, Benji, nice! Nice! Let's go, guys, amazing!
Bro, come here, I will dive you, bro! In case you didn't realize, I did not believe. 13-2 on Lotus from Heretics. I don't think I've ever seen a map that could be more of a confidence builder for this squad.
Yes, boys, yes! We got a pistol! Koşmaros, let's go! Yes!
Last player. And blinded again. Seconds left.
You're too good, man. You're too good, Alpha.
Let's go!
Avada Kedavra.
Guys, chill, please. Everyone calm down, okay? Please, take the press, we got this.
2 bullets remaining and he will do it! A Red Bull clutch from Boo! The moment where Heretics go marching on and Fnatic fail to make London.
Let's go, you shit! Let's go!
just chomping at the bit to close it out here. We'll find it. Neki to close, finding number 13.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는